Oh, car data. Okay, counting on the black mic. 1, 2, 3. I'm hearing it in my ear, Pete, so I'm assuming it's getting to you.
Good morning, defending champ looking at the waves. Lakey Peterson preparing for the quarterfinal with Isabella Nichols. Leandro talking to the Hennessy family. Brees is still in the mix, and a two-time world champ Tyler Wright prepares for finals day at the season opener. The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. What a morning here on the North Shore of Oahu, coming off one of the best days at Pipe that I can remember. 9 5s, 10-point rides. What more could you be thankful for coming into a Saturday morning like this? Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier. Flick, yesterday was one day for the books. It's easy to be still buzzing from that first thing in the morning.
Oh, I'm still trying to process it. It was absolutely incredible. Just the caliber of surfing that we had, the waves showed up. We'd waited a week for it, and it absolutely delivered. And this morning, you know, it looks really glassy and beautiful, and I can't wait for finals day.
Yeah, dropping in size, but still those dreamy offshore conditions predicted throughout the day today. And now we'll see if Barron, Mamiya, and also Caity Simmers can make it 2 in a row here at Pipeline.
You know what? I don't doubt it. You just look behind us. The conditions are absolutely incredible. We've got some beautiful backdoor waves coming in this morning. And, I mean, I think it's definitely possible for them to go 2 in a row today.
Wild seeing John out of the mix. He had a rematch from the final last year with Barron, Mamiya. Barron getting the 10. John getting a 9.63 at backdoor. Jack Robinson losing with a 10 in a one-on-one heat. We hadn't seen that happen since Callum Robson over in Portugal. And now we've got a crazy-looking final series. Lakey, Isabella Nichols starting things off. Then we'll get to Caroline Marks, Tyler Wright, defending event champ and world champ. Caity Simmers has her good friend Sawyer Lindblad. And then we'll get to Brisa and Molly Picklum before we get into the men's side of the draw. 30 minutes out there. We'll have 35-minute finals, and we'll be crowning our champions today. Now let's say a great morning and a happy finals day to AJ McCord.
Happy finals day, Joey. Look who I found on the beach. Richard Dog Marsh getting ready to coach Leo Fioravante coming up in the quarterfinals. Dog, walk me through what you've seen in the surf so far this morning.
Looks so fun. Compared to yesterday, that was terrifying to watch. Today's just a super fun size. It's 4 foot, clean as. Still some barrels. Probably barrels and turns today, I'd think.
So with it being a combination of turns and barrels, what's the thing that you're willing to share with us about what you're coaching Leo on of how to get the scores today?
Look, yeah, obviously changing board, so that's a massive one. So we had a warm-up serve, changed his board, went down to a 6-2, and sort of prepare as in it's real wave selection today. So you really got to be in the right position.
Thanks so much, Dog. Joe, we'll send it back to you. Get this finals day started.
Thank you so much, AJ, and to Richard Dog Marsh, longtime competitor, was a part of one of the youngest CT finals in history at 17, made the final at Bells Beach. Nicky Wood won that event at 16, and look where he is, still in love with pro surfing. He'll be watching closely in quarter 4. Leo Fioravante taking on the rookie George Pittar. But we'll start with the women's draw first. They did have the day off yesterday, so they're coming in hot this morning, ready to compete. Lakey versus Isabella. You know, they both have a lot of similar strengths. Lakey, you know, more reps around the world as a veteran, but they've got similar type of moves. But Bella's coming off her single best score of her career at Pipe just the other day.
Yeah, I love everything you just said, Joey. I agree with all of that. I think if I just rewind back to the last day that we saw the women compete, I mean, you've got to sort of, Isabella looked like she was on the button. She knew where she wanted to sit. However, it's quite different today. I mean, we had so much north the last time the women ran. It is different, but just Isabella looked like she had those backdoor waves on lock. She just knew what she wanted. She eyed it off. I mean, she had 2 makes in that heat, but she also had 2 waves that she didn't make, which she was just milliseconds from making. It would have been on her way to a big score. So, I mean, right now, I would say maybe a little bit more skewed to Isabella, but, you know, Lakey as well. I mean, you just got to think that she's probably pretty hungry, you know, like just watching all day yesterday being like, okay, give me a bite at that. Like, I want to get some barrels.
So a pretty exciting morning for these two. Lakey Peterson has made the semifinals 2 times in 3 previous starts here at Pipeline. So she's been able to find a lot of fun backdoor waves specifically to come close to a final appearance. That would be the goal this year. Isabella, she's made 1 quarter, now make it 2 in 4 starts here as this quarter one's just getting underway. So she's looking for a personal best result if she could get past Lakey in this one. Starting things off for us this morning on finals day is Isabella up and out. We do have the Hawaiian Water Patrol on hand for the assist for these athletes if they ask for a ride out back to the drop-off zone by that buoy out there. It's up to them if they want to ask for that lift after a ride. Right now, Bella paddling back out. Lakey holding down court with first priority. Peterson involved in, the world title race, kind of in that 2018, 2019 era. She's had some emotional moments, especially with a recent win at Jeffreys Bay in the heat with Molly Picklum a couple years back. But she's aware of her veteran status. She's getting inspired by the youthful movement on tour, and I wouldn't be surprised if she surprises herself with big performances, kind of not looking up ahead of her at the usual guard, but now looking behind her at this young crew that's going to give her a lot of motivation.
For sure. And another thing too, which I sort of like this year, is she's got a new coach as well, and she mentioned that a couple of times in her post-season interviews with AJ, that it's sort of given her this fresh take, and she's super grateful that Leandro's been able to take her on and be part of the team. And I loved what I saw. Obviously we sort of saw more turns from Lakey the last time we saw her out at backdoor, but she was looking good. Her boards were looking great. She just had a lot of whip out of the top of the lip, and I think sometimes all it takes is just a different sort of perspective and a different way of looking at things with a new coach, and I'm excited to see what she brings this year.
Now looking at 26 minutes on the clock, I want to say a big happy finals day to Jesse Mendez over in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Morning, Jess. What are you seeing?
Good morning, Joe. It's a completely different day here. It's pretty mellow, as you see around me. None of the athletes are actually here right now. A lot of them that lost already moved on to go to Abu Dhabi to start training, and conditions change kind of early morning. And I guess I'm going to throw it to Ross, because nothing better to know how the lineup feels with the guy in the water right now.
Yeah, right on. Thank you, Jesse. You can see behind me the surfers are dealing with that early sun, so they're going to have to really kind of guess where their lineup is. Of course, right when it comes to me, here comes the wave. I think I'm okay, though. I'm going to paddle right over it for you. Check this out. Yakacha. Yeah, we're good. We're good. The lineup is really smooth. The wind today is super nice. There is that rip that's emptying out from the Sandbar Lagoon. So it's not so much that it's still really north, which typically you get a lot of sweep current delivered from north swell direction, but it's actually the lagoon. There's going to be 1 million kids swimming in that lagoon today. It's really pretty, but all that water is emptying out right to the channel at Pipe, and that's what's causing that little rip bowl that the surfers is trying to stay in. So they're going to have to deal with that, a little bit of morning light in their eyeballs, but other than that, it's perfect out here. There's really nice backdoor waves. It's game on.
Ross, I actually have a question for you, because it dropped quite a bit. So are we looking more for backdoors today, or we got kind of an even playing field of pipe and backdoor?
Backdoor, 99%. There'll even be some turns. I wouldn't be surprised to see some big airs today, because that wind's a little bit out of the south, and that's really good for airs on the right-handers. So here we go, live action. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Ross. Thanks, Jesse. Pulling in just under the hood for a moment is California Lakey Peterson. There's that wrapping turn that she loves. Snaps off the top. Getting down to the end section, and a nice package wave right there with a lot of variety. Finishes with the float and starts getting back to work. She kind of made her name for herself as a very progressive surfer from Santa Barbara, California when she was really young. And it seemed like it really evolved into that cool frontside wrapping turn that she really worked on with Mike Parsons over the years. What'd you see here, Flick?
Yeah, I saw Isabella really making Lakey think about this wave. She pushed her to go it, and Lakey said, okay, I'm going to pull the trigger here. And look, in terms of today's conditions, what I saw this morning, I think there will be better waves out there, but nice to get her feet in the wax, nice to get her head dip there at the beginning. She's finished off the wave, and to me that just shows her intention that she knows that it's going to be turns and barrels, and you don't want to be leaving any scores on the board. But if you're getting a tube and there's an opportunity to finish, you want to make the most of that. And it sort of says, echoes what Dog was saying this morning, it's turns and barrels today, just with that slight drop in swell.
And then also dropping out in board size today, like Dog mentioned, Leo down to a 6'2", so all athletes thinking about a board to fit the curve of the wave and the size today. compared to the giant surf that we had yesterday. But gosh, ideal conditions. Offshore throughout the day, might push to more moderate winds from that east direction through the afternoon, but scoring here on the last 2 days of the waiting period. Opening ride for Isabella, the 0.5, so Lakey will be taking the lead when that one's coming through. Getting the wild card for this season after falling off at the cut by 1 spot last year at Margaret River. So Lakey happy to try to feel a bit more safe now that the cut's moved to 7, stop number 7 of the season. Still at Margaret River, in a place that she's won in the past. Numbers in for Lakey, 4.5 start.
Yeah, I think that's right on the money. I think it's good to know that the judges are going to be taking turns into consideration. They're obviously going to be taking airs into consideration too. I like what Ross said with that little bit of wind coming up out of the ever so slight south. That's going to be really good for, you know, airs on the back door, the right there. But it's a nice solid start, potentially a backup, although it is finals day today. And something that I was thinking this morning too, and Dog sort of said it, is that it's wave selection, right? You want to be on the best waves today. And I watched it a little bit earlier this morning. You know, it was still a little bit dark, but it seems like in the 30 minutes that you've got out there, it's maybe like 1 or 2 really good waves are coming through. And on finals day, you need to be on those waves. Everyone's so good, right? And everyone takes off on those sort of waves. They're going to get slotted. If you're not on those waves, you're probably not going to be getting through the heat. It's wave selection today.
Oh, so important, being on the best waves. That's what really separates a lot of the world's best, is being able to identify a keeper. Some can do it in 2, kind of like the Ethan Ewing type stories. Even Cole Hausman was very patient last year. You look at some that like to kind of roam free around the lineup a bit more and get busy. Tatiana, famous for catching a bit more waves than most of her competitors. Lakey at the moment, just the 4.5, but just kind of warming up. I mean, she knows if she can actually pull in and get deeper out there, even though it's smaller, the judges are still looking for nice, deep, controlled barrel rides here at Backdoor.
Oh, for sure. I mean, in the early morning free surf, I saw Molly Picklum get a good one, right? And those waves are out there. She got a nice deep barrel at Backdoor and looking really confident, something like that. You know, if I think about it, I reckon that's probably going to go excellent. So wave selection today for me is it. You know, even yesterday, obviously wave selection, as the day went on, it got better. But in the morning, it was wild. It was out of control. It was kind of like there was a bit of luck involved to, you know, if you took off on a wave and then how long it took you to get back out and you were in that right rotation. There was just so many other variables, whereas today it's very controlled, right? There's less movement in the ocean. Ross spoke to it, less current. So I think it's just wave selection, being on that best wave.
That's right. So Lakey out front, Isabella holding priority. Big thanks to Surfline for giving us the forecast throughout this waiting period for stop number 1 of the season. And great to always catch up with Kevin Wallace, the lead forecaster for many years over at Surfline. And he's letting us know that we'd have this fading but still good size northwest swell throughout finals day. Much smaller north-northeast swell mixing in, and some new northwest will start to show up later on in the day.
Yeah, I think obviously you said that purple blob, that's all that swell that we've been capitalising on the last couple of days. But good news is that it's hung around for today. Yes, it's dropped a little bit in size. What we will see though this afternoon is a new northwest swell sort of start to push in. Not going to be bigger, but it's just going to maintain that size throughout the day. And you can see it, I mean, 6 to 8 foot, and then fading a little bit in the afternoon, but offshore all day. Obviously those winds picking up a little bit in the afternoon, but it's still offshore. It's going to be a great day of competition.
Yeah, loving seeing that direction. Southeast, east-southeast winds at the moment. Maybe just pushing a little stronger, but still from that easterly direction here for finals day. Looking at it and holding back was Isabella Nichols. You always have to be careful when you have priority. If you look for a little too long, sometimes you can lose that first priority. But at the moment, able to hang on to it, and she'll still hold that first position with 18:30 on the clock. Representing Coolum Beach, made famous by also all-stars like Julian Wilson, who won pipe, was in the world title race for several years. Word is that Julian wants to make a comeback. So a lot of great surfers from the Sunshine Coast. She's proud of her Danish heritage as well. As she was born there, moved to Australia at a young age, so a ton of family in Denmark that support her in her run for the world title race And what a great way to kick things off, at least with the quarterfinal. We've been talking about the cut moving to stop 7, but still there's going to be that sense of urgency. There's a little bit unknown as well with the first stop ever in Abu Dhabi coming up next.
Yeah, 100%, Joe. I think for people, when I think about, Lakey and Isabella, yes, they charge, but historically, when you look at the events on paper where they're probably going to perform best, this is a great result for them already at the beginning of the year because, Lakey obviously has made, I think you said semis out here previously before, right? But they'll be taking this being like, okay, maybe this isn't where my bread and butter is, but they're like capitalizing right now. If you look at the rest of the events on the schedule, traditionally I think, Lakey, right-hand point breaks, Isabella, right-hand point breaks, they both grew up on those sort of waves. So that's where their strengths lie. So they're already sort of out ahead, you know what I mean? Like mentally, just looking at the 7 events before the Cup, and then, great events coming up. El Salvador, Snapper, both in their wheelhouse. I can't wait to watch, these women there before the Cup. It's great.
Totally, Flick. And you think about, those wave systems that are popping up in our surfing world these days. How lucky are we to be living in this time where there's so many different options as far as being inland, far from a coast, and getting perfect waves. Lakey has 6 CT wins. She won the Freshwater Pro in 2019 in Lemoore, California, one of her major wins of her career. So she'll be feeling comfortable going to Abu Dhabi and in a saltwater setting and a different pace where it's really rippable. As we focus on the rivalry between these two, it's Lakey 2-1. Both her wins were in Portugal. The win that Isabella got was a crucial one for herself at Margaret River main break. So it's still barely even. Bella can even things up if she can get past Lakey today.
Yeah, when I look at that, super even. Obviously, Lakey getting the jump, but it's funny. If I just think about the performance in this event, I'd probably, like I said earlier, be giving the nod ever so slightly to Bella. She's had the best wave of her career so far at Pipe, and just running with that momentum. When you get waves like that and you hear the stats, okay, that's the best wave I've had at Pipe so far. It just does really good things for your confidence, especially at a wave that, yes, it's dropped in size today, but there's still consequence there, and it's just so good. Yeah, it's just so good for your mental state going into a day like today. So
definitely looking for some big names stepping it up. Caity trying to go back to back. Barron trying to do the same thing. But it's always refreshing when you get a new champion. With stop number 1, they get to wear yellow for the first time. You get to see how they can handle it. We've had some breakthrough rookie performances as well. George Pittar upsetting Kanoa Garashi yesterday. But Kanoa took a wave in. I think he thought he already had it in the books, and George got one at the tail end of the heat and took him out. A big statement for the rookie. And one of the major stories yesterday, there was about 1,000 from Friday's action.
Yeah, yesterday was crazy. I think about the performances from the rookies, from Joel, from George, from Al, and the storylines were endless. And then how can you go past the GOAT and his, 100th and 101st, heat win at Pipe, and then it's crazy. You think we're going to see him here on finals day with a chance to win another CT event out here. It's absolutely incredible. And yeah, yesterday will be one for the history books. It'll be one that you're not forgetting anytime soon.
So exciting. As we know, we're close to champions. Like we mentioned, Lakey, 2-time semifinalist. She lost to Tyler Wright in 2023 out here in that semifinal, coming very close to making the final. Lost to Carissa Moore the year before in 2022. That was that big year that Moana Jones-Wong, the queen of Pipeline, went all the way in stellar conditions. Got to stand next to the GOAT on the podium. Last year, it was all about the Caity Simmers, Molly Picklum show in the final. Molly getting a 10 on the way to that matchup over Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. And a nice quiet morning kicking things off here on finals day. Real groom conditions, and it's the 4-5 that's keeping Lakey Peterson out in front over Isabella Nichols. We're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break.
it's weird because I feel like my generation, when I first got on tour with Carissa and Coco and Malia, and Steph was already there, but kind of still younger in her career, and Sally, like I feel like our generation was a shift from the previous. And then now as I'm kind of getting a little bit older, seeing this newer generation come on, it's the first time I've really seen another like big uptick in the women's side, like with performance. And it's so cool to still be there and on tour and try and stay ahead of these girls or relevant with these girls and compete against them, but also just to see the level rise, especially in bigger surf like a pipe. It's really cool. I feel like the women's side is almost the more exciting side right now, just to watch what's happening and unfolding.
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
Been enjoying all the episodes from the Cold Beer Surf Club with 805 and WSL. Lakey Peterson hanging out with her longtime friend Connor Coffin, talking about the progression of women and reminding us of the generation that she grew up in, you know, with Carissa Moore, Coco Ho. There's so much ripping and excitement. It was a changing of the guard then, and now she can reflect on it, you know, being on the other side of it as a veteran of the tour. She pushed herself so much in big waves, and I love her story about having the scariest heat of her life at Margaret River and then coming back to win it, and even beating Steph Gilmore along the way. She has so much to be proud of, you know, in the last decade or so. As we did have Isabella get this wave during the break.
Here we go, Bella on a backdoor nugget, pulls in, but just that, you can see the nose of her board just peaked there in that aerated foam, but that thing was looking pretty open, but sort of stretched out that one a little bit, and it's okay though. It's kind of crazy, right? We're only sitting here with 9 minutes 40 on the clock, and this heat's been a little bit sleepy. I mean, it's so funny, right? You're watching the free surf, there's all these waves coming through, and for some reason you blow that horn, and then all of a sudden the ocean's like, I'm just going to have a little bit of a break.
Well, it also makes you think how tough a wipeout is, you know, for Isabella waiting this long, and then to wait that long for an incomplete wave when she doesn't have a keeper yet, now down to 920, now without priority. All of a sudden, one fall when it's inconsistent is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, well, now it's basically a 9-minute heat, isn't it? Really. I mean, Lakey's got this one score here, so she's already got something on the board, right? I mean, Isabella's definitely on the back foot. She's going to know that. And just with the inconsistent, look, it could go either two ways. It can keep being slow, or because it's been really slow, maybe we're going to see a flurry of waves at the end of this heat. I hope we're going to see this flurry because nice to get a little bit more opportunity.
Always love saying a big good morning to Strider Raspberry Wazalewski. How you doing, Waz?
I'm great. Down here catching up with an old friend, Britt Merrick, shaper, and you know, just mastermind behind all these boards. I wanted to catch up with him and his surfboards that he's got for Lakey Peterson right now.
Yeah, thanks, Strider. Lakey's on a 6.0 right now out there, a CI Pro step up. This is her backup, also 6.0. She's got a 510 on the beach as well. Kind of feels like the conditions are getting smaller, so I don't know, it's a hard board choice today, but the CI Pro step up is really rockered out. These waves are pretty cuppy, but it's still good in the barrel. So today is going to be about barrels and turns. So she wants a board that's going to be able to really ride well in the barrel, but when she comes out, be able to do those turns in the tight pocket. So CI Pro step up 6.0s or go right now.
You've also got Barron Mamiya in the event on your boards. What's his hope for the rest of this event? Who's he hoping to match up with?
Well, Barron, he's aiming to win. He wants to win, and he wants Kelly in the final. He told me this morning he wants Kelly in the final. So that'd be sick. That'd be a sick story. That'd be a really fun heat to watch. Barron was on a Goldie yesterday, 6.5. Same board that he won pipe on last year. Today, I guess, with the smaller conditions, he'll probably be on the CI Pro, probably like a 6.1.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time. We'll get back to the heat.
Thank you, Strider. Thank you, Britt Merrick, the son of Al Merrick. And loving that he's running things at Channel Island Surfboards these days. And a lot of great surfers came together to actually buy back the company. It was sold to Burton in the past, and then they had such a great relationship. They were like, you want it back? And they all got together. Lakey was a part of that purchase, and it just really felt good for all of them to have a piece of it. Britt's been involved in the very competitive Vissla CT Shaper rankings for, gosh, ever since that was introduced. As you see how he finished up in 2023 and the following year, always in part of the top 5. And this year, we're expecting him to climb.
Hey, he's on an upward trajectory.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Bella Kenworthy, we've got Brisa Hennessy jumping on CIs. He's going to get some crucial points today with also the defending event champ leading the charge, Barron Mamiya.
We'll tell you one thing though. Matt Biolos has acquired one more surfer to the already massive list of talent that he has on tour in Betty Lou. So he's going to be hard to knock off that perch.
And then adding Erin Brooks,
I know.
it's just insane. But I want to see everyone go for it. Timmy Patterson, he's got some backup now without Cleveland Jr. Italo, still in the mix into finals day. It'll be fun to watch him perform. Looking for a big start to kick off stop number 1 of the season. Everyone wants to wear yellow heading into Abu Dhabi for stop 2. A lot of surfers that were knocked out of this event have already made the big jump across the planet to try to get their warm-ups in. As we look at 5:30 on the clock, Lakey still with the 4.5. Isabella had that cool slow motion drop into the barrel and it just clamped her right when she pulled in. She stays on the North Shore every year with Kid Peligro, great guy, amazing martial artist, and really good to have a nice sound mind to be with. She feels like home here on the North Shore of Oahu. Just a little out in front of the pit is Lakey Peterson, but she did use priority here, trying to make it count with at least one move with the snap off the top, so making her chase that section way down the line. Now she has a second score for the 4.5, and Isabella just happy to get priority back with 4:50 to go.
That worked out in Isabella's favour, right? I mean, she pushed for Lakey to take that one. She did. Let's have a look here. Isabella's having, okay, you've really got to commit here. Lakey does. She uses her priority. And just a little bit out in front of it here. You can see she was just trying to stall a little bit. But then she knows, she's like, okay, well, I've pulled the trigger. I need to try and maximise on my score right now and make this job a little bit harder for Isabella. So she obviously wanted to stick with that. She got the turn there at the end. But right now it kind of leaves it a bit more wide open for Isabella. You've got to be thinking if Lakey could have positioned a little bit more, maybe been a little bit more slotted or tubed at the beginning of that wave, might have made things a bit more difficult for Isabella, because I feel like right now it's still wide open. One wave can change this.
Ross Williams in the water for this one. Lakey being a little out front of that tube. Ross only got a 2.0 for that use of priority.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Yeah, Lakey's paddling out right here. You can see her in the sun. Today's a day a little smaller, so you're going to have to look and search for barrels and scores up and down the reef. Yesterday was more traditional, just on the top, waiting for big pits. Today's that classic day where you can look at that little Aints bowl, and that's that patch of reef between here and off the wall. So you're going to have to be a little more creative today, and these girls so far in this heat have been kind of trapped, maybe a little stubborn and stuck on the top of the traditional takeoff zone, but there's been 1 or 2 scores down here. So, you know, a note for all the surfers coming up in the next few heats, you know, it's worth it to look around on this reef for a score.
Thank you, Coach Ross Williams, longtime legend out here, and pipe finalist in the past, identifying the space that you can have out here. It's interesting when you're trying to be real competitive with each other and making sure you're not giving up the inside. Sometimes you just have to look at a different stretch of reef to get your scores today.
Yeah, I think we can sort of see, Lakey just had a look at that last one then, and I think maybe her without priority, she's going to be a little bit more less selective, I'd say. I mean, it looks like she's going to actually paddle straight back up to Isabella, so maybe I'm eating my words here, but I like what Ross has got to say there, and especially if right now is anything to go by this first heat. I mean, it's been very slow, right? And we also heard Britt and Strider sort of mention it, that, okay, maybe it has gotten a bit slower, maybe a little bit smaller, so searching around isn't a bad option. And when you don't have priority, why not?
Yeah, it's true. I think we'll also be able to tell who spends a lot of time on this reef, you know, big or small, knowing where to find moments even without priority. Sometimes those local surfers will make it look very consistent on days like today. As we check out the Pacifico Finals bracket, crowning our champions today on the last day of the waiting period. In this first quarterfinal, Lakey Peterson and Isabella Nichols still with 2 minutes on the clock. It could potentially be 2 surfers going back to back because Caity Simmers is still in the draw. We still have Barron Mamiya running for it as well. And we'll see what our champions will look like at the end of the day today. Brisa Hennessy, Molly Pickham, Ember Pickham collecting the most points with their top 2 total all the way to that runner-up finish last year, which came with a perfect 10.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that matchup, and I'm excited to see, look, potentially, I know this is looking into the future, but if Caity was to win and so was Molly, it would be a rematch, which would be pretty exciting. But even the next heat, you know, we've got Caroline, Tyler, Goofy v Regular. That's going to be exciting too. Exciting to see what Caroline can do on her backhand here. It's going to be a bit tricky trying to fit into these smaller sort of backdoor waves.
Yeah, Caroline's on such a roll. She just knows how to win. You know, picking up the gold medal in the Olympic Games last year, winning a world title 2 years ago, and runner-up in the world last season. Caroline's ready to take it off Caity Simmers this season. Down to 55 seconds. It's up to Isabella Nichols to find a 5.5. She's only had 2 waves and was incomplete in the barrel on her last effort. Just looked at a wave before, which was a 0.5. So sitting this long without a completion, she'd be feeling the sense of urgency. Lakey keeping her honest, paddling with her. Lakey looking for her 3rd appearance in the semifinals at Pipeline. And also a nice jump on the mid-season cut, which will happen at stop 7 of the year. Caroline Marks, the world champ, and a 2-time world champ, Tyler Wright, coming up next, as they've had the opportunity to assess this heat and the conditions and potentially look at other parts of the reef that might have some scoring potential. We're into the countdown here. And Lakey Peterson will now make it 3-1 in one-on-one heats over Isabella Nichols and move into her 3rd semifinal of her career here at Pipe. 4.5 and a 2 got the job done here on finals day. Coming up next, it will be Caroline Marks taking on Tyler Wright, and we'll bring in local legend and shaper John Pizell to join the conversation. The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing. It is a happy finals day, especially for Lakey Peterson and Leandra Dora. Nice high five. Sponsor requirements and love for the support. We'll be talking to Lakey in a moment as she's moved on to the semifinals. And look who we have here. Just a short walk from his house here on the North Shore. John Pizell of Pizell Surfboards.
Morning.
The waves look fun. Thanks for coming in.
Beautiful.
Driving you crazy right now?
I'll be okay. I'll be
settling in. Just talking about your relationship with Tyler Wright. She's paddling out now for quarter 2.
Yeah.
Talk about meeting her, the relationship you've had making her boards last few years.
Yeah, she had a long-term relationship with Matt Biolis and like rode his boards for a long time, and then she went off. She got sick. Like she was off tour and wasn't surfing much, and I think I haven't talked to her specifically about exactly the dynamics of all that, but I think really what happened with her is that she just kind of came back and felt like making some sort of a change. And I think physically she was like, I think she was stronger. I think she had changed a little bit, and then maybe she just wanted to kind of just make some changes for boards and just try stuff. And she came to me, and she was trying everybody's boards. It wasn't just me. And she came to me. She was working with Micro, with Glenn, and I just made her 4 boards. And it was when she got the wild card, I think, to the Honolulu Bay contest. And so I made her 4 boards. I just kind of went kind of across the spectrum of like kind of some basic models, and they kind of all clicked with her. It was really cool. It was like Micro was calling me like super excited, and yeah, it was nice. It was cool. She just kind of clicked right on it, and then she ended up getting second in that contest, surfing really well, and that was it. And I've known Tyler since she was about 14. We met the Wright family. We spend the summers down in Bali usually, and they same thing with them. And so I met like Mikey and Tyler and their dad and all these, hung out with them a lot down there when they were younger. And so it was kind of like, it wasn't like this, I'd already knew her for a long time, you know? And so it felt really good. And I get along with her really well. I like Tyler a lot. My wife likes Tyler and her whole family. And so it's pretty cool.
I love it. I love it.
It's nice.
John Pizell joined us for the call, and we'll be breaking down the equipment for Tyler, but we just saw an opener.
Oh, yeah.
A 1.5 from Caroline Marksflick.
Yeah, so Tyler really pushing to make Caroline pull the trigger there and fire out. That was a fast wave.
So
really
hard
fast.
backside, right?
Yeah. So when it's small like that?
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm a goofy foot, so I can totally relate to that being like nearly impossible for me, especially a 56-year-old goofy foot, but it's a little different. It keeps getting harder and harder every year.
Especially, you know, big or small, just the challenge of backhand and backdoor, and you can see that one just had such a tight spot, didn't give her move to really drive, and she went straight down to the bottom. Caroline, famous for one of the best backhands in the world when it comes to real high performance conditions, was able to use that backhand against Carissa Moore to become a world champ in 2023, and it felt like she really benefited from being a lower seed that day, you know, having nothing to lose, and just started rampaging, you know, even past Tyler Wright into Carissa Moore as Pizell picks off a set. Wow, look at this thing popping up, John. What are you seeing?
That looks good. I'm hoping for some good rights for Tyler. Yeah, it's so challenging backside. I think that if it was more open faces, that Caroline definitely has she's got such a great backside style and like such good power turns. But with tight barrels, I think it's going to be really challenging for her. Tyler's definitely, I mean, in my eyes, she has the advantage here.
Let's hear from the winner of the last heat. Lakey Peterson is with AJ.
Thanks, Joey. Lakey, what a start to the year, locking in your first semifinals. I know that he had a lot of strategy involved. What were you really leaning into to make sure you made it through to the semis?
Yeah, it kind of wasn't quite the heat I anticipated or Bella anticipated. I don't think it's firing out there. And before it started, it was like, it seemed like 1,000 waves. I had a little journal and I was taking notes how many good scores there were, and there was so many. So that heat was a bit sleepy, but that's a lot of times at Pipe. I think I've just learned over the years, like a lot of times you can win a heat with a 4 and a 2, you know, so I kind of was, after I got my little 4, I probably could have read that wave a little better. I was like, gosh, just make her need even like a 5. It's so much harder to get out there than a 3.8 or whatever. So I got the tiny little backup. And yeah, it was a shame there wasn't more opportunities. Bella's been surfing really good out here, and she puts a lot of hard work in. And I was definitely nervous coming up against her. But yeah, it feels so good to be into the semis.
We were talking about your stats here at Pipeline, all the time that you've put in. This now matching your best result here, 3rd time you've been in the semifinals, and we were talking about that before. And you're like, you know, I'm actually kind of sneaky good out here at Pipeline. How do you lean into that knowledge today?
I mean, yeah, it's crazy. I've made the semis. This is my 3rd one, so hopefully I can finally crack that final, which would be incredible. But I think it's just about competing at Pipe. I think a lot of people get caught up in just trying to get the wave of their life, which you certainly could, and hopefully that happens. But at the end of the day, like, a heat is a heat out there, and you have to compete. And sometimes that doesn't look the prettiest, but it's also what we're here trying to do. So I think that's sort of my mentality a lot of the time, and it seems to be working, so I'll keep it going.
So far, so good. See you in the next one.
Cool. Shout out to my husband back home. Thanks for packing up all my stuff for Abu Dhabi, babe. I'll see you tomorrow.
That's called teamwork right there. Thomas Allen, what a great human being. Great surfer as well. Preparing everything for his wife so she can just focus on ripping at stop number 2, which is happening quickly over in the wave system in Abu Dhabi. It's going to be fascinating to watch that. It's going to be like landing on the moon. Just this amazing technology. Salt water, so it's, I guess it feels more natural, all reports I've heard. I talked to Yago. He was like, oh yeah, the pace is great. You can actually do a full roundhouse cut back, where at Lemoore, you're just endurance fest, just trying to keep it going down the line. So I'm expecting some pretty explosive surfing at the next stop.
Everything I've seen on socials from Abu Dhabi has looked absolutely incredible. It's the absolute dream. Going there as a surfer and getting to surf something like that, you honestly feel like a Brahmin again. It makes you so excited. And I'm really actually excited for just the progression that we're going to see in the air as well from both the men and the women. I think we're going to see some pretty explosive surfing, and it's new. It's shiny.
Exactly. I mean, for John Pizell, you've got Tyler Wright going from Pite to Abu Dhabi. I just saw Yago, and he was like, I've got 40 boards here.
Yeah.
You know? Like, as we actually see a wave right here for Tyler with priority, glassy open face. Pacing herself, and she ends up going for a stall, ends up getting a nice tube right there.
Oh.
Got sucked back into it and enjoyed the ride off the bottom, attacking that section off the top, and she is looking to shut it down. What a read from the 2-time world champ.
Nice little runner.
Well, first, how'd you like the way the board looks?
Yeah, it looks good. It's funny. I was really stoked. Tyler, like during the off season, we've been talking a lot. She's been working on different boards, and she gets boards from my guys in Australia as well. So it's not just she gets boards from me here, and then she gets boards down there, and we work really closely. The guys down there do a really great job. Maddie and Dave Tarantini, Maddie Aldridge is really on it with boards for us. Like, he manages everything for me. Look at this thing. But yeah, she like really fun, huh?
Super fun, yeah. Nice section there, and it was cool flick how she was able to burn off speed and actually get sucked back in where she disappeared.
Yeah, I feel like she realized, okay, I could be way deeper here, so she's like, let's snap, let's put on the brakes, and the wave sort of just kept giving too. I mean, she's obviously dragging there as much as she can, but in my eyes, it's the best wave of the morning so far. I think that, obviously different heat, but, I think back to Lakey's 4-5, and, for me, this is better turns. She gets the finish, and better barrel too.
That thing didn't really look like much in the beginning there, and then it kind of opened up.
But being so deep in this, John, when you're watching a replay, especially when one of your team riders is on the CT, how are you watching that? What's going through your mind through every step?
I look at the boards a lot. I mean, obviously, but like, I kind of, instead of watching like her body or her arms or their, whatever, I'm watching how the board's going through the water a lot, and kind of like where it's releasing, where you see spray coming off of it in different ways, especially on replays like that. You can kind of see what part of the board is doing what. And then just I'm pretty critical of their surfing, I think, and it's nice to see. Like I was saying with her, she put on like some muscle in the off season, and so we were talking. She's like, I think I could use a little more foam on my boards, and I ended up just the same board. Like, she really likes these certain models. Like, that board is the next step, but her favorite thing she's been riding a lot is this board called the Highline, which is like our kind of all-around performance board, and she kind of wants to stick to that. She's a lot like John in a sense, where she doesn't want to overcomplicate it. She's not like, let me try 27 different models or whatever. She did try a few different things in the off season, but anyways, I went back and just kind of beefed up her boards a little bit, and I made her equivalent. I think I made her only like 11 boards here. She's not like she's a real easy team rider. Like, she's so good, but she like knows what she wants. She's not just trying to throw things out there. And yeah, look at that, a 6.7. That's or 6.17.
Yeah, well done.
Anyway, she's real easy. She likes boards that she likes. She rides boards. Like the other day in the seat, she rode the Highline, which is like not the board I would have had. My choice wouldn't have been that board. And she's like, it was a little small, or but she's just really just a little bit more volume, half a liter. And I feel like she's really surfing. Like, I noticed a difference in her surfing from last year. And I don't know if it's just strength or whatever, but I feel like it's more like even approach. And I was talking with her, and she's like, I'm just not thinking as much. Like, in a heat, I'm not like, she's a big thinker, you know? And I think that could get in the way of heats for sure. And even in free surfs, you know, if you're like really concentrating, trying to do something in particular or working on something, and it feels like when I watch her that she seems freer and like not, I don't know, just mixing things up more, and it looks really good. I was really stoked. I feel like it's kind of a little fresh Tyler, you know?
That's
cool.
really cool. And then how about the challenge of getting a quiver ready for Abu Dhabi in a completely different platform?
Yeah, it was funny. We started talking here. Like we didn't really talk about it before, and then she was here, and then she hadn't been there yet. She's like, I'm barely going to get a chance to ride waves there. Then I ran into Jordy Smith on the beach. He was surfing down the beach, and he told me he had just been there for 2 days and ridden a ton of waves and had a lot of feedback about the wave. Because I had some thoughts about it. I was thinking like maybe we should do certain things for her boards. And then what he kind of told me about how he felt about the wave really changed my thinking. And I think actually the boards she has are going to be really good. Just short, you know, you want short boards is the main thing. Like you don't want too long of a board. But he was just telling me that like you just really need to keep into the, like as soon as you go too far out in the shoulder, you lose a lot of speed. It's like you need to really stay kind of in that little power bubble. And that, so you, in his opinion, you don't want too much rocker, because I was thinking like, oh, rocker, it's a curvy little wave, you know, and he was actually thinking the opposite, and her boards that she really likes.
Just rushing this section. Tyler Wright had a nice amount of speed going into that, but she gets clipped.
Even the front side, that thing's too small, that wave. Anyways, her boards, like the Highline that she likes, has kind of a flatter tail rocker. It's made for kind of a slower, or like a less cuppy wave, even though that wave is really cuppy in Dubai, it looks like, but or Abu Dhabi, sorry. But so I think she was like, okay, I think I'm good. So I made her a couple extra ones here. I just backed it up with a few little more, you know, just so she has like a little backup. But she's really, like I said, she's really easy. She's not getting 40 boards at a time and trying to figure it out.
Well, hey, John, do you mind taking a board order right now?
Yeah.
Ross Williams, what would you like?
Oh, cool.
Oh, Roscoe.
I will take 8 boards, all different models, and I want you to experiment with the rocker, the contours, fins. Let's do it all.
We've had long talks about this. Yes.
Hey, you guys, I just wanted to hit real quick on Tyler. She's been having her way in his heat. Interesting that first wave that went down, she kind of paddled over Caroline's back and hassled her quite a bit. Caroline got the wave, but she got in her head a little bit, and that may have played a little bit into her when she fell on that first wave. Tyler dropped anchor, and she got that nice little barrel. So that's 2 little darts that Tyler threw at Caroline, and that's the difference right now in the heat. It's pretty cool.
Gosh, Ross, it's those little things, right, in between waves, and sometimes that hassling can definitely affect you.
Absolutely, yeah. I like the mellow Paizel in there. He sounds very relaxed.
Trying to be calm, Ross. I'm trying to be calm.
Hype it up, Paizel. People are falling asleep.
It's kind of early in the morning. I like to sleep in a little bit. Usually, I got up a little early, and then there's some pretty good waves going down right now down the road a little bit here, and pretty excited.
Paizel's from Rockies. Everyone go there. It's so good.
Oh my god, dude! I'm actually not gonna surf there, but it's cool.
He's
Anyways,
cruising. He's a grandpa these days. Congratulations, by the way, John.
Oh, thanks.
Wow.
Yeah. My granddaughter's name is Rocky, so I can tell you a little something.
She's beautiful.
Yeah, she's awesome. She's a treat.
Fun talking.
Spend a lot of time with her, luckily.
Yeah, that's fantastic. We're enjoying our time with John Paizel, local shaper, who's provided equipment for world champions. 13:25 left in quarterfinal number 2. Right back to see if Tyler can hang on to this lead.
That was
If you come to the North Shore of Oahu and you take a walk or a ride on the bike path, you'll probably run into John Pizell. He always rides around like he's running late, but he's got time for everybody. All the kids are going to school at Sunset Beach Elementary. It's so beautiful. Early in the morning, you can check all the surf spots down this beautiful stretch. Sandbar's been firing, pipe and backdoor off the wall. I've had some moments in the last couple of days as we see the 2023 world champ stalling on the backhand, trying to get a bit of the pit, ends up chasing. Not going to be much of a score. Now Tyler setting up, drops right in underneath it, stands up for a moment to enjoy the view, and lays down a frontside hack, but run out of room on the open face, but she will provide a backup for the 6.17. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier still hanging out with John Pizell, who's making the equipment for Tyler Wright once again this season. And I hope John's playing fantasy on WorldSurfLeague.com. All of you out there chose Katie Simmers as your power pick. Well, 59% of you get double points for that. And see what you guys were thinking there. Won it last year, still in the mix. She's got Sawyer Lindblad coming up next. Got Caroline Marks on that front page. 12%. Vic and Caroline for their Power Surfer flick.
Yeah, well, you just had to look at the forecast, right? I think it just, like, Caroline charges, but her strength for me is her forehand. But backhand is her big power surfing, her big snaps in the pocket. And let's have a look here what she got done. You can see she's just looking for that barrel. Sort of kicks on the heels there. It's a tiny little shampoo, but not what she's looking for. It's really tricky for the goofies out here today. And then behind her, Tyler takes off on this one. And bigger wave, backdoor, just, I mean, this is going to make it so much harder for Caroline now, just putting more points on the board. Unfortunately, couldn't stick that last maneuver, just such turbulent water and aerated foam, but she's making it hard right now.
So Tyler's still out front, getting a second scoring ride. I love how she was able to stand up for a moment, even though she wasn't super deep. You can see her comfort factor over the years. She got to win the first edition of this when it wasn't the full draw out here. Is the Maui continuation event that took the rest of the draw by surprise. It shifted from Maui to Pipeline, and Tyler was able to adapt on the fly. Some surfers in the mix had never even paddled out at Pipe before, and it's crazy to see the evolution in a short period of time on how quickly the women are getting better and better with all these reps and practice, and especially with the specialty events happening where they can have priority for a moment and pick the waves they want. It's been fascinating to watch.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love watching women surfing. I mean, I always have, but especially now, it's like everything's just kind of ramping up. It's pretty exciting stuff. And there's all these young kids coming on. It's interesting what Ross was saying about like Tyler's maneuvering in the lineup, and that's one thing. Like Tyler's one of the sharpest competitors I've ever seen. Like she's so gnarly, and like John's really gnarly, and you know, a lot of ways. He's obviously, but she just has like, she really thinks things through, and it's wild how, and she's so calm. Like she's been in so many heats that it's just like, it's not like, oh, I'm going in a heat. She's just like, okay, this is what I do. Like I'm going out there and doing my job, and it's like, it's pretty radical. And so I think the culmination of that mentality and like that kind of just she's been competing her whole life. And then now with like what she was saying to me, and I don't know if that's how she's feeling right now, but just like not thinking about it too much. Like having that already in there, her foundation, and then kind of like letting it go a little bit too, I think it's pretty awesome. I feel like she's going to have a really good year this year.
Yeah, I just have to agree with you. As someone who grew up surfing against her,
she's not really right.
Honestly, it's like she has a rule book for every scenario that plays out. And she's like, okay, this is happening, this scenario, this is what I do.
Exactly.
And it literally, I've just watched it my whole life and been like, wow, she is one of the best competitors.
It's crazy, yeah. Working with her, I've learned so much. I was like, wow, you're just so gnarly. She's the gnarliest, right? For sure, you know? And like Owen was gnarly, Mikey's gnarly, like she's the gnarliest one.
Yeah. Well, John, you always talk about how much you learn from the people you work with. I mean, specifically John Florence, who put on a show yesterday. I know it was tough for you watching him go down in that heat, but let's watch some of the highlights. Almost getting a 10 at backdoor. Barron got the 10 going left. What'd you see in this performance, John?
It was beautiful. The waves were so good yesterday. It was crazy. And like these guys were so excited, like straight up just excited to be. I know Barron felt the same. Like we're gonna go surf Pipeline, just firing. And
what is he riding here?
He was riding a 6.4 next step. it's like Tyler's riding probably a 5'11" next step right now, maybe a 5'10", and he's on a 6'4". You know, he loves that ghost, he loves that board, but the next step's like a little bit more pulled in nose, so it's a little less catchy in bigger waves like this, hollow waves, and that's kind of his go-to. But yeah, it was amazing watching. It wasn't the result I was hoping he was going to get, but like this wave was insane. Are you kidding me?
Unbelievable how big that wave was and how much he was hustling to be as deep as he could. And he also pulled out at the right time when it clamped. He just has such a crazy instinct.
Yeah, it was insane. And it was just firing. It was crazy yesterday.
And yeah, did you catch up with him after that performance?
Yeah, and he's you know, he wasn't stoked, but he wasn't, you know, John's a pro. He's been through so much stuff. He doesn't get like heartbroken over that stuff. You know, he washes off pretty quick. And
do you think you're going to be more busy now that he's creating his own year this year, or just as busy as if he was competing for the world title?
I think he tends to get more creative when he's not worried about winning a heat, and so that makes me work more. Where I get these phone calls, I start getting phone calls instead of just like, okay, I need more of these boards that I already know. Now it's like, hey, I have an idea. Like I get a lot of that. I have this idea, and I just go, okay, let's see what we can do. So, yeah, okay. It's pretty cool though. Like it's funny. I always have to remind myself like how lucky I am. Like, oh, I got this guy that like has all these great thoughts. He has all these good ideas, but it's always like, okay, you're gonna push me, you know. But I have to remember to be like, I'm lucky to be getting pushed, you know, which is really cool for me. Sometimes I'm like, okay. Yes, he'll go off like, let's really go super far over this direction. I'm just like, I don't think that's gonna work, you know, but I will indulge you, of course. I'm making some guns right now, like big wave boards, like 9.0s and that size for him and Nathan to try. That they had these ideas, and I had to order special blanks because you can't even make what they want to make out of like a regular blank. And so I'm building that stuff for them right now, which is really fun. And then it's like, oh, I got like the two best, like Nathan's the best big wave rider around right now, and John is actually right there with him too. So I'm like, oh, this is pretty cool. Like, not sure if this is gonna be great, but I'll do it. You guys go take him out for a spin, you know, which is really cool. So if it does, when stuff like that hits and works, it's awesome. But there's definitely like a few little side projects that don't really make it to the main set, you know.
I love that, man. And I always love your story, John, as well, of learning a ton from Bushman here on the North Shore, but also how about your influence with Matt Moore.
Yeah, I had to wear my MM shirt today. Yeah, Matt was a really big guy for me when I was young. He just I wasn't shaping at the time, and I didn't really. It wasn't so much that, but he shaped all my boards. I watched him shape all my boards, which was cool. This was like hand shaping, and I literally watched him shape every board of mine from when I was 13 to like 18, which was super sick. And he just was such a good person. Like I actually was in Santa Barbara last week and like barbecued with him and hang out with him and his daughter. And he was a big influence on me as far as like just like lifestyle, where he's a surfer, he shaped, and just everything was like all connected. And for me, that's kind of how I've luckily been able to kind of live my life too, which is really cool. But I just saw that, I'm like, oh, this guy's got it figured out pretty good. Like he's not missing waves. He's gonna go to work when he wants to work, and if the waves get good, he's gonna go surf, and like he's got a good family he's really close with and everybody. And so I've been lucky to have kind of my life's kind of panned out that way too.
That is so cool. Yeah, if you ever surf Rincon or in that region, you'll see a lot of Matt Moores in the water. So the seed planted there, heading to the North Shore of Oahu. I love that letter you wrote to your dad where you're like, hang on, I think I have something here. I actually love ding repair, you know, starting as simply as that. And look where you're sitting
start
today.
Somewhere. You got to work your way up. Back then, at least. It's a little different now, maybe. But and then Bushman, like over here, I got really lucky to meet Bushman through my friends that were from Ventura, that he used to live in Ventura, Caity. And Bushman just was such a guru guy and just like so generous and so like shapers are kind of notoriously like secretive, and Bushman's kind of, at least with me in particular, he was really the opposite and just really giving and like here's my let me open up this book of rockers. This was still like when I was hand shaping, and he was giving me numbers, you know, which you don't get that. You're like, most guys are going to make you work for it. And like, go measure this board if you want to try to copy this or whatever you want to do, or learning how to do stuff. So he was just like a really generous person and still such a good friend. And same thing, like his family's awesome. His life was like that too. And so I guess I gravitate towards those kind of people.
And now Grandpa's together. I love it.
Yeah, he's a grandpa, I'm a grandpa. Yeah, it's awesome.
Stoked, John. 90 seconds on the clock here. Caity Simmers, you saw her running down, looking to defend her event title, looking to defend her world title. And she takes on her good friend, Rookie of the Year last year, Sawyer Lindblad in quarterfinal number 3. Minute 10 on the clock. Tyler's been holding court here, 5.67 and a 6.17. And Caroline's best wave just that 2.0. Caroline does have priority, but it'd be a big score, a 9.84 to turn it with 55 seconds flick.
Yeah, it's a tough score. I mean, it's nearing a 10, right? That's perfection. And 50 seconds, it's like doable, but can I see lines coming? It doesn't really look like it to me. So, for me, Tyler's just sort of put on a clinic from just how competitively savvy she was at the beginning there, just really paddling around the back with Caroline and making her think about it and really work for it. And I think that's sort of gotten her head. But it is slow today, and I think you really have to be on those best ones when they come through.
If this was yesterday, I think Caroline would have had a really good chance at least a shot at winning the heat for sure. There's so many good lefts, and that would have been something for her that would have helped her out. But today is just like almost impossible to really, I mean, I don't want to say that to the next heats coming up that are goofy foots, but it's going to be tough.
I remember talking to Mark Healy years ago. He's like, I could look at the draw of a pipe event over the years, and I can tell you what the waves were doing. Just
totally.
Like, when it's like a goofy foot chopping block. Small running rights. But how about that? Tyler Wright into the semifinals. She'll be surfing with Lakey Peterson later on today on finals day. Caity Simmers, Sawyer Lindblad coming up next. Thanks so much, John Pizell.
Thanks, you guys.
All your
awesome.
time.
It worked out too. I'm glad I didn't sit here and watch my girl lose.
Yeah, got the job done, and now you could go surf if you want. I know how painful that was to get the call.
Yeah, I'm stoked. It's going to be a good day.
Yeah, Pizell Surfboards in the running for a potential pipe title this year with Tyler Wright looking strong. Caity Simmers, Sawyer Lindblad coming up next. We'll bring in Kaipo for the call.
This is kind of the day, I reckon, where the next generation is going to be like, yeah, this is our tour now.
Caitlin Simmers at back door. Ho-ho! Simmering, boiling on the stove and coming out. Wow.
I was terrified out there, but I'm glad I got some.
Here goes Betty Lou.
Dropping in, pipeline barrel, pulls in, under the hook, spat out.
Molly putting her head down, grabs the rail of the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
Best day the women's ever came up. 100% crazy.
And we are back at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Beautiful day on the North Shore of Oahu. Welcome to Finals Day. Hope you're enjoying the show. Kuiper Girl, along with the Queen of Pipeline, Moana Jones-Wong, and former Triple Crown winner, Jessie Mendez. Lot of rippers on the set, brah. What do you think? It's so good to have you here, Moana.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. I'm excited to be here, excited to watch finals day.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you'd want to be in first choice to be in the water. Second choice, you get to talk about surfing right here. But yeah, you're the queen of pipeline, so thank you for having us here.
Thanks, guys.
What do you think? I mean, it's a challenging day, right? It was epic day yesterday, and I think about you, Moana, yesterday, what you would have done out there. But now it's a whole new set of challenges and a whole new set of opportunities. And we have a rematch from the Rio final last year with two good friends, two teenagers, Caity Simmers up against Sawyer Lindblad. And look at Caity Simmers already getting going here, Jesse Mendez.
I'm actually very surprised. Like, I thought there wasn't going to be many lefts ridden today, and that was a decent little left. Like, she somehow found a corner. Obviously, Moana would know better than me, but when it gets a little bit smaller, that pipe starts to get a little bit hard to find that open and exit. And she actually was able to identify that, and on her backhand too, which is very impressive. So good for her. Great start. Good way to warm up and start your day off with the Barrowhead pipeline.
Yeah, that looks like a sneaky little left right there. I would have been all over that, and Caity was also, and she was pretty deep. I think that's going to be a really good score for today.
Yeah, Caity Simmers, our defending world champ, or defending event champ, was 19 years old, out of Oceanside, California, bringing that kind of surfing here.
I almost feel like because Sawyer is a goofy footer, Caity probably was doing some strategical maneuvers there, and they were probably sitting in position to go on the left, just in case the left did come, which it did, so she kept her off.
I'm totally with you, and I also think Sawyer was probably doing the same thing. As like, hey, I need to kind of maximize the opportunities. There's like, I'm not going to give that first right away to Caitlin, but it worked out in Caitlin's favor that the random left showed up today, because there's not many out there.
No, there is not many out there. Compared to yesterday, like, you would never imagine that the waves would look like this right now from what we saw yesterday. Yesterday was just like scary, gnarly, like the pretty much the most gnarliest pipeline and backdoor I saw all winter.
Wow, that's a lot coming from you, Moana. Another guy who's pretty familiar, and he's actually out in the water, is Ross Williams. Ross, you got a picture, you had a vision of what happened at the beginning of that heat. What went on?
Yeah, Kaipo. Pretty cool. Sawyer, I would say, is one of the feistiest women on tour. She's coached by Jake Patterson. She's got a lot of strategy, and she's not afraid to hassle. And that's exactly what they did at the start of that heat. Sawyer was kind of holding ground deepest on the peak. But then Caity, being Caity, she kind of found a sneaky little left. And that's that weird little Tom Curran aura that Caity possesses. She knows how to get around all that little chess match. But interesting there, pretty feisty start there.
And we got Waz on the sand. Strider, what do you got?
You know what? Starting out this heat today, we heard Caity Simmers' name over and over and over again. She got down to the beach probably 2 minutes before the heat started. I think that was a little art of war. You know, you're sitting in the water waiting for your opponent. All you hear is Caity Simmers' name over and over and over again. Then it gets locked into your head. And then you think, okay, you know, you kind of build up more of, you know, tension in your mind than ever. I think Kelly Slater used to do that all the time. He used to show up late. Everybody was hearing his name, and then he would go out and attack. So I think it's working out right now for Caity Simmers.
You're right, Strider. And I like that you're quoting Sun Tzu with the art of war. And Caity Simmers just backed it up with a right-hander, so she's going to put a lot of pressure on her good friend, Sawyer Lindblad. Caity Simmers' first wave, the left, locks in at a 7-point ride, waiting for second wave for Simmers. And I feel Sawyer Lindblad will be in a soft combination once that score drops in, Jesse.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Kipes. This is a beautiful wave from her. It just gets a little bit too tight right there, and she has to muscle through that section and kind of doggy door. But she did as much as she could, and I think in the situation of the heat that we have in front of us right now, she kind of needs to do that. 7-point ride is not a small score today. We have completely different conditions than yesterday, much slower, much smaller, so they're kind of going to have to squeeze through barrels and make it happen, and that's what she's doing right now.
Yep, and as predicted, Sawyer Lindblad, holding on to priority, is in a soft combination, needs 2 waves of 11.17. This size of pipeline, Moana, do you surf this wave when it's like this?
I actually do. I actually love surfing small pipeline and backdoor because, you know, you're not feeling like you're about to die at any moment. You can actually relax and enjoy the rides. And yeah, I mean, pipe and backdoor is super rippable when it's like this size, and there's fun little barrels.
Yeah, and do you, I mean, hey, people are listening right now, do you have any kind of advice as far as lineups out there when it's this size?
I think like every surfer will never give out their lineups.
Yes, I was trying to get out of you.
Sorry.
It's okay. I wasn't expecting you to
Hey,
give your lineups.
but you know what's the funny thing about it? No matter how much she mentions the lineup, you have to figure it out yourself.
Yeah.
You do. You really do. Oh, here's Sawyer.
Sawyer on the backhand,
that
tucks through. Oh. Yeah. Difficult, though, and I'm going to go to you, Moana. Well, let's go for live action first. Caity pulls in, and that's just going to be a closeout. Hopefully that Borscht design board stays in one piece. So I was going to ask you, as a goofy foot, smaller backdoor, that's a challenging for a goofy foot right now, isn't it?
I feel like it is just because backdoor is so different than pipe. You know, when you drop into pipe, it's going to either barrel at the start or it's just never going to barrel at all. And backdoor, sometimes it will chandelier, and then you have to get around that section and then stall, or you pull in and then you're locked in already. But it's just like always changing out at backdoor, and it feels like it grows and it decreases in size. So it's really challenging on your backside.
Yeah, I agree with you. Hey, let's take a look at this replay, Jesse, from the water with Caity Simmers.
That's a beautiful wave, but you can just see it stretching out probably about 100 feet in front of her. Just beautiful style. She goes through as far as she can, but there's that ain't section, which it drops that chandelier that we saw on the screen right there, that part of whitewash that goes through and just going way too far of her.
Well, let's hear from the last heat winner. Tyler Wright is on to the semifinals.
Thanks, Kaipo. Tyler, what a way to start off our finals day. You got that 6.17 to start off your heat. Had a little bit of scrap at the beginning with Caroline. How quickly did you want to establish just some dominance, some authority out in that heat?
Yeah, well, she won the start. That wave was like a 9 if she made it out. And yeah, I had to settle back down after that, and then just found one. And I probably, it probably had more in it. And then, yeah, and then he played out kind of the rest of the way. It was okay, like smart, just trying to find opportunities while he did establish the 6. I do understand that it's very tricky out there on your back end right now if you're not capitalizing on those occasional pipe ones. So, yeah.
You got a second here in 2023, on to the semifinals here today. How are you approaching this finals day?
You know, like, I don't know. I'm not to be, it's just, there's no real thoughts that go into it in the sense of like approach. It's just one heat, adjust, make the adjustments, next heat, you know, I'll make a few adjustments from that heat. There is, you know, the swell, like it's there, but it's also like not as, like it's not hitting as hard, like, and so, you know, just watching that and watching whether we need to jump down in size, in equipment, and yeah, try and eat a little bit of food and those sorts of things. But yeah, take a couple of deep breaths, reset.
Sounds good. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah. Tyler Wright will be in semifinal number 1 with Lakey Peterson, which is actually, we've been talking so much, you guys, about the next generation, the new guard. Oh, it's going to be exciting. There's a whole new guard coming in women's professional surfing. But guess what? Semifinal number 1 here at Pipe. 2 veterans of the tour, Jesse.
Yeah, that's going to be an exciting one to watch. They probably had so many matches, head-to-head matches before, and I don't know if this is the first one here at Pipeline and Backdoor, but it's on a day like today, both specialists going right, and it's going to be an exciting match to watch.
Yeah, it will. Let's take a look at the head-to-head career matchups for Caity Simmers. She's got 2 on Sawyer Lindblad, 24 in the Rio final. We talked about that, and also 24 at Sunset. Caity took the win. Sawyer Lindblad, she took a W over Caity Simmers. That would have been in Tahiti just last year. So Sawyer Lindblad looking to even up the standings between the two, but you can look at the average heat score when you look at this head-to-head, Jesse. Way on the side of Caity Simmers when we look at the analytics.
And mostly when you see like the heat wins, it's pretty even match right there. But yeah, definitely a good point that you noticed. Caitlin performing a little bit more on the wins she got.
Cruise in, tuck in the barrel, looking so casual. Caity Simmers yanks on the rail of that Borscht design for down carve, beautiful down carve, and she will increase her lead over Sawyer Lindblad. What's your thoughts on that last wave, Moana?
Wow, that was a really good wave. Caity is playing a really smart heat out there. She's staying busy, and she's pretty much just not letting anything slip by.
Yeah, look at this, Jesse, on the replay.
That's a tall wave. That's one of the biggest waves I've probably seen all morning. Just beautiful rhythm, maximize as much as you could, and just to top it off, that beautiful hand railed grab carve right there. That was very clutch, and just she feels so relaxed. Look at that. She's 10 stall on the board. Like, she's just cruising, let the board do the work, and that's the type of surfer she is. Like, that's why Ross mentioned so much. There's that Tom Curran kind of vibe in her surfing, and it's so natural for her. It's pleasing to watch.
Yeah, and just an extra down carve as well. And wave, look at this again. 5-3, Caity Simmers, easily double overhead Moana.
Yeah, that was a set wave for today. I think she didn't get super deep because that wave wasn't offering, you know, like that long section in front of her. It kind of chandeliered, and she had to pump around it and then stall into it. So I don't know if that score is going to get super, super high. I think she's going to get a better one towards the end of this heat. I know she's looking for that super long wave. She's not satisfied yet.
And run up the beach, let's listen in and see if we can hear any kind of chatter. Well,
inside 15 minutes remaining. We're standing by for last score of yellow. It's coming in now.
Hey guys, there's Caity Simmers running along the shore. Give her a round of applause right there. We've got a score coming in. It's going to be even
and the score has come in for Caitlin Simmers at a 7.5. So what was a soft combo for Sawyer Lindblad has now turned into a hard combination. Sawyer Lindblad needs 2 waves, 14.5 to take the lead, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's not easy on a day like today, 14 minutes to go. We actually have seen a lot of waves ridden in this heat so far, so they kind of had a good post. Sawyer had that 1-point ride, which I thought was a missed opportunity because that wave ran very nicely and looked pretty open. She kind of low-lined a little bit too much and got lipped in the head as she was pulling in. So, I don't know. We might go through, hopefully he keeps posting throughout this heat so they can have more opportunities, but hey, you know how the ocean is. It like goes through periods of a lot of waves and slow itself down. So let's see what's going to happen in this last one.
Speaking of the ocean, let's go out to the ocean with Ross Williams. What do you got, Ross?
Kaipo, I just wanted to hit on style real quick, and kind of what Caity possesses is, in my opinion, one of the better styles I've seen on the surfing tour for many, many years. And that's why I always reference Tom Curran, because myself and Kelly and Shane and Taylor Knox and all that whole generation, all we did was burn film on our VCRs all day long watching Tom Curran because he had the best style, because he was so casual, because he'd be in these like pressure-packed moments competing and just looking like butter. And Caity really possesses that. Even in that one barrel that she didn't make, I was duck diving looking at her, and she was just perfectly poised. Like her knees, her elbows, everything was really relaxed and chill, and it's really silky smooth looking. And on top of that, she performs. She does big airs. She drops in late on big waves. She makes it look way too easy, and that's one of the things that makes her style so good.
I love it, and I agree, Ross. You know, style not being in the actual criteria, but as surfers, we all know style matters.
We appreciate.
Yeah, style matters. What style mean to you, Moana?
I mean, I think style is something that you just possess, you have. And I feel like that's something that you can't really learn from anybody. You can't really like get coached and like, you know, obtain a certain type of style. Your style sticks with you from when you're a Grom, you know, and I have the same style I've had when I was since I was a Grom, and I feel like most of these girls here and men, like Barron, for example, I grew up surfing with Barron every day. He still has like the same style, and it's unique to all of us. And I think that's what makes you know, surfing so special. Is everyone does it a little bit different.
Yeah, everyone, and it's almost like dancing, yeah? Everyone dances a little bit different. We're going to two-step over right now to a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be back with more action. Right now, Caity Simmers in control. She's got Sawyer Lindblad in a combination.
How do you eliminate pressure and expectations and all the head noise that comes with it?
We are not from the surf industry.
She has a very cool, calm exterior, but she internalizes.
Drive is a big word. I think from being a single mom, he carries that weight with him.
Surfing's so hard to win a contest, win a heat, win a world title. He's a little bit tortured by it, like almost destiny.
He wants to put on a show. He wants to surf his best. He wants to do it for himself. He wants to do it for the fans.
He sees things differently to everyone else.
A lot of sacrifices for sure.
There's a ton of pressure. But a ride that's only just beginning, it feels like.
Yeah, season 3 from YETI premiering this year. By the way, yesterday we gave away 2 YETI 110 coolers for 10s out here at Pipeline. Love to give away some more. Those YETI coolers filled with all kinds of YETI merch. And you know, YETI keeps your cool, and your warm. I still got ice in my YETI tumbler from 3 days ago. Still icing it. Kuiper Girl, along with the queen of Pipeline, Moana Jones-Wong, and Jessie Mendez on the call here as we zoom in to live with Caity Simmers with a 14.5 two-wave total, which is the highest heat total so far this year for the women.
We can see on the screen right there on that other shot we had behind the girls towards the beach that rip from the very first day, sorry, the second day that we have a competition, starting to creep in a little bit again. And that's all because all that energy from the northwest swell, it's dissipating. And we still do have some sand here and that channel going through. And every once in a while, we're going to see that rip go through the lineup today. And it's going to get a little messy, a little bit funkier, a little harder to ride. You see it right to the left of the girls right there. You can see that water coming out, and that's a little bit of trouble. And once that goes through the lineup, it's going to make things a little uneven and harder to to define.
Yeah. Well, we got a guy out in the field right now. Strider Wazalewski's on the beach. What do you got from you, Waz?
I am on the beach. I'm on the beach with a bunch of people hanging out on a beautiful day here at Pipeline, watching waves, and actually sitting right next to, their favorite athletes. You think about, other sports and basketball, and everybody's got locker rooms. You can't even get close to these guys. Yet here on the beach, you can sit down right next to your favorite athlete and just show up, and you can paddle out off the wall and sit basically courtside. And it's an interesting little look into what you can get away with here as a surfer and watching your favorite surfer as Brisa's going to walk down the beach in between the whole crowd, and it's just a great vibe and a great energy and a really cool aspect to pro surfing. You can be right there, say hi, high five, and surf with them. It's like going out on the court playing basketball with them. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, thanks for keeping the vibes up, Strider Wazalewski on the beach. Moana, do you look at the forecast much? Do you track all these waves? Do you know what's in store for us today?
I do look at the forecast a lot. First thing in the morning when I wake up, right before I go to sleep, I check a lot of different forecasts.
Check the buoys.
Check the buoys a lot. That's usually my number one thing is the buoy, because that is real live data that's happening, and I can see the swell direction, I can see the wind direction, I can see how much what the period is, the interval, and the height. So today it looked like it was turning a lot more north. Our buoy off of Waimea is unfortunately broken right now, which sucks because I love to watch the buoys. But yeah, so that buoy's not going off right now. So I'm looking at the Honolulu buoy on Kauai, and it seems like the swell is definitely way down than yesterday, and it's turned more north. We're supposed to be seeing later this afternoon possibly a little pulse from the northwest, but I don't know if that actually hit the buoy yet. I gotta go check. I was running down here to get on the broadcast, so I didn't get to check out my normal buoy schedule.
And those are the buoys that obviously are a little bit out to sea, and it takes usually a few hours, like for them to get here, the swell. But it's something like she mentioned, it's live. You know what's in front of you and what you expect.
How cool is Moana's forecast right there? That was like full weather channel. That was really well done, Moana. Hey, let's check out our CT by the numbers. And what we're looking at, the numbers-wise, is we're looking at combination heat wins from 2024 in head-to-head heats only. Caity Simmers, there, she's doing it again right now. She did it 3 times, Moana, back in 2024, top the list.
Yeah, Caity is kind of looking unbeatable. She's definitely in the rhythm of the ocean. She has 5 waves right now. Sawyer has only caught 1 wave. It seems like the ocean has gotten a little quiet. Like Jesse was saying, that rip current was going through the lineup. And when that happens, you kind of have to wait for at least 5 minutes for that to clear up to be able to even ride a wave and get a score. So I don't know if there's going to be enough time for Sawyer to break that combination. There's only about 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I don't think so. And Caity's looking on point. The highest heat total so far this year for Caity Simmers. Maybe she's on her way to back-to-back pipe victories. She would be the first woman to do so, and she would add to a list. She would add her name to a list of back-to-back winners here at Pipeline. The list starts back in 1976. Rory Russell went back-to-back. Then the Australian Larry Blair went back-to-back. In the 90s, Tom Carroll went back-to-back. Of course, Kelly Slater, he went back-to-back-to-back here. And the late, great Andy Irons is also on that list with back-to-back pipe victories. So this would be huge for Caity Simmers to be the first woman to go back-to-back with pipe victories.
Yeah, and I mean, she's the one to beat on a day like today. I mean, any day out here, obviously at Pipeline and Backdoor, but today looks just one of those Caitlin days, She seems like she's relaxed as usual. She's in good rhythm, which is very important. Sometimes you have someone serve such a good event throughout the whole period of the event, and once she gets to the finals day, something clicks off, and that's not how she feels today. It seems like she's kind of in the right waves, doing the right decisions, that she can carry that into the semifinals and finals today.
Yeah, this is a good signs for Caity Simmers fans of what we're seeing right now in this quarterfinal number 3 for the women. She's got it wrapped up, basically. So this is just about the clock ticking down. Oh, there we are. Piper Girl, Moana Jones-Wong, Jessie Mendez, and we got to just discuss how Sawyer's going to close out this heat. Good start, though, for second year on the tour, Sawyer Lindblad. And walking away with the equal 5th, Jesse, is a nice start to 2025 for the San Clemente Surf.
For sure. On the women's side, that 5th place starts to get pretty decent. If you're looking, obviously, at making the top 5, this might fall a little short sometimes, but it could be a good backup. Obviously, you want to start as good as you can, but that's not a bad start for her. And getting the yellow jersey is never easy to beat, and mostly a long-time rival. So makes it even extra spicy right there. So
yeah, and I feel like only with like Sawyer and Caity, it's a rivalry, but it's like just crazy friendship because they've been surfing together, Moana, since they were just 9, 10 years old, the little Menahuni divisions.
I'm sure they've pushed each other to the places they are right now, and I think Sawyer knows what she needs to do to take out Caity, and that's why she's been so selective, because she's looking for the best waves, and those waves just haven't really been coming. This heat was a little bit slow, and Sawyer's an amazing surfer. I saw her get a crazy ride at Chopes last season.
Wasn't that
during
crazy?
that CT event over there, and she just free fell from the top and just held on and just got I think it was a 10-point ride.
Yeah, it was
crazy.
Incredible.
And just adaptation, yeah. Like remember last year, she has her first ever barrel to backdoor on a heat on a jersey, and then at Chopu, same thing.
Yeah,
9.93 as her first proper barrel ever at Chopu.
So isn't that crazy with the progression where you're progressing and meeting milestones in your own personal surfing, and you're doing it in a jersey with 7 action cameras on you at the same time?
That's intense, and I'm sure Sawyer is going to come back stronger next year. She's probably learned so much from this event, and although time is running out, Sawyer has a lot of potential in like these type of waves, and I think she has Caity to push her as well.
Yeah, that's right. So Sawyer Lindblad taking this wave in and likely going to make a fast pack to head over to stop number 2 for the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Meanwhile, Caity Simmers got to stick around because she's in the semifinals. She'll be in semifinal number 2, Caity Simmers, with an impressive heat total for this quarterfinal, 14.5. Who will Caity face in the semifinals? We're going to find out when we return. Quarterfinal 4 will be in the water. Back to 2022, where Moana Jones-Wong went from wild card to winner here at Pipeline with a tremendous performance, setting the bar for women's surfing at the world's most dangerous and famous break, the Bonsai Pipeline. Moana getting piped over and over again, claiming the title of Queen of Pipeline. And guess what? She's right here with me, and I got the chicken skin going right here, Moana. What?
That was some great memories. Yeah, when I did that competition, that was the first competition I did in 6 years. So I was just like mind blown. Like, how am I here right now? Like, this is the craziest turn of events. Because, okay, so actually the first one I did was the HIC Pro. That's what qualified me to getting that wild card. But yeah, within 6 years, I didn't put on a jersey. I didn't do anything. So when I showed up and that's what happened, it was like too good to be true.
Yeah, a lot of groundbreaking for you in that HIC event, the HIC Pro. I think you went on status saying that you never go right out here. You actually got a backdoor barrel.
That was my first backdoor barrel.
Yeah, and you did it in Jersey.
Yes.
Wow.
That was good times.
Good times. Beating the world's best, Moana Jones-Wong. Speaking of the world's best, we got a couple of the world's best women surfers in this quarterfinal number 4. Brisa Hennessy up against Molly Picklum. Jesse Mendez, what do you think about this matchup?
This is a pretty even match. Obviously, in my opinion, Molly having proven a little bit more to us in these conditions. She's already proven to us a few years back how good she is at pipeline and backdoor. Not scared to swing on anything above 8-foot faces, and I'm excited to see what's today. Obviously a way smaller day, so I think it evens out the playing field a little bit more with Brisa. Brisa is a very good tube rider and an amazing power surfer as well, and today we've seen a little bit of turns as well, getting in the combination, so it's going to be an interesting to see how it's going to play out. And I think today the strategy is really going to make a strong difference. Like, you need to be patient and make sure you swing in the right waves, because we've seen very slow heats. To their advantage, the last 15 minutes of the previous heat was pretty slow, so most likely we're going to see a little bit of improvement on the beginning of this heat.
Waves coming through here, open priority between the two of them, and we'll see if someone swings on this one. Let's go to Ross Williams in the water. Ross.
Just another little update from the water. So obviously pre-heat, there's no priority. At the beginning of the heat, they start off neutral, and that always leads to hassling. And that leads to both the surfers starting out of the lineup because they're trying to get that inside position. It happened in the last heat, it happened in the heat before, it's happening right now. Brisa and Molly, both super crafty, sassy, feisty competitors, and they're missing some waves. There's been 3 or 4 really nice little barrels over here at the Ains Bowl. So I vote for a coin flip at the beginning of the heat for priority. Something to get the competitors back in the lineup.
I like it. Maybe we can look at that for 2026, Ross Williams. Good suggestion. Let's hear from the last winner and our defending champ. Caity Simmers is up against the glass with AJ.
Well, Kaipo, leave it to Caity. On a day when barrels are not the easiest to find, Caity, you managed to snag a couple, including one going left. Walk me through what you saw on that wave.
Yeah, I don't know, kind of just, it happens because I love surfing. I think that's the only reason.
Love surfing, love getting barreled, particularly here at Pipeline. So on another finals day for you, you were here last year, had some really amazing moments. Just what's going through your head today?
Yeah, I feel like there's always so much that goes through my head. I kind of overwhelmed right now a little bit. So just try to listen to some music and calm down and then go hopefully get barreled again. I'm hoping gets more barrels, but I freaking love Sawyer. She's like one of my homies, so. Yeah, I mean, it sucks to have heat against her, but it's also really fun because we can laugh about it because the amount of times she's freaking schooled me is ridiculous, and people don't know it probably because it's like on the WSL, like we're probably pretty even on wins, but she used to beat me every time, so I'm happy. I've still got some catching up to do, so yeah.
Well, today certainly takes a step in that direction. What's the music you're going to be putting on to get ready for the semis?
I don't know. There's various things. Probably some calmer music. I don't know. Just like
report back.
Yeah, I'll report back.
All right. Thanks so much, Caity. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Seems pretty calm to me. Caity Simmers on her way, containing herself with some brilliant surfing. And we talked about that. Good friends and competing against each other since probably like the Menehune or girls division in the amateur ranks, and still here at the very best, top of the heat now, the World Surf League Championship Tour. Well, we talked about open priority, and we talked about hassling. And now we're talking about a clock that is running down because Brisa Hennessy and Molly Picklum continue to play counter attack out there between each of them, weaving in and out of the lineup. Let's take a look at our head-to-head matchups between these two. It's all even, 2 apiece. Molly took a win at Sunset in 24 over Brisa, took a win in 23 at Sunset over Brisa. Brisa, she beat Molly at Margaret River in 24, and 2022, Brisa took a win over Molly at Sunset. Average heat score, similar, but the maximum heat score figuring into Molly's favor there, Jesse.
Yeah, just outperforming her by that, but it's pretty even playing field overall, and obviously on the max wave score as well, a little bit higher, but not by much, about a little over a point. So we should have a great match, at least in paper, you know. Let's see what the ocean's gonna do for us in this next 21 minutes, because it's been pretty slow the last 20 minutes of the event so far.
Yeah, it has, but we're still waiting. It's gonna be a 20-minute heat, so we also have our Pacifico fan picks. So thank you, Pacifico, for our Pacifico fan picks. 68% of you picked Molly Picklum to win this quarterfinal. You can participate too. Go to worldsurfleague.com, go to the bracketed heats, pick your surfer, and we will put together all that data and report back to you with our Pacifico fan picks. Thank you, Pacifico. Well, Moana, it's 21 minutes remaining, and I think you've surfed a lot of amateur events and stuff. I think the whole strategy changes right now when it goes from a half-hour heat to a 20-minute.
Yeah, I mean, when the heat starts and you have 30 minutes, you feel like you have, you know, all the time in the world. And then it's crazy what just 10 minutes without catching the wave does to you.
Yeah.
You know, these girls are probably out there starting to kind of panic, you know? I would be panicked if I was them. I'd be like, oh no. There's hardly any waves out here, and the waves that did come through, we were kind of, what Ross was saying, they were hassling each other, and we're a bit out of position for those waves that came through. So you don't know, you know, how many other waves are going to come through that's going to offer you a significant score.
And why do they start to panic, like what Moana was just mentioning? Because you already have very little room for mistakes, and the last time you have on the clock, less margin you have to commit those mistakes. So it adds pressure for you to make your decisions, and it looks like they might have a look right now. They just kind of paddle, but that wave wasn't good in any means. They were probably trying to sell each other or something.
That was like
wave was not
no
good.
more than a 2-point ride right there. And, you know, at a wave like pipe and backdoor, it matters what wave you stand up on. If you're at a beach break or you're like, you know, in some other type of wave, you can kind of just roll the dice and get a score as long as it's like, you know, a head-high wave. But at pipe and backdoor, it's like wave quality and selecting the correct wave is crucial.
And it looks like Brisa is up and riding.
All right, so Brisa's going to get the first ride, and she's going to hand over priority now to Molly Picklum, who's going to be a lot more comfortable knowing, hey, I got priority, Moana, and she's got time on the clock. And I feel with 19 minutes that just one good wave is going to be the difference in this heat. What do you think?
I think so. I think Brisa just made a really big mistake right there, unfortunately. And, you know, she's a great competitor, but like I said, it's crazy what happens to you when, you know, 10 minutes goes by and you haven't caught in a wave and your competitor is battling with you. All of a sudden, everything you know just like goes out the window.
Yeah. Speaking of competitors, the competitors, before they get into the water, grab their jersey. There's a whole ritual that goes around and a whole procedure. For more on that, we're going to go to the beach marshals with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you very much, Kaipo. Yeah, we're down here with the beach marshals and the Apple Watch and everything that they get down here. Can you guys break down what you go through with the athletes before the heat?
Yeah, we like to let them know how many minutes are in the heat, and no restarts in Hawaii, or if there are restarts, we have to let them know on that. One of the most important things is their jet ski assist, and under what conditions they get the jet ski assist. Like in this particular contest, there's a particular pickup and drop-off area because of the shallowness on the reef. Pickup and drop-off area move instead of the normal area inside the lineup. It's over here in this corner.
All right, and then over here we got the Apple Watch. What kind of information are they getting on the Apple Watch?
The athletes can see their scores, priority, and timer. They don't depend much more on the beach announcer, so they have all the information in their wrist. Just taking a look at the watch, that's how it happens.
All right, well, quick hit right there. Beach Marshals, Apple Watch, they got all the information they need. They can get out there and be independent.
Yeah, JP with the Apple Watch there. Raymond Chito, the beach marshal as well. He's been doing it for years. And Raymond's, a nice trivia about Raymond Chito, our beach marshal, is he's a bit retro in a way. He's one of the few friends that I have who still rocks a flip phone.
There you go. And
it's
good
painful for him to send text.
It takes him a while.
But he still does.
That's classic. Hey, but a good information that he passed on to us. Brisa took off on that wave past the 10 minutes mark period, which we usually in other places have restart. But because of the rules here in Hawaii, that we can't go over 4 o'clock, we kind of have a tight schedule. So they didn't surf waves for the first 10 minutes, but they still didn't get the restart.
Yeah.
So she was like, I'm going to pull the trigger and start this thing going. I think now she passed the ball to Molly, having the advantage with 16 minutes left and priority and no scores on the board. It's gonna be a big difference.
Yeah, great pickup, Jesse. The competitors were told at the beginning of the day from our head judge and commissioner, no restarts today because of the schedule. So all of the surfers would know, hey, typically, you know, surfers may make an agreement, you know, and not catch waves, right? Counting on that restart, but not so today. So down to 16 minutes. Moana and Molly picked them with priority, but what's it like the headspace in a heat when you're sitting on priority, clock's ticking, you know you're gonna have just only one chance?
I mean, that's when you need to focus. You have to have, you know, the most laser focus so that when that wave does come, you don't make one mistake and you do everything that that wave allows you to do, whether that's like pulling, oh, Molly's up and riding right now.
She's going to go for turns on this one and starts with a big slash with the DHD. One more time into the lip there for Molly and a nice start. Couple of maneuvers there. She'll get a decent number on the board. She's going to apply pressure to Brisa Hennessy, Jesse. So well done by Molly Picklum.
That was incredible surfing for her. Like just the flair that she added to those turns and the amplitude that she got. It's so hard to do out of backdoor. Mona, you know that, how hard it is this wave to get barrel, but to do turns, even harder. There's so much pressure and water moving, and it makes it very tricky, and she's going to finish it off with a massive turn right there. This is going to be a very good score as far as a combination of maneuvers without a barrel today.
Molly's definitely feeling a million times better right now after that wave. That first turn was the money turn. That she got her fins released. That second turn was really good, but I think that first turn was the best turn of that wave. But two solid turns right here for Molly. I think this is going to be a really good score and put her in a really good position right now for making this heat.
Yeah, I'm with you. That first turn was money, and not to mention the judges love to see the commitment on that first section because it's the hardest part for you to generate speed right off the bat, and you have so much to lose ahead of you. So it's very risky and rewarding.
Looking at another wave already. She wants to get a backup score, but no, I think this just really put her in a good spot. And I mean, she didn't hold back on that wave at all. There it is, a 6.17.
Yeah, solid start for Molly Picklum. Really impressed with Molly, and the board looks solid. And there's something about those DHDs, whether it's under the feet of Ethan Ewing or under the feet of Molly Picklum, just the way that the water comes off the rails and just the looseness, how it feels like when you watch those surfers on those DHDs, there's projection in the board, but there's also this sense of looseness as well, which is a perfect combo for me.
I completely agree with you, and the acceleration that they get throughout the maneuvers is pretty impressive as well. Getting smoked right there, very shallow water, just a little bit too high. You could see her lip, her head getting clipped by the lip right there in the middle of the barrel. Just kind of a hard wave to read as well.
That's the urgency. You can see that though. Like Molly, she's urgent right now. Brisa, she's urgent, and that's because you know they have 13 minutes left, and Molly and Brisa really want to make it to the final, and in order to do that, they gotta put on a show in this heat. This is going to be a really hard heat.
Well, we're going to come back to the conclusion of this heat, see who's going to move into semifinal number 2. That's going to happen right after these messages. Molly Picklum, though, throwing the tail.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Back to 24 to Paumalu, Sunset Beach, and the turn of the event through the entire field. I don't care, men, women, just surfers. That was the turn of the event. This is Molly Picklum on her way to another win at Sunset Beach. She won in 2023. She did it again last winter. Molly Picklum likes this wave at Sunset and was able to perform to the highest level with beautiful rail surfing, great wave selection, back-to-back winner Molly Picklum chaired up the beach there in Paumalu. Now we come down the street here to Ehukai Beach Park, where Molly Picklum is in quarterfinal number 4 up against Brisa Hennessy. Picklum paddling in the rip and has the lead. I'm Kuiper Girl, along with Moana Jones-Wong and Jessie Mendez. Look at the water moving, Jessie.
Yeah, and that's what we mentioned a few minutes before. This rip's going to be going through. We don't have that energy coming from the northwest as strong as it was yesterday. So the north swell, it's kind of overcoming and pushing that water down from Ehukai, from the right of the screen to the left. So you're going to see the surfers doing that every once in a while for about 5 minutes, and then it's going to clean up once again, and then that's the time for them to pull the trigger and try to identify a clean wave.
Yeah. Moana, is there any, as we look above, is there any place to escape that rip and try to catch a wave given this playing field?
I mean, not really. When the current, that current bowl is ripping, even when it's like, you know, bigger pipeline, you don't catch a wave. Nobody catches a wave. Even if you see a good wave coming, you're not going to paddle for it. No one in the line is going to paddle because it's just so bumpy. You're going to drop in, you're going to hit a chop, you're going to go over, you know, the falls. So it's just not worth it.
It's like river surfing.
River surfing.
But in a bad way.
In a bad way. It's not good. So these girls are just going to have to wait it out. They have about 9 minutes remaining. So this is crunch time. Brisa really needs to catch a wave at any moment now.
And we have two perspectives of heat right now, right? Like we have Molly hoping that this rip never goes away.
Yeah.
And you have Brisa wanting that rip to go away in the next 10 seconds, which it seems like it's moving already towards the left of the screen. As you see right there, it's moving towards more off the wall. So that's what it does. It comes in and it keeps moving slowly to your left of the screen. And then they're going to have clean faces and it's kind of game on again. But the problem is there going to be a set coming in during that period of time that everything's clean. Sometimes it goes through 30 minutes, an hour of every time there's a set, there's rip going through. So hopefully for us, that's not going to be the case. And it looks like it's clean and they're paddling, maybe identifying something.
Well,
looks like they see something coming at split peak, I think.
Yeah, there you go. Molly goes left, tucks in, gets a little shampoo there, hangs on, wants a little bit more. That's going to be a backup score. She just has a fractional score in her score line, so that's going to serve her well. And then Brisa Hennessy took the right. We'll catch up with what Brisa did on the right in just a sec. But
It looks like, well, it feels like Brisa actually didn't get much on this right-hander. This is the replay, Jesse.
Yeah, let's see what happened here. And that's still, the rip was still there to the right, not much to the left, but you could see how textury it was and how bouncy it was. So that wave just closed out. You can see it. And the left a little bit cleaner, but still a little bit of texture to it. But very smart from Molly. Just keep the judges' attention away from Brisa, bettering her lower score most likely, and she's still paddling out and back with priority now. So she double dipped that section right there.
Yeah, she sure did. Well, coming up in the women's semifinals, we have all the spots set other than one more. So let's take a look at our Pacifico Clara bracket here. Lakey Peterson, Tyler Wright. It's going to be the veterans in semifinal number 1. Semifinal number 2, it's looking like it's on the way to a rematch of last year's final. Caity Simmons is already in the semifinals. If Molly Picklum was to make it out of this quarterfinal number 4, that would be a rematch of last year's final in semifinal number 2. Pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch, and just a little picks on how tricky backdoor is for goofy footers. Like, we lost the only 2 goofy footers we had on the draw. The last one remaining, and now we only have regular footers on the draw for the women's side. So that just shows small days at backdoor is very tricky to ride on your backhand.
This is true.
It's nearly impossible.
Right? But then the regular footers just tells us the opposite.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you guys just crying out loud.
I mean, when I see this type of backdoor, I'm like, wow, I wish I was a regular footer, right? I wish I could go switch stance. Like, this would be so fun, because backdoor looks like so much fun. You know, front side, you can not only get fun barrels, but when it's this side, like we saw Molly just absolutely rip that wave to pieces.
Hey, kids, if you're watching and you're just developing your surfing, learn to surf both ways. Come to the world as a switch stance surfer. That way you're always front side in the barrel. Little hint from Uncle Kaipo. If you're 5 years old and just starting off, work on those skills. Talk about skills. Shaping is a skill in itself, and Vista has a Vista shaping room right here at Ehukai. I think AJ's there.
I am, Kaipo. I am in the Vizsla shaping space, and look who I have found. None other than Auntie Megs, a legend here on the North Shore, both in the water and now shaping boards here at the Ehukai Beach Park. Megs, walk me through what you're making.
I am making a 7.0 little mini longboard. Since, you know, I'm a longboarder, I had to stay true to myself. So I'm making a little 7.0, maybe, you know, I don't know who it's going to go to, but maybe someone can win this.
Someone can win this, and the way they can win this is by scanning the QR code that is going to come up on your screen, or if you're coming down to finals day, there's also a QR code right here at the Vizsla shaping space. Megs, it's been an honor to be able to be in the water with you a few times, see you coaching some of the women on the WSL Longboard Tour. What does it mean to be a part of shaping a board from the very beginning to then getting a chance to ride it out in the water?
I feel like it's the full circle moment. It's, you know, from the shaping bay till the water, it's kind of like the whole world kind of makes round when that happens. And understanding what the rails do, the nose, the tail, concave, all that stuff. So it's a full circle moment.
It's so fun to see you being a part of it. And so if you're coming down to finals day, come on by. Megs is going to be shaping for a little bit longer throughout the day. And don't forget, you want to scan the QR code. I might do it myself to try and win one of the boards that has been shaped on site during this event. So really fun. Thanks, Megs.
Thank you for having me.
Send it back to you.
Nice. Thank you. Megan Godinez and Team Megs. There's that weird little square right there. That's what AJ was talking about, the QR code. So scan that. You got to be 18 years or older to win. The winner is going to be announced February 14th, and they are giving away, you can win a board shaped on the beach here by Daniel Jones. Also a board shaped here on the beach by Gen Asano. So scan the QR code. Thank you, Vizsla, for supporting shapers. You know the rules.
Is that like a Valentine's gift? February 14th?
I have to work on my Valentine's,
Yes.
actually.
Every girl knows when Valentine's.
You were a great reminder to me, Moana. Okay, this happened during that catch-up there, and Molly Picklum held on to priority.
I think because she didn't really commit to that wave, you know? She didn't really, I don't see a real paddle there. She looked at it. That's a close call, though.
Yeah.
It's a very close call. I'm sure like, it's like if you go around, it's 50-50. You know, some people will be bummed about it. Obviously, Brisa. mostly on a wave of consequence like this, like you have to commit so early. Some people complain more of that, but I'm kind of in agreement with you. Like she didn't have the paddles.
Yeah.
She had a look, but she didn't paddle towards.
Well, Molly puts herself in a really good position. She's got heat control. She's got the lead. She's got priority. She's got 2.5 minutes on the clock. So she is going to be sticking very close to Brisa Hennessy, I feel, in these final 2.5 minutes.
And it looks like she also has the rip kind of creeping in again, as you see right there, the water moving, which for her, that's a dream scenario. That's what you're probably hoping for. Everything should get messy now.
Yeah, this rip is just not easing up right now. It's been rough for this heat. This heat has not had a lot of potential. Caity's heat kind of, you know, had some action in the beginning and then went silent, and then this one is kind of doing like nothing.
Nothing really, yeah.
I mean, Caity's heat, you know, 14.5 two-wave total. That was some great surfing and some
From
big,
the back
big numbers.
door
Yeah.
and from the pipeline, you know, Caity showed both.
The heat right after, look at, we're struggling. I mean, that just showed, when we rewind to the beginning of this heat, that priority error from Brisa Hennessy taking off on that wave, not getting the score, that made the heat because that set up Molly for that 6.17.
And also the type of surfing that Brisa is capable of doing with those power hacks and snaps that she has, that wave was beautiful for her. A little bit bigger, chunkier, she would have went to town. So that's just show how, like the pressure that we're talking that builds up so much when you have not enough time on the clock. And one decision can cost you the whole heat, because that's the only difference between them two right there, that 6.17.
Totally. And you know, when pipeline is kind of like this size, and even like, I mean, yesterday that was firing pipeline. It's normally, you know, not that consistent with a lot of good waves. I've sit out there, you know, normally for 6 hours sometimes without catching one good wave. So it's just like, you know, there is not tons and tons of good waves. I think the viewers sometimes, you know, would be like, where's the waves? What's going on? But, you know, that's just kind of how it is out here. Sometimes, you know, a 30-minute or an hour, it's going to just, the ocean's going to turn off.
Yeah, that's great read there, Moana, and that's exactly what happened at the back end of this heat, down to just 25 seconds, and it looks pretty inevitable that Molly Picklum will be meeting Caity Simmers in semifinal number 2, and Brisa Hennessy will be exiting pipe with an equal 5th here. This is how you close out the heat, and Molly's going to play till the end as it ticks down, and that's going to be it. And that's it. So there we go with Molly Picklum on to the semifinals. Let's take a look at the numbers. That 6.17 glaringly obvious, and that was the most important wave of this heat. Molly defeats Brisa Hennessy and moves on to semifinal number 2. Thank you, Moana Jones-Wong, for joining us here on the set. That was great. I enjoyed the insight. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the winter.
Oh, thank you, guys.
Get more barrels.
I hope so.
Yeah, you will. Thank you, guys. We're going to be back here right after this break. The men's quarterfinals are going to be in the water. It's going to be Italo Ferreira coming up against Miguel Pupo in quarterfinal number 1.
You are watching Finals Day, and that was not a helicopter. That was Italo Ferreira in the water with Miguel Pupo. And he loves a little backside full rotation punt. It's brought him a lot of big points, made him a lot of money, and he's going for another pipe title today. Hey, how about this company we have? Felicity Palmatier and Nathan Florence joining us.
Thanks for
Surf
having
of
me.
the Year, Slab Hunter, amazing at pipe. Congrats on your recent win out here as well.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on. Stoked.
Lots of great things happening for yourself, your family. We got to see the clip there of the Florence store in Haleiwa. Really fun checking that spot out. It looks like a classic old school Hawaii house and with all your favorite gear inside. Tell us about how that came through.
Just crazy year, for, like you said, for the family. Dream come true. Kids growing up, you know, we're the same as any surfer kid. Loving surf shops, running in, grabbing wax, doing that thing. Now we have our own. I can go get gear anytime I want. I'm probably the in there once a week, grabbing gear for people, grabbing gear for myself, just taking advantage of having a surf shop and to have us all three brothers under one brand with a store at our home where we grew up. I don't know how this happened or how we landed here, but I appreciate it.
Hey, you deserve it. Hey, and Flick, you deserve a suit. That was so cool when you stopped by and got to order a custom suit.
Got a custom suit. The modular impact one is on its
Yes.
way.
Oh, they're so good.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. Tried and tested, I heard, by you yourself.
Yeah, well, I'm still here, so it works.
And tell us about the subtleties of that suit. Well, just in a moment. This is a great view that you've grown up on. Born and raised North Shore of Oahu. When we see conditions like this, you know, it's almost hypnotizing. For you, does it ever get old?
It doesn't. It is like, you know, we have those stretches of weird winds like we had at the beginning of this period in Emma. We had that south and westerly wind a lot of the time. And so when these conditions come, although it is our dominant wind with the trades, and you see pipe and you see all the spots and you see the haze in the air on North Shore, it doesn't ever get old because, you know, somewhere's pumping, someone's having a good time, and there's good waves to be had.
So magical. Look at the conditions for Finals Day. We've got first quarterfinal, Italo and Miguel, and Flick. Just what he loves to do, go for the big spin here.
Yeah, I like what you said, Joey. Big old helicopter, but Strider touched on it, Britt touched on it. Today is going to be barrels, but it's also going to be turns. It's also going to be airs, especially with that little bit of waft of wind out of the south. I mean, someone like Italo, it's sort of playing right into his wheelhouse, and I mean, this is almost full rotation here. I mean, he almost, whoa, even...
He almost went another rotation. That was crazy.
He's so reliable. I think even more so than frontside, just with backside whips. Here he goes. Ah, that was rad. Just blowing the tail out with power and control. Running after an end section. The 2019 world champ is so aggressive. And I love heats like this where you're going to have a serious contrast in style with the more finesse, kind of polished look of Miguel. And you're going to get this rampaging Italo Ferreira, already with two waves quickly, doesn't like to sit too long. And Nathan, when you look at pipe and backdoor this size, you know, what's the fun factor for you and what's available for barrel riding potentially and for maneuvers?
I think there's great potential for barrels, but it makes for, I mean, yesterday obviously is that big premier pipe. Everyone loves to watch that, but you get mostly barrels, and that is exciting. But today you're going to see a lot of these technical guys, and you're going to see those barrel air combos, those barrel turn combos way more than we did yesterday. So it makes for a different kind of excitement. You're going to see guys coming out of barrels and doing full rotations on the rights and lefts, and the technical air guys adding barrels and doing that on the end. You're going to see a lot of those guys excelling in conditions like today.
Nice run around and an easy run for Italo, who spends a lot of time doing squats like Nathan, and he's super strong and powerful. I really like that little powerful fin throw he just did. It's always unpredictable for me because it's not that line where you're following. He can just stab it and he can rotate it all the way around.
And he generates the speed out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like, he'll look like he's going for a normal turn, and next thing you know, he's above the lip.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing. Italo already with two waves, a 3 and a 1, as Pupo waits with priority. And let's hear from the winner of quarterfinal number 4, Australia's Molly Picklum, is with the Waz.
Thank you very much. Yeah, down here with Molly. Molly, that heat started out in the channel. You guys were hassling a bit.
Yeah, for sure. It's always funny when you come up against a close friend. I swear the paddle battles and the hassling is actually 10 times harder and more intense. So, yeah, we both had it for each other to have the inside, and I was just willing to play to the start of the game. I didn't really mind, but I definitely saw a couple tubes spit over at the end right at the start, and I was just like, ooh, that hurts sometimes.
Yeah, we saw those waves, but then you got to work and you did start to perform. What's it like shifting from a mental straight back into like the physical surfing?
Yeah, it's always so funny because it's like surfing, obviously we're just physically in touch and like want to dance on these waves and have fun, but I mean competing, it's like a whole nother mindset in a sense, like you just said. So yeah, it's definitely like you just want to get excited for that moment when you actually stand up and get to rip and do what you're meant to do, surf.
Well, we can't wait to see you down on the line. The next heat's coming up. You know, you're probably going to run into Caity here, so how's that going to go?
I know, I hope I get Caity. It's so fun surfing there. We have the funnest free surfs, and then when we're competing, it's like same but different. But I just hope, honestly, the waves are firing, so then we can actually out-surf each other rather like sit on each other and hassle. So yeah, let's hope for some waves, and yeah, let's go, Caity. Hopefully we do a couple runarounds. They were saying she was getting a bit tired, so I'll race her.
Oh, a little poke, a little jab before the heats. We love it. Congratulations, Molly.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks, everyone, tuning in back home.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Strider. And thank you, Molly, for always being reliable out here. She puts her head down and goes. Won the Vance Pipe Masters a couple years ago. Was able to show up in the final last year, gathered a 10, and still run into the semifinal. What a successful story for Molly Picklum in a short period of time. Getting to know this place. I mean, Nathan, you always talk about growing up, you know, for decades being out here. What surprises you the most about people that can adapt this quickly, like Molly?
Yeah, I think we've seen the adoption happen with the women faster than any time in surfing history. And I think the talent was there, but it was a confidence thing. When Moana went out and did her thing for those first few sessions and proved that with confidence it could be done, it seemed like as soon as the Mollys and the Caitys, they picked that up and said, you know what, we have the talent to do it. If we put our head down and go, it's going to work out. Every heat they had in those type of conditions, we saw the level rise. Literally from that point on, it was just like they were doing stuff looking not just like where they looked awkward and weird on the face, but when they were on the face, they looked good and technical. There's a big difference between them. You see someone who doesn't know how to ride a barrel very well. They're stiff and awkward and weird. They started to look like as good as any of the dudes. They had technical barrel riding form, and that was just a huge leap in the progression of surfing.
Oh, so cool to see how far it's come. Quarterfinal 1 still underway with Pupo with priority, still waiting for the right type of wave. Cool talking about your suit flick that you ordered. But Nathan, I want to hear also about what else you've been testing. Is there something called the Aero Shield?
Yeah, we've been testing. So the thing is, there's a nice little barrel here. Oh, ran off. The thing with flotation and safety is something gets produced and it kind of then stagnates when it works well, which is okay. You want gear working well, but you want also there to be progression and testing and new items and things that might work better. And so we had this situation with really heavily padded suits. They work really well on a gun. You're out of the water more. Nothing's dragging. Everything feels okay. You get on a shorter board for some of these waves like pipe and backdoor and the slabs, and all of a sudden you feel the drag of those pads. Even just duck diving through waves, you can feel it pulling at you. Standing up, you start to feel the agility and mobility loss. And so we wanted to design a suit that could remove the drag of the pads but keep you buoyant. The main thing with these waves at pipe is like a lot of people rely on their helmets, but flotation and buoyancy is the biggest thing, because if you break your leash and you don't have any float on, your body's probably not going to pop up very quickly, and we've seen it a lot here. So flotation is like first line of defense. If you get knocked out and break your leash, you're at least going to float to the surface, even if you're unconscious. But those, like I said, those bulky padded suits, they work well in the big stuff, but they kind of limit agility in the more technical slab stuff. And we were able to work on a few prototypes and create a suit that gave you buoyancy without the pads. So kind of an epic little progression in heavy water surf and safety.
What a journey. I love it. I can't just get away from the slab. You keep mentioning the slab tour.
The slab tour, yeah, it's alive and well.
Nathan, gosh, congrats on just blowing our minds, the last few years. I can't wait to see what you do this year. it's got to be thrilling to even discover slabs that haven't really been in the spotlight too much.
Yeah, it is. It's this year. I definitely want to go to some new places. 2025 Slab Tour is going to be bigger than ever. Hopefully, I can survive this one. Each year the wipeouts get harder. I'm not getting any younger, but to find new waves like that feeling has always, just to me and my brothers, that feeling of what's around the corner and what's next and what's out there, and exploration. And maybe it's not the craziest wave ever, but it's new and something we've never experienced. To be able to do that and possibly do that a few times together. John's taking a break this year. He'll be back next year, but he's committed to a few Slab Tour trips with me. So
that's so fun.
Ideally we score some crazy stuff with John and Ivan.
Can't wait. Love hanging out with Nathan Florence here for the call. It's Italo versus Miguel Pupo. We do have Ross Williams watching Pupo set up the backhand snap, big vertical, throwing the fins at Ross's face. Throws down the carve. There's that silky smooth performance from Miguel. Ross, what'd you see from out the back?
Very cool. Miguel's got one of the better styles and techniques on tour. He's so smooth, and I threw a lot of spray there on just a small wave. I wanted to touch base on Italo's energy. He's so fun to watch because he's always buzzing. It makes sense. He's sponsored by Red Bull. He has like 10 every morning. And you can see him right now. He's got priority, and that stings for Italo. He hates priority because he just wants to keep going. He's looking, like I think Nathan touched on it, he's looking left or right. He just wants to fly. The waves dropped. It doesn't matter to Italo. He just wants to keep going. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for a huge air here in the next few minutes.
Good call, Ross. Yeah, Italo now moving out a little bit further. Has a 3 and a 1.0 for Miguel. That silky smooth style is always something that's really easy on the eyes, especially in really heavy sections. He's almost had a 10. Italo's in position, though. Not too long of a wait. He'll pull up and under on the takeoff. Disappears completely. And now ready to lay down a little blowtail on the open face. That was a serious power carve, and of course he can put himself back up to get the completion.
That was pretty crazy. I mean, and just to touch on what you're saying, Nathan, what Ross was, he's always looking left, he's looking right. He doesn't like to stay too stagnant, I guess, but just the intensity, where there was a shot of him before, I mean, he was just, not even just on the waves, but even in the water out the back, like looking around, standing up on his board as we see Miggy out the back.
Miguel Pupo pulls his rail up and under. Wow, an interesting section to pull in on. Just kind of lean back into it, but ends up getting stuck, so he still will have a lower score for the incomplete attempt, but his turns before, 4.17. Got the lead, Italo with the answer back, so this battle's starting to build with these two Brazilian goofy foots. For the Brazilians, it all started a pipeline with a man named Pepe Lopez. He was invited into this event back in 1976. It had a big draw back then, and Pepe made the final and got 6. Here he goes again. Look at the hustle.
He's so hyped.
It pulls in deep at back door. And this one's going to spit without him. But always loving the entertainment.
I love a stat on Italo's waves ridden during the year, just how many he rides, like per heat and total accumulation.
You know what?
Gotta be more than anyone.
Maybe ask and you shall receive.
Yeah, we'll bring you that in a second. Those are really fun numbers to crunch. You know, we do that a lot when we make comparisons. Italo and Ethan, it's like polar opposites. As Flick, we see Miguel here.
Yeah, this is just that beautiful technique. I mean, as you take notes, kids watching it, you know, if you're a goofy footer, you're going right. I mean, this is textbook backhand surfing. And then here we go, Italo on the left, finding a pipe barrel today. That one stayed incredibly open. When he goes for this big hack here, looks like he lost it. He does well to get back on the board, but I feel like he's going to get a little bit crucified just for that finish not being so clean and so controlled. But hats off to finding this little nugget.
Yeah, the way he pulled up and under was sweet. What about the turn, Nathan?
It looked like at first he was looking for a ramp, and then it didn't quite pop up for him. Went for the layback, and it kind of ledged off the sandbar, made him lose his foot a little. I mean, he wasn't even 1 foot fully on the board.
How?
He had just the side of his foot there. I mean, the reflexes of these guys is just crazy. I'd be curious to see what they dock on points there, but I give A for effort.
Yeah, that was so great.
It's always a good conversation with a layback, which has been around forever in pro surfing. But then there's the idea of the drama of almost wiping out but recovering. And when you compare that to our relatives in snowboarding and skateboarding, usually that's going to be docked all day. You know, you want to land bolts in skateboarding, but in surfing with a moving canvas, there's something to be rewarded for that effort of actually doing a purposeful blowtail, letting your back like body surf on the wave and then pick yourself back up as we watch Pupo put his head down. Nice drive here at backdoor, and it's getting really tight on the inside, but I love the speed he gathered with that first drive.
Yeah, that looks so good. It's just so hard on your backhand when it's getting so small in size towards the end of the line of the wave.
Backhand, you just lose so much technical ability the smaller that barrel gets. Wide open, you can let go your rail. You can do those Jamie O'Brien on-rail pumps. So.
Italo up and under. He's got to make
he is
right
so
front of
busy
him.
in the heat. It's impressive to watch. Both these guys are. This is a consistent heat.
It's already wave number 5 for Italo, as he has a solid connection on this wave, and especially this season.
Fans are loving it.
All Brazilian matchup. Pupo, longtime vet, qualified along with John and Gabriel Medina a long time ago. Has been through a lot. He's surfing better than ever, but he's chasing this man, the world champ, former pipe champ, with the lead and the energy here as we take a Bonsoy brew break. Probably watch 20 more rides after this. The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Eero, the way Wi-Fi should be. By Visla and Florence, official outfitters of the Lexus Pipe Pro. By YETI, built for the wild. And by Lexus, experience amazing. What a day, what a finals day. It's a Saturday here on the North Shore of Oahu for the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Stop 1 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. 2 Brazilian goofy foots going head to head for a chance to be in the semifinals. It's 4-1 in favor of Italo in these matchups as Miguel Pupo got locked in during the break. Flick.
Holy, that's one he's been looking for. That one stayed open the whole way. It's the best barrel we've seen of this heat so far, and just technically so well ridden. I mean, and whoa, Italo.
There he goes. Answer back so quickly to make an exit when it's shutting down at back doors. A serious statement. And now it's going to be a tube shootout. Pupo trying to burn off some speed, getting coned right in front of Italo. He'll kick out. I love the energy from these goofy foots. A lot of action. Pupo, the wave he rode during the break, a 7.17. Italo, a 6.67 on his wave before, and now 2 more waves to be scored on a day that was thought to be inconsistent. Well, we could throw that script out the window.
Yeah, we were hyping up Italo's energy. Miguel's matching that right now. Like, they've had equal amounts of waves ridden. Kind of Russian roulette with those backdoor waves. A lot of them are closing down, and then they just tried and eventually get one that goes open, scoring for them.
I guess, yeah, for Nathan, you're lucky to have backdoor on your front side on a day like today, but your younger brother, Ivan, you know, I'm sure he talks to you about the challenge of being backhand on a day like today.
Ivan is so funny because I'll use him in the lineup to, we'll use each other to split peaks.
Smart.
Divide and conquer on the crowd. But we were having our shootout heats, and I was having to tell him, I'm going right, Ivan, because he's paddling deeper thinking I'm trying to take a left from him. And I'm like, I'm just trying to get to the other side of you, man. He just has his big chops mustache on. He's trying to bulldog me. I'm like, dude, we can both ride waves together. I'll go right, you go left. I'm not trying to take your left. He's he's so fun to surf with. He's such a personality.
Yeah, that is awesome. Love watching you guys in that event. What a season it's been. Tons of waves. Been absolutely firing. Got to watch the YETI as well as we look at a nice first pump and then a rad stance, just leaning forward like a superhero and really low center of gravity over that JS Industries surfboard. Miguel Pupo keeping his eye on the prize. He's done some great things in pipe before, but he wants to win it. He has one CT win in his career, and that was in Tahiti, that final over Cowley Vost. Blick, what'd you see here?
I think Italo, look, I know Italo's keen, and I mean, Miggy's doing the best he can here. He really was right on the foam ball there at the end. He was doing everything he could. He had all his weight towards the front of the board. He did his best, but the wave sort of just let him down. I wonder, you know, Italo's super keen and he's fired up in this heat, but it seemed like to me that he was just trying to sell Miggy that one. He is a competitor, and I know he wants to stay busy, but now he's got his self-priority, and I mean, we are still waiting for a score from Miguel from his last wave, so things could change when that starts to drop, but now Italo's sort of putting himself, if he is chasing a score, in a good position.
Local hero, defending event champ Barron Mamiya with his head down, taking on Jake Marshall in this next matchup. Jake from Encinitas, but has been coming to Hawaii for a long time. His family's got a spot over by Rocky Point, so he's good friends with Barron. But all the energy's been behind Mamiya after that 10-point ride from yesterday and getting past John in 2 consecutive seasons. It's wild that that came as early as the round of 16. Nathan, tough result for the fam. But, I mean, I think for surf fans, it's one that we're going to want to rewind for a very long time. Two of the best out here.
I totally agree. Those type of heats, they're rare. You have 10s and 9s flying. You have 2 guys grew up at pipe, both considered to be top-tier technical barrel riders, and you have firing pipe. And that's what happens. Like, that's just a recipe for excellent waves to be ridden. Barron, I mean, it was freakish how similar the heat was to the last year's final.
Yeah.
With the 10, with the exchanges of back-to-back waves, like where John goes on one, Barron on the next one, and each scored just a little bit more. And John got the 9-6, Barron got the 10. The whole thing was just such a repeat of last year. I wish it was they met in the final this year, but that was the draw, and they met then. It's one of those, right? I obviously want John to win. Let's go Florence. But I love Barron, and I'm supporting the North Shore guys. I mean, if I'm rooting for Barron, if he takes this win, it'll be a full sweep for North Shore in all events this year.
As we watch a big drive from Italo Ferreira, getting a giddy up on that section. Knew he was really positioned deep on the takeoff, but he'll get clipped.
4 minutes remaining.
Happiness, tons of shakas on the beach for finals day. A lot of Italo and Miguel supporters. Miguel's got his parents here. Obviously his younger brother, Samuel Pupo, who unfortunately was knocked out of the event in the elimination round, as we're down to 3:30 on the clock. One thing you got to do is root for your brother last year at the finals, which was wild, you know, because Italo was the one rampaging through the ranks. Where were you watching, and what were some of your biggest takeaways of seeing the energy before the title match?
That day, like the lead up to that was just, I was so stressed, but I was trying not to, like, cause so like you're with the person that's going to compete, right? And maybe it's the same for every camp, but that type of event is extra stressful on the athletes, but on everyone else too, just because of the stakes. And you're trying not to let your stress bleed onto the person in the actual event, right? And John's seeming pretty calm. He's got Darwin and Lauren, and he's chilling, and he's looking okay. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm totally calm too. Like, you know, like as the guy in the leader's jersey, it's all on you to lose. Yeah. And the guy coming from the bottom, it's all on, like, it's like he got nothing to lose. He can only go up. And so when Italo gets on that roll, and he is already high energy, as we've spoken about, and he's gaining momentum, and he's gaining firepower, and I'm in the comp area, and I'm seeing him come in after these heats, just like Terminator eyes, anything in his way, he's slapping walls, he's hitting walls, he's chugging rebels. I'm like, oh my God, like, can this guy be stopped on this high he's on? So what an event, what an epic showdown between him and John. Couldn't have hoped it to go in any other way.
What a brilliant story. Back in this running right on the backhand is Miguel Pupo, as smooth as it gets to look to improve on a 6. He's got the lead. Italo needs an answer. Difficult takeoff up and under. Wow. He's got a solid hold on that rail. That's Timmy Patterson.
What a heat.
These guys are going blow for blow. We've got lead changes. There's some passion. Coach of Italo.
Whoa, he's got shove-its on the end.
And now
Switch
he's going
foot.
switch. Finish. Oh my goodness, we're seeing it all today.
Entertainment.
I love the stare, the posture, the energy that Italo brings to the tour. How good is this, Ross?
So sick. The way it's actually turned up just now, obviously, you get this sort of middle Ains bowl that really lights up with this size, and both the boys got 2 perfect waves. You guys were talking about technique. Those barrels were wide enough and perfect enough where they were just able to slow down and enjoy the barrel. All those smaller little tricky ones that are off speed, fast, slow, really tough on your backhand. But those 2 rides, they just sat there and enjoyed it. They got absolutely pitted.
We love it, Ross. How'd the crowd react to that exchange?
Everyone lit up. There's a huge Brazilian contingency down here. They're all fired up, raising giant flags. It's pretty cool. Good energy.
Love it, Ross, as we see this go to switch stance for Italo. Something he's been showing us for all. Oh, the shove it first, and then he still slams it.
Oh, I don't really surf this wave so well.
Look at that. That was, you could do that switch. That's insane.
It's a crazy.
You know?
Hey, come on, partner.
Ray knows. Loving it.
Love catching up with Reynos, loves his lifestyle as a coach, gives so much great energy to his athletes. It's a great balance with Italo bouncing off the walls and Reynos always so calm. We're gonna close out this shootout in quarterfinal 1 with these 2 Brazilian goofy foots, and we'll wait to settle the score. 2 important numbers to lock in for Miguel and Italo for a spot in the semifinals. Remember, Pupo knocked off tour last year, that emotional heat by his younger brother at Margaret River, so he had to work hard to earn his spot back. Italo in a different position, finishing runner-up in the world. Remembering that quite well with that amazing story from Nathan Florence. And now it's just up to the competitors to wait, Flick, to see if they can see a replay. Well, we got a score in. Miguel Pupo, his last, a 7.93, so finishing with his best number. That leaves Italo chasing an 8.43. And you could tell he was trying to get more drama out of the takeoff. Chasing an 8.43 as we look at this again. This was Miguel's 7.93, Flick.
My initial thoughts is Miguel's positioning on the takeoff was maybe better because he went straight to the barrel, whereas you could really, it's so hard to say because when you see, oh, here we go.
You get it?
Score knocking in, 8.5.
Wow. Oh.
On the buzzer.
What did he need?
He needed an 8.43.
Wow. Wow. But I was going to say Italo's wave was a bit bigger, a bit meatier.
I would say that he had the advantage on the drop as well.
Yeah.
The judges seemed to like the dramatic drops, and he did kind of, as you can see Miguel taking off, and as you see Italo jetting out, he was already inside of that set, so he had a position to where he was going under the lip. He took off, kind of aired up, and he landed right on the foam ball. It was a more technical, it was a harder drop to make.
Italo played the drums again, walking down the stairs a couple times.
Touch it all, hit it all. That was a great wave.
Up next, Barron, Jake Marshall. Be right back. Last year was a final, this year in the round of 16. These two juggernauts matching up at pipe, looking straight down. Another 10-point ride for Barron in the heat with John Florence. Unbelievable technical ability to max out the score line. And John knew he had to answer back. Almost got a 10 himself, heading back door. As we look back, Nathan, still fired up off this. One of the heats of the year already.
Guaranteed one of the heats of the year. Both crazy rides. This right, like waves don't normally connect at backdoor across that channel right there. That one did. And Barron, the drop he took on that left, I mean, the technical ability to do that late, that steep on that heavy of a wave, there's like one or two guys in the world right now that have that ability. You see Emio do it sometimes at Chopes, but pipe's a different type of face. Chopes throws so wide that you can often get away with a little more. The lip's gonna land further away from you. You have more time to correct. Pipe doesn't have that. Real easy to get lipped in the head at pipe doing those really late drops. I've watched Barron do that most of his life, and just crazy impressive to do it in a heat when pipe's like that against John, all the nerves, and pull it off.
So cool to break that one down. Barron taking on Jake Marshall here in quarterfinal number 2. And now let's hear from the 2019 world champ, Italo, is with Strider.
Thank you very much, Joe. Down here, Italo. As a fan, as a viewer, that was the funnest heat to watch. Was it fun for you, or was it all business?
For sure, that was kind of like fun, but at the same time, I was kind of like nervous, you know, because I was watching the heat before and there was no waves. And then after like on the half time of the heat, there was like a lot of action. So I love when it's like that. I had like left and right, Miguel only right, you know, like we tried to like get the scores, and he had like more clean ones, like good walls. And then on the last one, I pushed him on the first one, and he had a priority, and he got like a nice one. And I look at back, and I saw like the good back door, and then I pedal like to inside a little bit more to be deeper. And then I remember that I take off, and I couldn't feel the fins for a moment. And then I just put on a barrel again, and then just enjoy the view. I saw like Ross on the barrel. He was like, ah, and I was like, yeah. And then I did the shove it and finish the switch that I love it to do that. And then I got a score, so I'm so glad. I just want to say thank you, God, for like everything, every like opportunity that I had, you know. And yeah, just let's go. I'm thinking like surfing a little bit more, like pushing the limit, and then yeah, enjoy the moment.
A couple of words in Portuguese for your fans.
Agradecer a galera pela torcida, realmente bateria de brasileiros ali que sempre tem muita ação e que tive bons momentos com o Miguel. Ele já me venceu aqui em pipe uma vez, né? Então acho que era a minha vez agora. E eu estava bem confiante ali, sabia que eu tinha que ficar trocando as notas. Realmente peguei algumas zonas que não tinha tanta parede, ele pegou umas zonas um pouco melhores, e aí no final eu acabei sendo recompensado com um bom momento. Então, só agradecer a Deus pela oportunidade, por tudo que Ele tem feito na minha vida, e eu só tenho que agradecer e aproveitar todos os momentos e fazer o meu trabalho. Então, obrigado, galera. Continuando na torcida, que daqui a pouco tem mais.
Thank you very much, Italo. Loving the bling on the teeth, too. Love the diamonds.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, we do. Strider does love the bling. Way to go, Italo, bringing the shine in that heat as well. Shove it, snapping it with a switch stance finish, but just the energy is just second to none, and we love him for it because he brings it like nobody else. We don't want him to mimic anyone else. He's just paving his own way, and we always are reminded that it all started for him surfing on his dad's ice chest lid, and all of a sudden with his passion and drive became one of the greats, a world champion of the sport. He's moved on into the semifinals, and he'll take on the winner of this heat, Barron Mamiya versus Jake Marshall. And Barron with the energy of coming off the 10. I was asking Josh Moniz about his reaction to that 10-point ride. Josh, unbelievable out here at Pipe, winning the Vulcan Pipe Pro in the past. And he was saying he thinks Barron's 10 yesterday was one of the most technical barrels he's ever seen at Pipeline. Just period, straight right there. And for sure, his favorite wave he's ever seen while he's been on the beach. In his opinion, the footage doesn't do it justice on how committed he had to be and to give himself a chance at giving it a go, and then to ride it the way he did. absolutely insane. Jamie O'Brien said the same, absolutely incredible, technical as it gets. And Jamie said, doesn't surprise him though, because he's seen Barron do a lot of wild things out here. As we went to you guys, the Pacifico fan picks, 91% still feeling the energy of the defending champ and seeing Barron getting into that semifinal today.
I mean, how can you go past it after you've got that performance burned into your brain after yesterday? It's hard to, you know, give the nod to Jake right now, and especially with the conditions the way that they are, just Barron knowing every inch of this reef, and so many people, you know, experts out here today saying it's a day of knowing when you can shift around. Ross spoke to it before, you know, maybe moving down the reef, finding that space when you don't have priority. There is other ways out there rather than that traditional backdoor lineup or peak, and I think you can't go past someone, you know, like a Barron. Although, you know, stranger things have happened. Jake can find himself on the right side of priority and get the best waves of this heat. However, the momentum seems to be favouring Barron.
It's interesting with kind of Jake Marshall building his profile on tour as well. He's so used to being this character in a heat. You know, he upset John at Sunset a couple years ago. I think he's kind of embraced this underdog role, and he knows Barron really well. And so I think Marshall's kind of looking at this lineup going, hey, maybe I could seize this opportunity, you know, not being the favorite to win right now, Nathan.
Yeah, I agree. I think back to that heat with John. It was very much the same sentiment before that heat. It's the ocean. Anything can happen. You already see little rips going through the lineup. Things change. Barron's knowledge of that reef is, I mean, there's very few guys that have spent that much time in the water, and the guys that have, you know, the Jamies, the Johns, you can see the read on the ocean out there is just different than others. You see them start paddling to positions 2-3 minutes before sets come in. You know, they're reading the first wave of 8, and they know what that eighth wave is going to do. That knowledge is a huge advantage in heats like this. Not to say that Jake doesn't have a good read on the reef, but maybe just less so to Barron's. It is a heat. Anything can happen. All it takes is 1 or 2 good waves. If it's not as consistent a heat as the last one we just watched, then it's going to come down to one of those pipe heats. You know, people have made heats with 3-point totals out here on good days, and so I'm rooting for Barron, but anything can happen. So I'm part of that 91 percentile.
I like the breakdown from Nathan Florence. 20 minutes on the clock. Barron's in red, and it looks like he wants to get things started. Grabs the rail, tucks up and under. Small wave to start, but it is a make. And priority goes to Jake Marshall. Let's get some heat notes from the ideas of a CT competitor. Jesse Mendez in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. What have you noticed so far?
What's up, crew? It's been a slow start, and I was talking to Chris Galley, which is Jake Marshall's coach for this event, and he was mentioning that it was going to be probably a very slow start of the heat because there's a big post towards the end of the last heat with Miguel Pupo and Italo. They probably got about 5 waves each that were pretty clean and nice, and we had that big rip going through the lineup, and they were kind of just struggling trying to get in position. We saw Barron get in a left, but it was pretty slow start. We see some waves kind of going towards off the wall, maybe deep pipeline right now. Let's see if they're going to make the most of it, because there's not going to be probably as many as opportunity in the beginning of this heat as we had on the last 15 of the boys' last heat.
Thank you, Jesse. As we see a little bump popping up, Jake Marshall has a decision to make here. Barron taking a look. It will be North Shore local boy, defending event champ, driving so easily for another make. And a quiet celebration, back to business. Barron's got a nice home, nice quiet place up the hill. Lives with his brother, Bryson. Mom's getting a little set up in the back too. He loves his downtime. Pretty quiet guy, likes to just kind of tuck away up the hill and then run back down to score his favorite place on earth. What do you think of the technique on this one, Nathan?
So good. Textbook, pumping on rail. It's a hard pump to learn. It's just really awkward to get what he just did right there. Your knee is by your arm, and it can hit your arm if you do the pump wrong. Jamie's really good at those. Obviously Barron is as well, but he knows what he's doing. It looks smooth and fluent to him, but I can tell you that pump is not easy to do, especially on a wave like that that's slightly turning out to sea on your backhand. It's a bummer for Jake. He looked like he was hunting down the right of it, and left ended up being the better side, so advantage to Barron there.
That local knowledge you're talking about, understanding what waves look like, where the scores might be. I mean, for Flick, last thing Jake needs is for Barron to start running all over this reef and putting up scores.
Well, he's doing that under priority, right? And he had that's just the awareness, the knowledge, the time on the reef. He could see that. He's like, nah, this thing's stretching out. I'm just going to hang and create a bit of space here. And he's capitalizing underneath priority. It's kind of like, it just speaks to the experience. And it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's like he's double capitalizing on the situation.
Totally.
It's not just like a one win, you're winning twice when you're doing it under priority.
Barron Mamiya, defending event champ here at Pipe. We asked Barron what it's like to win Pipeline.
Like winning at Pipe is different than like winning anywhere else. You know, I feel like that's like the one event in the regular season that everyone wants to win. It was just something I never felt before, you know? It was totally different than winning Sunset. It was like Pipe. Like this is the contest you watched when you were a kid. You know, you watched Andy, you watched Kelly, you watched John, you know, all these guys, like Uncle Derek, all these guys won this event. And it's a big contest and it's a big deal. And I remember coming in, just seeing everyone like all stoked, and I was stoked, and yeah, I kind of blacked out. So it's kind of a bummer, but like I just remember like it happened, and I remember when I watch back on like videos and stuff, I kind of get the feeling again, like remember each kind of moment, like, you know, in parts. But yeah, I just remember it was just like an insane feeling, like overwhelmed of like happiness and like excitement. It was very humbling too, you know, just to feel that, you know, it was insane.
Gosh, I love hearing that story, the feeling he still has. I mean, he had this sit-down interview with the team right before the season starts, and he's still feeling that win like it was yesterday. You know, right up there with the world title for a lot of local boys, you know, especially to win Pipe, the holy grail of the tour. Watching Barron up now, his third wave, he pulls in, he's deep, he's got a lot of good chatter on that surfboard to get the speed. He goes all the way into a hammer to shut it down, and he might be going for the board change now.
That was awesome because as I was watching him, he's under priority, he was sitting watching Jake, and he did not want to look like he wanted it till the very last second. Because you know Jake's going to be like, if Barron's looking, I better be looking at this wave. And he just held, he knew that thing was going to go to what we call the Aints Bowl, and geez, that's going to be a huge score today. Local knowledge.
I love that. Sean Ward, his manager, going to Brent Power from Channel Islands, going, yep, you're on it, grab the backup board. And he'll do the runaround, making the switch. 2.67 to start. He got the 7.67 going left at Pipe. Snuck that one off Jake Marshall, still under priority. And it's like, that's an everyday thing for you local boys, Nathan, of like pretending you're not interested in a wave and maybe sitting off your mark.
Yep.
Because you know you're being watched.
It's such a game out there that is played every single session, except you have 50 guys looking at you or looking at the wave, and there's those double ups that come and they sneak under and they hit the reef so well on the inside. They're the most hollow little waves. But you could totally tell he just did not want Jake to have any interest in that wave. He knew it was going to wrap on the reef like that, paddled last second. And like you guys were saying, busy, under priority. He's comfortable. He's got 2 scores already. He's just having fun at this point.
He's like, not interested. Yep, I'm going, Flick.
Yeah.
Oh, that's got to hurt for Jake.
It's just so good. I mean, this is such beautiful surfing, beautiful. It's just amazing to watch. And really how fast that ball was going through that section, and for it to stay open, he gets the finish as well.
The claim.
Yes, so good.
Or was that a board transfer?
Board
okay.
change.
I was like, that's a new one.
And then this angle is here, Flick.
Yeah, I just want to say before I butchered it, but what I was trying to say is that basically it's one thing to get a win when you've got priority and choose the right wave and get a score. It's double the win, as we see Jake here. Holy.
Marshall, opening ride with 13:40 to go. Grabs the rail for the down carve, snaps it again. So throwing up some maneuvers to follow his first wave of the matchup, and he'll be right back in this thing. So 2 different strategies. We got a local that's just picking apart different sides of his favorite reef in the world, and Jake played the patience game, maybe missed the opportunity with Barron's last right, which turned in a 6.83. Put Jake in a combo, but that'll be broken with his first score about to come through. Jake's best result on the CT is a quarterfinal. Now in his 4th appearance, if he makes a semi, it'll be his best ever. Watching the entry flick.
Yeah, this was nice. I mean, Jake really needed a wave by this point. You know, at this point, Barron's sort of running away with it. And those couple of turns to finish, really, really solid. I love that grab rail carve. There's just something so aesthetically pleasing coming out of the barrel, grabbing that rail and sinking it. But bigger wave, instead of a shorter barrel to what we've seen from Barron, but great wave to keep it pace in this heat. And that maneuver right there, I don't know, there's just something about it. I don't know if it's the traditionalist in me or something, but and then the transition straight up into this next maneuver, just really seamless to watch.
Yeah, loved it. Really loved his composure too. He wasn't getting rattled by the situation, building on himself. A nice calm opener, barreled, two-turn combination. As we saw Barron make the board change. AJ, what happened there?
Well, Joey, this is exactly what happened right there. As you can see, this 6.5 CI buckling right here just above the fin boxes. So CI team doing a great job getting Barron another board, his backup, a 6.2, so a little bit more length. They actually took the fins and leash, though, off of this board and now put it on his new backup board that they just took down to the beach. So Barron going a little bit longer with his backup board. See how that plays out throughout the rest of the heat.
Thank you, AJ. You see that buckle clear across that surfboard right above the fins. Barron going to now a 6.2, so 2 extra inches, and kind of famously riding pretty small boards out here. Almost surprised he went a little bit longer. What's your take on that, Nathan?
Yeah, I'm surprised, just as surprised as you are. I wonder when that board broke, if you rode that last wave on the broken, or was the end turn maybe? I'm not, it seemed like he knew right away that it was broken, which is, he had some faith, and that was like a severely buckled board. Like, he had some faith on that last wave if he rode it like that. But yeah, to go to the 6.2 on a day like today, uncharacteristic, I'd say, but maybe that's a really nice, or a really good 6.2 for him. Maybe it's one of his favorites. I'd be curious to hear what he was riding yesterday.
Definitely. 11 minutes on the clock. Heard it was a 6.5 yesterday, then I heard it was a 6.3, so it's somewhere in the middle
went
there.
Down, wow.
As we have 10:45 on the clock, Barron leading over Jake Marshall. Be right back. Hope everyone's enjoying Finals Day. It's a great place to get your merchandise from this event in 2025, the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. How cool are those shirts? A nice collaboration once again between Vizsla and Florence to bring you that one-of-a-kind t-shirt, hats, sweatshirts, YETI water bottles. And if you're right here on site, you can just head to Ehukai Beach Park, grab it in person, watch your favorite heats. If you're not here, don't worry, you can go to WSLstore.com and represent your favorite surfers on tour. If you're a Jack Robinson fan, you can wear 72 all day long around your local lineups and show your support in the world title race this year. It's going to be interesting. We've got John taking the year off as last year's 3-time world champ. We've got Felipe Toledo coming back into the jersey looking for a 3rd world title. And well, there's always the GOAT story. Kelly, a wild card in this event.
I'm not tripping on Katie got a 7 for nothing. She's tripping on the scoreline. She's finals day. She took
Talking
off, got like
scores.
barely in the pocket, and then did a half turn, and there were 7 minutes, 50 seconds. What are they gonna do? She's gonna get some
Love it. He loves it.
Kelly just breaking down the scale for finals day with Strider. Preparing for Ian Gouveia. Kelly would have competed against Fabio Gouveia back in the day. Kelly's almost 53. Ian's dad's 55.
Well, it scared me because I was thinking, is that the best kind of waves that are out there?
You saw that Evo nothing?
No, I heard Evo got to go.
Yeah, we showed Biggie. It was battle wave for wave. So hopefully, and this one's been slow, so maybe yours is going to be wave for wave.
If Evo needed an 8 and he got it, it must have been some good waves.
Sit 8-5, G, leg drop.
All right, I'm out. That's right.
Quick little chat with his good friend Strider and Kelly Slater. Looks like he's focused on business. Pretty straight face, just focusing on the numbers. It'll be Giant versus a comeback story for Ian Gouveia to the tour. You know, Gouveia would be a giant Kelly Slater fan, and he's going to do everything he can to try to get to the semifinals. And just getting confirmation, Barron was on a 6.5. Same model, same dims as
the 10.
what he won on the year before, but on the 10 yesterday, a 6.5 from Channel Islands.
Wow, yeah, I was saying he likes that 6.3. That's a little bit bigger board for him. It's even more impressive that he made that drop in that tight of a pocket.
Maybe that'll be the theme for Barron this year, a little more length. I remember it was almost peculiar to see him on a 6.4, even when he did win Sunset. It wasn't Giant Sunset that day, and brought him to a lot of success. He does have that wide stance, so aesthetically it does look great with turns with a little length out in front. But he's definitely more motivated than ever to pick up some wins on the road. You know, he knows how to win in Hawaii. He's ready to back up his title here and really get himself that winning feeling once he's on the road. 5:50 on the clock. Jake opened with a 6.7, got him right into the mix. Chasing a 7.8 as Gouveia's checked in.
The surfing Kelly Slater coming up in 6 right now. Focus is
Gouveia really comfortable here in Hawaii. His wife actually moved here, went to Kahuku High School for a couple years. He's always enjoyed his time on the North Shore and now preparing for probably one of the most meaningful heats of his career. Nathan, you've spent a lot of time hanging out with Kelly, watching Kelly compete, you know, talking story for so many years. I mean, it's blowing all of our minds every single time he puts on a performance like he did yesterday. I mean, where do we go with expectations for the guy anymore?
Just constantly unbelievably impressed. Like, to be doing it at the level he's doing it, and for so many generations. He's surfed through so many generations of best surfers in the world. Every 10 years, best surfers in the world. He's beating them in comps, competing with them, and he just loves it. He has such a passion for surfing that it's like, it's insanely inspiring to see someone with so much love for the sport. He's a friend, but I am still like, every time he's also, we grew up, Kelly's our hero. And so to just even be having conversations with him and call him a friend and have dinners with him is just like an honor for me. Like me and my brothers, John even is just, he's a huge hero. Barron.
Driving through the barrel, Mamiya looking to go the distance,
yeah.
And he gets caught. Always watching for a special exit, but that one got him. His first real fall of this matchup.
It's a tricky situation now. There's 4 minutes to go, and Marshall has priority, only needing a 7.8. That patience game could easily pay off with just a solid wave will get you the score today. While Barron surfed a technically good heat, staying busy, getting scores early. Now it's going to come down to the ocean. That's always a tough one. In days like this, the patience game, all you need is 2. Even though one guy surfs a really technical heat, the other guy can just be on the 2 best waves of the heat, and that's going to do it.
Totally. I think Jake Marshall might be the new Iceman on tour.
The ice in the vein.
Yeah, he can hold court, unflappable, no matter how many people are cheering or what the numbers are doing or even what the script is saying for favorites. I love Jake's composure. Looking for a 7.8. I enjoyed you, Nathan, on the Jamie O and Mason Host show. That was really fun. A fun podcast with you guys that have all grown up together.
I love those guys.
And I really love just breaking down the pecking order and how you have to grow up with it and earn your spot over the years? You know, kind of break down where that's been for Barron, you know, being a little bit younger than you, and how that all works out today.
Yeah, their generation was just below ours, and they did it the right way. Hours and hours and hours of pipe surfing, and in the beginning not catching very much, to now doing what they're doing. Him and McConaughey, Kalani Rivero, No Beshin, that whole crew, they are so good at a pipe. That no session goes by without one of them being on the highlight rides. But you can see, like, all that practice sitting 20 feet underneath us pays off with that drop of Barron's. Like, he's doing that on the normal days. I'll be sitting on the first reef and looking, and he's 20 feet inside of me looking for the most mutant double up. So that's the way pipe teaches you to surf all ranges of its faces, is when you start on that corner at Gums and you move in to the double ups that no one else wants. And that teaches you to make those late drops. Then you move out to that first reef, those big first reef ledge waves. And then you get old and tired and get your 8.0 out and you sit out the back and glide in. And so pipe will teach you over a lifetime a way to surf every one of its faces. It's epic for that. We still have to deal with Jamie. He's not giving up that first reef yet. And hopefully we will be pestering McConaughey and Barron and Beshin and Rivero for another 20 years on the first reef.
I love it. Oh, great breakdown. I love the banter between y'all too with the generations and the respect you have for looking both ways, older and younger, here on the North Shore of Oahu, especially here at Pipeline. Kalani Rivero just released a movie, man, that is so funny. He's such a character, and all of his best friends are in that movie. He's acting in it, getting crazy good waves. Check that movie from KR when you can. A minute to go. There is some crazy language in there, just so that all the kids know out there. But we do have a minute left on the clock. Quarterfinal number 2, Jake Marshall, just the 6.7. This is exactly what he'd hoped for, to have a chance with priority. Barron starting to swirl around a little bit. Jake's with him. And Barron kind of throw Jake off his decision making here. Jake's choosing this one. Needs a 7.8 to upset the defending champ. Pulls in really deep. Marshall comes out the low road into some turns. There's a big snap on the windup. What a clean finish. Meanwhile, Barron emerges out of the tube, pulls in for another second effort. That's stretching across the reef. Could be in a must-make situation, and he went so far to get clipped with 15 seconds to go.
I don't know what to say. That was buzzer beater.
It has to be the best wave of the heat, right? Jake's searching for a 7.8. That thing was pretty incredible.
It was a great ride.
Yeah, and 2 great turns after. It'd be interesting, you know, you're drawing comparisons to Barron's 7.6, but, you know, that was a pipe wave, backdoor wave.
We need to see what Barron did on the takeoff here. Nathan, walk us through it.
Took off and he started to stall. He wanted to get in the barrel right away, but it just ran once it hit the reef. He stepped on the gas, but it might have just been like a second too late. If he maybe hadn't stalled, but he might have not gotten all that barrel time. Jake's he was pretty deep in the barrel there. He had a lot of foam ball. It wasn't as hollow of a wave, but he definitely finished it a lot better.
And there's this crazy composure of Jake Marshall. Was it a 7.8? Flick, what do you think of the takeoff here?
I mean, it has to, in the context of this heat, it has to be the best wave. And I think it could be right there. I really do. I think what he got done after this too, the flow between these turns, how strong he finished.
Yeah.
I'm comparing it to a 7.6 of Barron's, but that was a pipe wave. It was so different. But I'm going to say it's right there, yeah.
Right in the conversation. What a close heat. We've had 2 of these back-to-back. Ending up on the final exchange. Scores in for Jake Marshall. Not enough.
Whoa.
A 7.3. 14.5 to 14.0. What a big effort for the Californian. Still matches his personal best result as a quarterfinal at the CT level, and Barron still in the hunt to go back-to-back.
So close.
That's the way you want a heat to end, though. Like you want.
That could have gone either way.
Exactly. It's just splitting hairs. It was so exciting, and gets the heart rate going.
Yeah, geez, you're a good luck charm, Nathan, for these close decisions. Nathan?
Let's go, Barron.
Thanks so much for your time today and joining us. Come
me.
in anytime. Let's keep talking about surfing forever.
All right. Thanks for having me, guys.
Nathan
later.
Florence hanging out, and we will continue on with finals day. Kelly Slater versus Ian Govea coming up next. We'll bring in Kaipo, Ross, and Jesse for the call.
Back in 2022, just shy of his 50th birthday, Kelly Slater continued to make what legends are made out of. A victory here, his 8th victory at Pipeline in a final with Seth Moniz. It was all Slater, all event long. The connection between Kelly Slater and the Bonsai Pipeline, undeniable. It doesn't matter if it's a left, it doesn't matter if it's a right. A rare swig of the champagne for Kelly Slater as we welcome you to the set and set you up for yet another heat with Kelly Slater. I'm Kaipo Gura along with Ross Williams. You can call him the Cat, that was his old nickname. And Jesse Mendez, you can call him Lito. That's his old nickname too.
I just found out the other day that when he said that, I didn't know about that nickname.
It's very cat-like when he lands.
There you go.
It's an old school name.
I am old school. As is Kelly Slater. He's coming up against a little bit younger guy in the way of Ian Govea in this quarterfinal number 3. We already have semifinal number 1 set up for the men, and in that semifinal number 1, we're going to see that our defending champ, Barron Mamiya. Barron is with Strider Wazalewski.
Right on, Kaipo. Yeah, Barron, watching you surf out here, obviously your home grounds, you know, I could see the youth in you, the little kid having fun.
Yeah, it's like super playful backdoor. This is what I like when I was like young, like 11, 12. This is all I would surf, you know? I'd sit on the end of Aints and just pick off little barrels all day. So yeah, it's super fun and I love it.
But then there's the business. You're riding a little bit bigger boards. Your heat IQ is up. So there's definitely been a shift.
Yeah, for sure. You definitely have to play the game, you know? Got to play the game because you're in the game. So definitely like coming against Jake, I knew it was going to be a battle. You know, I've competed against him my entire, you know, life, and we grew up together and we did like NSSAs and stuff. So I knew it was going to be a battle, and he got me really good at Winky last year. He absolutely smoked me. So I was like, okay, I gotta get this guy back.
Also, the physical aspect, you were telling me, even though it's not big and huge like yesterday, there's still a lot going on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just being in the water, there's a lot of people on the beach, your adrenaline's up, you know, you want to make the heat, you're doing runarounds. I broke my board and had to do a runaround, come back out, and it was just, there's a lot going on, you know, you're surfing in heat and you're pushing as hard as you possibly can, so your adrenaline's pretty high, your heart rate's high, and you get a little tired for sure, but I'm feeling good, so I'm excited.
All right, so would you rather surf against Ian or Slater?
I mean, I think, yeah, Slater, obviously. I want to surf a final against Slater. He got me in 2022 when he went on to win the comp. Really good. I definitely want to surf against Slater.
All right, well, we'll let you get ready for your next heat. Congratulations. Back to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Barron Mamiya
Yeah, given the brackets, Barron would have to make the final as well as Kelly for them to match up. Slater right now up against Ian Govea. And an interesting fact, Ross, is that Slater's been around, well, this is his 33rd event here at Pipe on the championship tour. Slater's been around so long that Kelly used to surf against Ian's dad, Fabio.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember being on tour. I was on tour back then too. I'm also ancient.
Yeah.
Like Uncle Kelly. And I totally remember Ian Govea in diapers.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. He. By the way, shout out to Fabio, best, smoothest style back then in the 90s. But yeah, his dad's a legend.
Yeah, Fabio Govea was kind of like the Brazilian Tom Curran back then. And actually, Jesse, the stats on head-to-head between Kelly Slater and Fabio Govea actually favor Fabio 4-2 with Ian's father taking down the GOAT. So Ian is going to have to channel Pops right now and get it going.
And not many can call that, right? Like, there's not many people that had the heads on top of Kelly. That's incredible.
And they all know who they are.
Yeah, they all know.
Printed and framed.
That's why I kind of also liked it the way that Barron just had the interview right there. So many times people just trying to play cool and it's like, oh, I don't care who's in my next heat, but they do care.
Yeah.
Like it's on the back of their head, and he just called it out, and it could be a great final. We'll be stoked to watch.
Wants a piece of the GOAT, Kaipo.
Yeah. I think Ian is coming back. He's been so happy with, advancing through heats. He's been brilliant, Jesse, but I think he has an injury. He has some stitches on his knee.
Yeah, at backdoor on a small day like this, he said it was one of those very dry waves, and as soon as he felt it bottomed down under him, he was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna hit the reef so hard right now. Somehow nothing happened, went over, and as he was coming up, the fin just sliced him, 22 stitches.
Survived the reef, but got the fin sliced for 22 stitches, Ian Govea. Let's look at our CT by the numbers. We keep on talking about Kelly Slater, and there's always very impressive notes with Kelly Slater. This is the highest percentage of rights last year at Pipe. Kelly Slater caught most right.
Yeah, and Kelly is insane. He's like, there's only a handful of guys on tour that surf Pipe that'll look both ways equally with optimistic eyeballs. Some guys really only want to go right. Some surfers only want to go left. Kelly looks both ways, and just depending on the swell direction of the day, Kelly is very happy to go right.
And it's wild because Slater's equally as effective either at Pipe or backdoor.
It was an interesting conversation during Italo and Miguel Pupo's heat. There were some small technical little right-handers that the guys were trying to navigate through on their backhand, off speed, fast then slow, and it's really tough on your backhand. I'm sure you can testify to this, Jesse. And then those two nice, kind of slightly bigger waves came at the end, and they just sat there and enjoyed themselves and sat in the pit. Regular footers do have that advantage because typically when you're surfing Kaipo, it's huge, so you're just kind of navigating a gnarly drop and then you stand tall. But when they're tight and small and off pace, like backdoor usually is, it's tough on the backside.
And I think you called it like the pace. That's the biggest problem. Like having to slow yourself down and then start to put on deceleration. And I've noticed that Kelly keeps going towards where you're sitting, kind of at Ains. Like that's the second time on the heat that he already kind of goes like 30 or 40 yards away from Ian, and then kind of sees something probably moving that way, and then he sees it's not coming, he comes back in it. Like he's probably trying to identify those wide ones that no one has seen it yet.
In the water, it's really tough out there. You can see it. There's clearly great waves at the very top towards gums, and there's great waves all the way near off the wall. So you really have to cover the reef today. You can get a 7-point ride at either section.
A hurried paddle here by Ian Govea. Looks like he's going to get the first wave of this matchup, and he goes down, and down hard right there.
That was a big score wave. That was one of the widest waves we've seen all morning. That was a beautiful wave. Unfortunately, just a little bit underneath, and Kelly almost felt like he knew that already. There was two underneath because he didn't even try to push or anything. He just paddled at the top and let him do the rest of it.
Ian got what he wanted, Kaipo. He's kind of holding the top of the peak. That's that game everyone plays at the beginning of heats, and he held that power position on the inside, but he was a little too far in. Didn't have enough paddle power to chip in and free fell. That was kind of a nasty little wipeout.
Yeah, that looked nasty.
Just disengage those back fins right there, and that board starts swinging underneath you, and you're just so hard to control it. And not to mention, hit the bottom most likely once again.
Yeah, I mean, It's one of the hazards here, right? And it doesn't matter the size, no matter what. It's shallow.
That's what's so interesting when you watch John, when you watch Barron and the best guys out here, how much they freak out and paddle that 10, 15 seconds before the wave hits. That gets them that just enough chip shot to get under and down the face of the wave. Ian was kind of let that wave approach him just 2 seconds too long, and lo and behold, he was trapped and had to go for that airdrop. So the best surfers out here position themselves a little earlier than everyone else. They see it quick.
Yeah, it's intuitive, right? And it has to be intuitive. And we've heard, you know, all of the surfers that do well here at Pipe said there's no substitution for time here on the Bonsai Reef. Gouveia tucks in. It's a funnel, and he negotiates an exit there. So nice comeback by Ian Gouveia to get a score on the board. And applause from the beach. Appreciates that. So you can see he's excited on the kick paddle back out, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's smart of him. Like, obviously, seating without priority, we expect the waves improved a lot in the last few minutes and the last few heats. It groomed out. There, you can see the texture. There's offshore to it, so that helps opening up the barrels. But we expect, hopefully, a lot of waves will come, but you never know. Like, it could be a scrappy heat and a heat of force, and he's already getting a backup right there. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, today will keep you on your toes. You could get a 6-foot crazy drainer across the whole reef, or be grinding and doing aerials and maneuvers on a 2-footer. You really got to be open-minded today. And this is a under prio special. It won't be a big score, but that's what you do under prio. You hunt, look for some backup scores.
Yeah, well played by Ian Gouveia. And Kelly Slater taking a look here. He's got priority, 17 minutes and some change on the clock for the 11-time world champ, the 8-time pipe champ. I mean, we could go on and on about the accolades of Kelly Slater. He's won 101 heats here at Pipeline, 56 career championship tour victories. I can keep on going on the list if this low.
It's insane.
Takes a while, but there's so many accolades to Slater, and he's kind of the wave whisperer. Oh, there we go. Jake Marshall and Barron Mamiya with some great sportsmanship after their matchup. It was a close one between those two.
Yeah, they're the same age, right? So they've been surfing against each other for all the amateur events. They're very familiar with each other's styles and techniques, and they know how, I think there's a lot of respect between the two.
Yeah, camaraderie, right, on the tour. You leave it out in the water.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you would take it to the land, but now we just leave it on the water.
Oh, man. I remember Potts and Brad Gerlach. That was a fun one. Those
poking holes in each other's boards?
It was like a 90s hairband video all 24/7. It was just a lot of posturing.
Is that what you're talking about? That, I think it was in Japan or something. They start poking holes in each other's boards.
Best rivalry ever. Sasstown.
Ian Gouveia again. Another funnel. Looking for the exit, the window, the puka, the door, and he finds it. So there you go. Ian Gouveia chipping away at it. And the pressure is going to start mounting on the 11-time world champ.
Wow, rare out of position for Kelly. That was a good wave. That thing rifled across the reef. So even Kelly getting sneaked up on, but here he goes.
Well, here we go. Slater delays the little bottom turn. Of course, in the barrel, gets the second section, funnels through that. No problem for Kelly Slater. Now we got a heat.
The waves are providing, lucky for us, because it's going to be entertaining. Like, the last few heats have been so fun, and this another beautiful wave. The first one goes by, second one maybe even better, and he had he could have been a few steps behind as well.
Look at Kelly's is he gonna beat Ian on the paddle battle right now for priority? No, that's the real shot right there.
Well, this is interesting because Kelly's outside. Ian's inside. He's a little further out, maybe. Kelly doesn't seem too interested. And he's like 69 years old, so makes sense.
Save the energy. It's a long day ahead of you.
Yeah. Ian just spins around, so priority's not even going to matter. He's going to take this one. Drops in, pulls up, yanks on the rail of the Sharp Eye surfboard, comes out once again for Ian Gouveia. So now the judges owe us 2 scores for Gouveia, 1 score for Slater. What do you think about that, Jesse? That strategy, just stay busy.
I didn't like it. If I was him, I mean, looking most likely because he probably saw Kelly's wave behind his wave on the previous one. And I think it was a good time for him to hold priority and actually wait for a good wave to be in the right spot. This is a nice wave, once again, just beautiful technique, which I expect 100% from him. He's one of the best two-bretters in the world. But Kelly comes back on this one, Ross.
Yeah, like you said, though, good call, Jesse. He was just a little bit out of position, so he had to stall there for the second half of the barrel. Maybe he could have been a little further out right there at the tip. He could have been kind of getting barreled there for 2 seconds before that. But this set surprised him. What was interesting, Kaipo, is we just talked about how guys like Kelly never get out of position, but even Kelly on these small forfeit days, sometimes the waves jack up a little further out than you think, and then also he's looking over his shoulder at Aints, so he's got his eyeballs on 100 yards of reef, and sometimes you get out of position just a little bit.
Yeah. So still waiting for the score for Slater as well as Jan Govea, 4-point ride. One more score coming in for Jan Govea and waiting for Slater. Mahina Olelo Hawaii, it is the Hawaiian language month, and so I would like to wish an early Hau'oli Lahanau, an early happy birthday to Kelly Slater, who's going to be turning 53 in 3 days.
Yeah, a big birthday coming up. Like you said, he doesn't drink a whole lot of champagne, alcohol. I think I've seen his garage closet. He's got just a bunch of weird old alcohol in there that he just stores. I don't think he knows what to do with it.
It's been there, I think, since he bought the house, to tell you the truth, like leftovers.
It's for the valley.
Whole pound and almond shake, though.
Oh, yeah.
Chia seeds.
Maybe some bonsai in there. All right, so Slater, hey, he waited, but he got a great number, a 7.33 for Kelly Slater, and he's got priority, so that's what champs do. He put himself in a winning situation. Ross, he waited for the wave, he executed, he had that little priority tussle. You pointed out, Jesse, you didn't like that Ian just took that wave, and now Slater with heat control in my mind, because he's got that big score.
I'm with you, and that's why I was kind of like surprised that Ian pulled out on that, pulled into that wave, because that wave was great, but out the back, not where he was, just halfway through.
Hey, let's take a bonsai brew break, Ross, and we'll make a smoothie actually in this brew break.
Cheers.
Kelly Slater, this is a 7.33. Beautiful surfing. WSL One Ocean partnered with YETI and Open Water to protect the albatross nesting area at Kahuku Point. It was a great day learning about our ocean soarers. Albatross spend 80 to 90% of their lives soaring over the sea, only coming to land to nest, and we protect those nests. Thank you, Open Water, YETI, and WSL One Ocean. And a nice little tidy tidbit here. Wisdom, a Laysan albatross, Ross, is 72 years old, and she is still raising chicks. She's the world's oldest known bird at 72 years old.
Insane.
Happy birthday, Laysan the albatross.
Well, they do a good job over there. They do a lot of beach cleans too, picking up all the microplastics. which is great because of those birds sometimes will use the plastic too much, accidentally ingest some. So it's important to keep the beaches clean, to keep it out of the albatross's mouth.
That's right. Keep the plastic out of the poke too.
That's the plan. Yeah.
Well, if the fish eats the plastic, you cut
Right.
up the fish, and then I went a long way around with that. But thank you again for joining us. This has been heat number 3, quarterfinal number 3. I'm Caity along with Ross Williams and Jesse Mendez on the call. Ian Govea up against Kelly Slater. Kelly Slater with a single wave score, but it is a meaty score of a 7.33. Slater also waiting patiently with priority.
Yeah, he's in uncle mode. Drop the anchor. That's what he does.
Knowledge
Gets
right
another
there.
7 or higher. That puts Ian in a bad spot.
Let's take a look at our Pacifico fan picks with 70% of you going with Kelly Slater, but we got 30% Ian Govea fans, so I like it. I like that some people pick the underdog there, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, people that know how good of a tube rider Ian is, obviously you can't go against stats. Kelly has won a lot of heats out here, experience, and is one of the best tube riders of all time, but Ian's dangerous. Like, and if he was maybe a foot deeper or a foot up more on the back on that first wave, you would have probably got an excellent score. So the fans notice that, knows that he has gotten big scores in tube riding before, and going for Ian.
Yeah, taking a look at the lineup from above and a little bit of a ruffle in the water. You know, guys, do you have some friends that you always call with surf forecast and surf knowledge?
Yes,
I do. I have one. His name's Gary Cooley, and Gary's been doing forecasting here. You know, Ross, forever. And he notified me. We had a heat where Moana Jones-Wong said, "Hey, the Waimea buoy is down." Well, the Waimea buoy's back up.
Oh, interesting.
So we can get the reading there. But also, what Gary said about what he sees today, he's hoping that the sea breezes do not come into play. Silky smooth here on the left. Young Govea, second section. Govea busts through the door there, and he is going to increase upon his heat total.
That was really well surfed. He didn't get hypnotized by that barrel and stand still. He had a couple really aggressive pumps that got him through that tricky small barrel, especially that last section.
Look at Kelly looking at him and giving him a sly smile like, yeah, you got me, kid.
Under prio. Yeah,
You
Kelly
got
let
me under
that go.
prio, kid. You got this one.
Watch the pumps here. This is really important. You know, this is a tricky almond-shaped barrel in the end, and a couple really nice pumps there to break him through and get that extra speed.
That's going to apply some pressure in Kelly, I feel like, because this is obviously what Kelly loves doing, right? Like being under priority and finding something sneaky. And that was kind of like doubled up underneath him, had to airdrop a little bit, and then battle to the mattle. Big pumps right there, a second one and a third one right here. And the chandelier too, not easy, which for him, it makes it trickier, but the judges love the clean exit. So that's probably not going to help his cause, but it makes it much harder for you to ride.
I mean, as a surfer, you know, you really appreciate those barrels because they're tough. They're really technical to ride, and you know, that was really well done there.
And it's going to make it tough on Slater because previous to that wave, all Kelly needed was a 1.5 to take the lead off of Ian Govea. I have a sneaking suspicion that the need for Kelly Slater is going to be much more, and that's going to be pressure for the 11-time world champ.
Yeah, and if you're in Ian's head space, you'd be thinking, you know, in his mind, he'd be like, I need 2 waves. So he's got 1. And if you're Ian, you're thinking, I need 1 more. I know Kelly's going to get another score, so I need to match him. So, you know, even though Kelly's going to need a score, it's really Ian who is thinking, I need to get 2 waves. Because a 4.8 and a 4 is not too great. You know what I mean? You want to get 2 waves, 6 and up.
Yeah. We're still waiting for that score to set the situation. The last score for Ian Govea, and I think it's going to even things up once all the numbers drop. Here come some of the numbers looking good for the Brazilian. A 7.17. Govea extends his lead and makes it a little bit tougher for Kelly Slater, who now needs a 4.67. Slater with priority and a little over 5 minutes and sets.
Ooh, Kelly positioning. This is where all the magic happens, the positioning. Here he goes nice and deep, Caity.
Slater, deep at backdoor, deep in the barrel, travels through that first section, second section. He's still going, but it clamps at the end. He traveled that entire distance.
That was so impressive. That was a 10-point ride if he would have come out of that.
Govea, second wave of the set, yanks up on the sharp eye surfboard. Takes the low line, high line, and again, just busts through the door to get out of that backhand barrel. Looking to improve upon a 4.83.
And that's, you know, that's the throw of the dice at backdoor and pipe. Sometimes you're in rhythm with the best waves, the easiest waves, maybe the waves that are most throaty and slabby that give you that magic that allows the judges to go real big. And Ian won that one. Kelly's was really stretched out and technical, and he had to pump through it. I don't know that there's anything else he could have done.
Yeah.
It just stretched all the way to off the wall, where Ian's was really throaty, and he sat there and he did a good job too, stalling and speeding up. A little bit of everything on that barrel ride from Ian.
Take a look at Slater first here, Jesse.
Yeah, I love how he slows down on the takeoff right there, and then he started pumping up the gas, and I mean, he did as much as he could, and right there he gets to Aints and he kind of clamps. That was the only issue he had in front of him. And if you're thinking about it, obviously, if Kelly didn't come out, Ian on his backhand most likely wouldn't as well. And this was just a beautiful, perfect backdoor. He did clamp as well, and he muscled through it. Beautiful work from Ian right there. He's going to apply a lot of pressure on Kelly Slater.
It was an exciting wave because he actually grabbed his rail and pumped. So he knew that he had to step on the gas, and then he broke through that chandelier at Aints. It was also a little further towards Aints, which Kaipo typically usually is a little more slabby. And that wave had that square shape that the judges love.
Yeah. And when Ross is talking about Aints, he's talking about the piece of reef in between off the wall and backdoor. They call it Aints because it ain't backdoor, it ain't off the wall, but it's not good grammar either.
Look at that, 8 points, guys.
8-point ride goes
Aints,
excellent.
Aints.
An 8 at Aints for Ian Govea. And now Kelly Slater needs a 7.85, Ross.
What was that? 90 seconds?
Yeah.
The left of Ian and then the right. I mean, that is the beauty of surfing contests at pipe and backdoor. You can turn a heat. It was all Kelly Slater there, you know, for the first 25 minutes of that heat, and bang, Ian's mastering this heat now.
Don't count him out. Here's Slater with 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. He's going to hear the news that he needs a 7.85 from the beach announcers, just hoping that he can summon a set here at Pipeline.
Yeah, he needs some energy to come in. He'll take advantage of the lineup. He just needs some swells to come in.
And the crazy thing about it as well, like, what could you tell Kelly so far that he did wrong? Nothing really. Like, he had to go on that first wave. That looked like a very good wave, and he was close to probably getting a 10-point ride, but just a little bit out of luck there. But maybe there's some more in the lineup. Let's see.
Yeah, even if Kelly was further towards the shoulder, like a little more conservative on that last wave he had, he still would have got pinched at Aints. So it was just the way the waves shaped up. 2 minutes, Kaipo, a little bit of juice out there.
Yeah, typically you can see the relationship with Kelly and Pipeline. Sometimes you think he can just part the seas here. We'll see if he can summon a backdoor wave, or he'll take a pipe wave, just anything.
I saw Jack Robbo do that yesterday. He literally looked like Jesus Cristo in Rio. He was like standing on his board, just trying to suck the energy towards him. And it kind of worked. He got that 10-point ride after he was doing that. So Kelly needs to get a little fruity here and summons a set.
90 seconds is tough, Ross.
Ian's like, no, we're good. Go flat.
Yeah. Just rips go through. Looks like he's seen something.
Yeah. Here comes a series of waves, and he is beelining it. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be it.
Could be. Needs a little double up slab to it.
Oh.
Judges something to look at.
Look at it. And, it just rolls under him, yeah. Tough one.
Jesse, you called it. Ian is underestimated as a barrel rider. I mean, he's been surfing really well inside the barrel in this heat, like crafty surfing.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously for me it's easier because I grew up the guy. He's one of my best friends, so it's like you and Kelly. You know, I watch him in every tube ride and sessions we had all over the last 20 years. So I know how sneaky good he is, and some people know because they've seen it, but most of them don't.
And it's good to see Ian Govea. I mean, last year on the championship tour was 2018 for Ian, so now he's back. And just to get back on after all those years of grinding through the qualifying series and the Challenger series is an accomplishment in itself. But hey, to come here and get a minimum of a semifinal finish when you're back on the championship tour, hold your horses. However, Slater, nope, that's it.
Yeah, Ian started with that kind of brutal wipeout, shook it off and went to work. So pretty rad heat for Ian. He's going to be stoked to get one on a goat.
That's the end of the heat. Ian Gouveia.
And this is his strength. Like, he needs to capitalize on this event. Like, this is one of the events that he came in thinking, I need to get 5th or better here if I want to stay on tour, because it's going to matter a lot.
Well, here goes Ian Gouveia. He can come on in, rest up, get ready. He'll be in semifinal number 2. Who will meet him? We're going to find out when we return with quarterfinal number 4, featuring George Pittar and Leo Fioravanti.
This was one of Andy Iron's personal boards. It's one of 3 6.6s that we built for him in 2003. Andy gets to the quarters and he breaks the first 6.6. He gets to the semi, breaks the second one. He rode the last 6.6 in the final and won the Pipe Masters and then won the world title. And I remember Andy coming up the path here at Pipe with his dad, and you know, he was victorious. They were celebrating, and I saw Andy. I go, "Hey, Andy, that was a good call, right? That we added that last 6.6." And he said, "Yeah, that was it." And so this is one of the 6.6s that he rode.
Yeah, Eric Arakawa, master shaper. Ross Williams likes his Arakawas with those Arctic foam blanks cores.
Yeah, last few years I've been hanging out with Eric in his factory. He's just a wealth of knowledge.
Look at these two, Ross.
Yeah, we have wonderful hair from Ian Gouveia and a nice slick bald head over there from Uncle. Both handsome men though, I will say. Good sports right there. Kelly's still wearing a smile.
We got a new matchup now, quarterfinal number 4. The rookie on tour, George Pittar, coming up against Leonardo Fioravanti. Fioravanti, former runner-up here at Pipe, has a great track record at this break. First time, really, for George Pittar, but impressive performance from a rookie just to make it this far. At the beginning of the heat, oh, we got some waves to actually catch up on. We got some action to catch up on. Let's go for and see how this heat started out. It started out like this. Excuse me. Woo! Leo Fioravanti and George Pittar.
Wow. That's a lot of contact for no interference.
Well, yeah.
I mean, well done for the judges. I like it. Let them play a little bit.
So priority went to Leo. So George had to just take a scrap right here. And George goes down. That was a 1.5 for Pittar, leaving Leo with priority. And then Leonardo Fioravanti with priority was able to get a wave, and that comes in at a 6.67. So here's the wave from Leonardo Fioravanti, Jesse, the 6.67.
very late to the takeoff right there. Beautiful, but just like the other surfers on the previous heat, Kelly on the previous heat, just not deep enough as they were probably hoping for, but still great ride for him and a great start of the heat. But there's probably a little bit more meat in the bone that way.
Yeah. Well, Leonardo paddled back out and then assumed Ross priority again. So he controlled to Leonardo Fioravanti, nice score and priority.
Yeah, and that was well done. It was a late drop from Leo, had a sneaky double arm stall. So pretty good surfing there on net barrel from Leonardo for the 6.67, and that's a good score today. You'd say 12, 13 points is probably going to get you through the heat on a day like today, but that was a scrappy start. Wow. Feisty guys.
I like it. I like it a lot. I also like the surfing of Ian Govea. Let's hear from Ian. He's with Waz.
Thank you, Kaipo. Ian, tell me what the headspace is like going out against the greatest of all time at backdoor.
Yes, finally I had my opportunity to be out there only with Kelly, main heat. I had a couple hits with him before, but was with another guy. So yeah, to be with Kelly in a man-to-man hit in pipeline, it's like, I don't know, it's the biggest thing that I can ask for. It's a hit with Kelly out here. Oh, still pumping.
Fun to watch. Well, I think that your dad actually has one heat win over Kelly Slater. Does that come into your mind?
Yeah, I think so. I think my dad was able to beat him a couple of times. And yeah, was going to be sick if my dad was here as well, watching us from here. Maybe I would give him the jersey so he paddled out with Kelly. But yeah, it's amazing. It's unbelievable to have this opportunity. Yes.
For those of you that didn't see it, Kelly Slater gave his jersey to Ian as a momentous moment for him. So really good feeling right there. Some words in Portuguese for your fans.
Valeu todo mundo aí que tá na torcida. Pô, finalmente. Nossa senhora. Bom, finalmente tive uma bateria homem a homem com Kelly. Realmente sempre foi o maior sonho. E, pô, ainda mais aqui em Pipeline. Tô sem o que falar. Foi animal. Vamos nessa.
Valeu.
Valeu.
Oh, man, that was a great interview right there with Strider and Ian. Ian's going to call Pops Fabio and say, hey, I got him too.
Yeah.
I can join the club. But during that interview, we saw Leonardo Fioravanti, Jesse, he had a trainer.
Yeah, he was able to stall right off the takeoff right there. Got very deep. Nice ride there for Leo. We were sitting on the little screen right there. It was hard to identify like how good of a wave it was, but he did a very good work there.
But at George's, man.
Yeah.
Having a rough one so far in his heat, but still 22 minutes left.
Well, that's a test for a rookie, right? How do you come back after kind of having a shocker in the first third of the heat?
I mean, Ian started his heat getting hammered.
Yeah.
Pitched on a wave and then beat the goat. By the way, the Goveas should open up a restaurant in Brazil and just serve goat. Because they are filleting Kelly with the family.
Here's
literally, they should.
That's a good one, Ross.
Roasted goat.
Look at right here. George Pittar tried his best, but there was no exit, and he just got clamped on. Meanwhile, Leonardo Fioravanti goes excellent in his score. You can see the score bug right there. 14.84. That last wave for Leonardo, an 8.17. So, great start for the Italian.
And
Ross.
priority.
And priority again. Totally
Doesn't get much better than that, right?
Green Weaver. Wait for another bomb.
And that's the problem of surfing sometimes against Leo Fioravanti. Like, you know he's going to scrap from the beginning. And if that rattles you, you should not get involved. Because it's going to play into your mind. You might make mistakes, and Leo's just going to capitalize on it. Because he does that every heat if he has to, but other people won't.
I actually love that insight right there. Because it feels like it did get in the rookie's head just a little bit.
That's Leo's program too. He loves to get scrappy. He's very competitive.
And he builds with that. Like it's his bread and butter, you know, he loves doing it. And there's not many people that can handle that. So maybe that got in George Pittar's head and he just ended up committing mistakes because at the scores right now, everything's flowing his way.
In George's defense, though, he also seems scrappy. I don't know him as well as I do Leo, but he seems like he could bounce back in this heat. He also seems like your true blue Aussie bloke who just doesn't mind being really competitive, doesn't mind going, getting down and dirty. So let's see if Brother George can turn it around here.
Yeah. When we look at fantasy surf, Leonardo Fioravanti is a sneaky good pick to put on your team, because in his performances at Pipeline since we started fantasy, he averages giving you 36 points for your fantasy. He's number 3 in line behind John Florence and Joao Chianca as we look at the fantasy stats. So those of you who have Leo on your fantasy team, well done.
Yeah.
That was my fantasy tip. And I wish I took my own advice, by the way, and I didn't. I got so... this was not an event for me.
The rabbit hole.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, this was a tough forecast. You're looking at maybe 4-foot right-hand waves and then maybe a west swell, like to lock in your team early. And this forecast was really tough.
Yeah. We've got AJ reporting. What do you got for us, AJ?
Kaipo, I was talking with George Pittar's father, Tony, and I asked him, how does George, a rookie, recover after a day like yesterday where he was out surfing the best of Pipeline? Oh my goodness, what a drop here. As we see the backdoor barrel. What a moment for Leo Fioravanti. Pittar, though, had a big opportunity yesterday, and really his dad kept saying he's so proud of the way he handled yesterday's waves and the moment. I asked him, how do you recover? And he said he just needed a lot of sleep. George told me in the interview, hey, I woke up at like 2 a.m. because I could hear these waves. And so now that he's made it through yesterday, it feels like a massive weight has been taken off his shoulders. And of course, it's amazing to make it to finals day. And now it's all about trying to find that next rhythm here today.
Thank you for the reporting, AJ McCord. And we saw Leo Fioravanti yet on another great waves, use his priority. Anything over 6.67, he's going to deepen the combination that George Pittar currently is in, Jesse.
And I like that she mentioned that he couldn't sleep. And there's another guy. This just shows how much it means to these people, And Ian also, I had a text from Ian in a group text at 2:30 a.m. this morning. So
wow.
That's how long he's been awake already. Oh, wow.
Here's Leo Ross.
That's just such a dreamy wave. This is one of those fun days at Backdoor where it's inviting, it's not death-defying. You're looking for a set wave and looking to get a long barrel. This is for sure better than a 6.67. In fact, it has dropped 7.5. And what a dreamy wave. I'd like to surf on that wave.
You could, on your Erica Arakawa.
Yes.
With your Arctic foam core.
Yeah, I would have made that last off of it.
And you would have, I think you would have made that barrel for sure, just like Leo. I have full confidence in you, Ross Williams. Striders with the GOAT right now against the glass. Let's hear what Kelly has to say.
Thank you very much, Kaipo. Yeah, Kelly, well, you're still here on finals day, buddy. Nice work.
Yeah, it was fun. I had my chances. I had that long one, my second wave, that I felt I went a lot further than I thought, and I actually went, I might sneak out of this. Would have been a big score. I probably would have won the heat with that. But then I had my chance with 30 seconds to go, but I paddled. I was like, it's not a big set, so I got to maximize the tube. So I paddled deeper than I should have. And then the wave shifted onto the flat spot at inside Aints. It was kind of far in, so it broke way ahead of me. And I had my chance there, but had I paddled wide, maybe I would have had a chance to look at the score. But good job by Ian, and I was stoked for him. He's a good guy.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
What are your plans now, moving on? I mean, what's wide open, the schedule?
I might have to join Nathan Florence on the slab tour here and there. I'm just going to go get really barreled and enjoy my time off and teach my kid how to poop on the toilet, That's about it. The good things in life.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on a great run here at Pipeline, and it's always an honor to have you here. Thank you for being here.
Thanks. It was really fun. Lexus and WCL, thanks for giving me the wild card, and we'll see. Hopefully I get another one someday. Thanks, guys.
He's not done yet.
I like getting barreled. You're gonna offer me a barrel, I'll take it. Thanks, guys.
There you go.
Back to you guys.
Hey, when Kelly, puts in a request for a wild card, you got to consider a wild card for him when we look at Pipeline or Tahiti.
Dude, he got 5th.
And that's the sketchy thing about it, because he probably has 10 more years in him that he's going to be half He's going to beat half of those surfers on the World Tour.
He's going to be 60 years old, getting a wild card at Pipe.
He was in Florida the last couple months, hanging out with his family.
Not even surfing.
Playing golf, wrestling alligators. Like, the dude is wild. He has not been surfing, and he came here with his eyes closed and got 5th at 53 years old.
And you don't really get barreled in Florida, right? So I mean, maybe he was taking off on 1-footers.
I don't think he was even surfing. I mean, I think like Kelly's one of those guys that will go weeks without surfing and then actually have his first surf in a heat. It's baffling what he does.
It's built and it's baked in. He's and he loves it. You can see how frothy he is. He might as well be 13 years old, little grommet. He's just so psyched.
Rides brand new boards in heats. Another thing that like very few people would do. Like, oh, this one looks good. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, his ability is through the roof. Like he adjusts on the fly, and it allows him to be wide open to schedules, wide open to surfing, wide open to anything. He's just he's ready for it.
Yeah. You know, we don't like to put too much butter on the muffin, but he deserves some butter for sure.
Unfortunate fatalities up and down.
But Govea's should still open a restaurant. Just serve goat 10 different ways, fried, smoked.
And he's so good at this right here, spending time with the surf fans.
Smoked specialty, you'll be smoked.
Smoked goat.
Here's some waves from yesterday, Ross. Kelly Slater.
Oh, he's just insane. Look at that. Backdoor. Kelly was probably so fired up. He had it dialed all the way up to 10. Lefts, rights. He's got the ability to go both ways. And yeah, Kelly. And we were talking about this morning, you guys. Like I thought, he was one of the favorites to win this event. Even though it was 4 feet and it dropped, he's the favorite when it's 8 to 10 feet. But he's just surfing really well right now.
And it's a relationship, right, with this spot. Just to do that right there.
That was a big wave right there.
That's one of those waves that you don't even want to paddle for. Like, it's
no fear.
So stretched out, so tall in size, it's so sketchy.
Dude's going to be 53 next week.
It's insane. You know what's cool about Kelly? He's one of the best competitors ever. He's great with gamesmanship. He's talented. He's good at doing airs. He won the Eddie Aikau.
Yeah.
Like, the dude is brave on top of all that stuff. He's just...
I think he won, and then he almost won again the Greg Long year too. He was in the lead until Greg got that last wave in the afternoon.
I'm pretty sure that's why Elon Musk is trying to go to Mars. He's trying to help Kelly go home. He is an alien. He is not human. And Kelly is a hick from Florida. He's psyched on the whole deal right now. He's trying to get the spaceship home.
Cape Canaveral, look out. Slater's on his way. He wants to do a loop around the world. You've got some great one-liners, Ross. I don't know if you rehearsed those or you're naturally sharp. You're on fire right now. I feel the heat coming off
Lagoon report. All the moms out there, the lagoon is on fire. Look at that.
Yeah, you can see the little lagoon that forms as the sandbar forms. Beautiful day here in Hawaii Nei. And just a great day. I like that there's a little bit of cloud cover right now too, because that is going to prohibit some of the land heating and have, that convective kind of sea breezes come up. So I'm welcoming a little bit of this cloud cover that has settled over us right now.
Yeah, keep it southeast. This wind's been nice last couple of days.
I mean, it really made a difference yesterday, mostly for those backdoor waves that were coming. Like, it opens up so much more. The wave gives them the time. Texture is buttery. Everything's working in our favor the last few days.
Yeah, let's take a Bonzoy brew break, guys, and froth it up. Get ready. Can George Pittar come back? It's going to be tough because Leo Fioravanti right here is in control in the barrel, exiting out.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Welcome back to the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. I'm Caity along with Ross Williams and Jesse Mendez. We're in quarterfinal number 4, and it's been all Italian, all Leo Fioravanti. Excellent score of an 8.17, a very good score of a 7.5. He has the Australian rookie George Pittar in a severe combination. Pittar in the red jersey with priority needs 2 waves of a 15.67. That's a tough feat to accomplish. Jesse Mendez.
Well, the only thing in favor of him, it's a very clear path. Like, there's not much you can do. You just got to set anchor and get a bomb. And then hopefully Leo commits a mistake, doesn't better his situation, he goes and get another one. Because Leo made a very hard job for him right now.
Yeah. George Pittar, there's rookie jersey with the number 95 for Pittar. 95 is the postal code for his home beach, Manly. So he's representing the entire neighborhood there at Manly Beach, Australia, both Queenscliff and North Spain.
Ian Govea got an 8 and a 7 in about 90 seconds in that last heat. So don't count George out.
There you go.
The beauty of piping back door, you can get it done real quick. But Leo knows that. He's not going to get too.
So where's your landmark there, Ross? You see all the coconut trees and houses? I'm sure you got one.
Well, the damn beetles keep eating our coconut trees, so they're losing them. I don't know where my lineup is anymore.
We can, so a note what's happening here, and it's actually a serious subject here in the isolated island, is invasive species are tough. And it can rock our ecosystem. And we have these nasty rhinoceros beetles that have come over here that don't belong here, and they're eating our coconut trees. And so if you see a rhinoceros beetle, please deal with it.
Yeah, they suck.
They're taking our coconuts down.
They love big mulch piles. That's where they lay their larvae. So that could be a good bit of information out there. Put a big tarp over your mulch pile if you need it. But I don't know. I hope our state gets more and more involved with it, because we need to eradicate those things. They're nasty.
Yeah, we certainly do. Hey, George Pittar, coming on and needs the self-belief as a rookie. And let's hear from George Pittar ahead of his rookie season. We caught up with George.
For me, it took me a long time to sort of like my own surfing, and felt like it was a big change for me recently. It was just like appreciating the way I attack it and the way my lines are, and I don't know, I guess knowing that can score as well, in those CTs I had earlier this year, getting a few scores in them was a really big thing for me, where it was okay, you're on the right track. Obviously you've got a very long way to go, but you're on the right track, and whatever you're doing is it can work. So yeah, it's a big thing, I guess, to like your own surfing for me. So that's been a cool change for me.
Yeah. So that was a conversation with George, and I asked him, because his surfing is different, and you're going to see it through the tour this year when we get to more waves that are based on maneuvers. George has really acute angles in his turns. They're really tight radius, acute angle turn. It's very different, and that's his response, Ross, to appreciating that difference.
Yeah, we had fun talking about it yesterday with his style, how he likes to throw the pizzas. He's got that cool little straight right arm and throws up the pizza dough. He's got that stylish. Sort of a shout out to Tom Curran. He also even kind of flicks his hands up throughout turns. He's very technical with his arms, and he's very stylish, but clean rail surfing.
And snappy and quick turns, like a Shane Powell or something,
For sure.
Yeah, a lot of traces of Adam Allen too, but bigger guy. Adam was a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
How he gets tight in the transitions. He's an all-around surfer. He charges too. Yesterday he was charging.
Yeah, and as you could hear from that soundbite too, he has a perfect radio voice with that baritone.
Oh, that's Darth Vader's son. A lot of chicks online just went, whoa, this guy's a dreamboat.
Let's take a look
Radio voice.
at our Pacific. Here we go. Barron Mamiya has snuck up to the 3-story house there, hiding on the balcony with Britt Merrick and surveying the lineup from above, getting away from the Red Bull athlete zone into the Barron zone right there.
That's a good call. You know, you have bird's eye view over there. You can get high, see where the waves are shifting. It even threw Kelly off a little bit. So maybe they're just trying to see how where they should sit on the reef.
Yeah, there we go. Our Lexus Pipe Pro Pacifico bracket. You can see Barron Mamiya is coming up against Italo Ferreira. Talk about a heat. 2 former pipe champs faced off against each other in that semifinal number 1, semifinal number 2, Ian Govea, and the winner of this quarterfinal number 4.
It'll be interesting if we see on a small backdoor day, both Goofy Footer finals.
Ooh.
That'll be very fun.
Look at you go, Goofy Footer. Yeah.
Hey, they've been ripping all day. And really, it's just about identifying those most exciting waves on the reef today. Because it's smaller, if you can get a wave that's a little more drained out, I think it makes the judges happier to throw those bigger scores.
Yeah.
The other trick, Kaipo, is it's shifting from the top by gums all the way down by off the wall. So you really have to know when to jet back and forth.
Yeah. This swell should be turning more north also. And then there's a new swell that we're awaiting, but out of the north or northwest, but it could come in later today. So we don't know the timing of that. I hope it comes.
That low pressure that gave us those big waves yesterday, by the way, it did overproduce, right? It was very complex, and it threw off little babies. And that second baby that it generated is that boost that we're going to see this afternoon. So it was a very odd low pressure that created that swell.
Yeah.
I know none of that. That's my buddy Keone Watson.
No.
He said all that. I'm just repeating it. I just want to say that. Keone, if you're listening, that's straight from you, regurgitated.
There
Probably
you
got
go.
it wrong.
Yeah. We like Bags, Keone Watson. Everyone's got a nickname.
He's the guy.
He's the guy. Great guy, works for Vissla as well. Great surfer. George Pittar is in a pickle because there's only 2.5 minutes and he needs a 15.67. Don't see that happening. And it looks like it is inevitable for Leo Fioravanti to be matched up against Ian Govea in semifinal number 2. I don't think I'm saying that too early.
It's looking so tough for George. Mostly because, like, even if, let's say, like, a wave comes right now and the second wave comes, Leo's not going to go.
Yeah.
He already built his base. Like, he's just going to sit there and wait for him to paddle back out. So most likely, even if he improves and gets out of combination, there's going to need to be another set with 2 waves for him to get something. Because Leo's too smart to maybe try to be a hero and get a good barrel and maybe lose priority and he comes back and pulls the Andy Irons hero move, you know, like 2 waves in a minute.
No, he's one of the most heavy competitive-minded surfers on tour. You're right. Strategy is first on his list when he competes. Some people are just kind of crazy natural surfers and they just kind of surf their way through heats, but Leo is a real big thinker. And you're right, Jesse. He would never blow that strategy.
Well, just 1 minute and 26 seconds on the clock, and we're just going to watch the clock tick down because I don't think anything's going to change in this situation. Here comes a wave, but maybe George Pittar can surf his way out of the combination. Come through here. Pittar's interested in this one. He's going backdoor, pulls in right off the takeoff, and comes out. So there you go. So with pride, George Pittar will likely break the combo and not have that on the stats. Here comes Leo playing till the very end. You gotta love it.
George is just so over it. And I was like, oh.
Beginning of the heat and the end of the heat, I'm getting tangled with this guy.
Yeah.
Unapologetic. Leo on him like a wet blanket.
I mean, you got to do what you
This
gotta
may
do.
be
He's
fun
right.
to watch, actually.
Because George is gonna get a decent score on this last wave. He was pretty deep, very late takeoff, and I mean, you'd be dumb if you're not doing what Leo's doing right now.
Leo just keeps on checking his Apple Watch, going 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Okay, now we can have some sportsmanship. Now there's friendly talk.
Yeah.
He knows he's got locked up. Oh, and there's the handshake happens right about 14 seconds.
Okay.
But at 1 minute, I'm hunting you down.
Oh,
but at
yeah.
14 seconds, I'm, you know.
They're doing jiu-jitsu. Now they're hugging.
Yeah. Sleep. Good stuff, man. That was an entertaining heat. Hey, it didn't have a ton of waves, but excellent wave. by Leo Fioravanti, 8.17. Pair that with a 7.5, 15.67, a near excellent heat total. Give it up for Leo Fioravanti. On to the semifinals. Speaking of semifinals, when we return, women's semifinal number 1 will be in the water. Lakey Peterson up against Tyler Wright.
Leo Fioravanti happy to be moving on into the semifinals, something he's done in the past. He's actually gone all the way to runner-up at this event here at Pipeline. Happiness from the Italian. He always meets people from Italy at all these stops around the world. They're dedicated to supporting his run on the championship tour. Joe Chappelle, Felicity Palmatier, and Flick. We've got the semifinal set for the men. Leo taking on Govea. We'll have Barron on the other side of the draw meeting up with Italo. Now it's time for the women. Lakey Peterson, Tyler Wright, followed by a repeat of last year's final, Caity Simmers and Molly Picklum.
These are two crazy semi-final matchups. I mean, this one right here, you could say it's the veteran matchup. And then the next semi, we've got the Grommy matchup. Well, that newer generation, right? But no, I'm looking forward to seeing this. And I feel like the waves have improved a little bit since earlier this morning. I know that, you know, Lakey's heat in particular was quite slow. So looking forward to seeing what these girls get, you know, what's on will be delivered for them in this heat.
It was slow, that first heat of finals day. Lakey Peterson and Isabella Nichols didn't catch much. We've seen more consistency since and a little bit more mobility on the lineup, and checking out that 8th section, just being really savvy on where to find the scores. Tyler versus Lakey. This is a classic. Two veterans here. For Lakey, her best season was back in 2018, where she was runner-up in the world title race, and she was so thrilled that she was able to have her name right next to Steph Gilmore's in the same sentence. She earned that, to have a rival of the greatest of all time that year.
Yeah, when Lakey first came onto the scene, you know, Lakey is a part of that conversation of, you know, the progression in women's surfing. I mean, before her, you know, we had Claire Beverlack and Mel Bartels doing airs and heats, but I remember myself being a Grom on the other side of the world in Australia and seeing this clip of Lakey emerge doing an air reverse, and I think it was like a NASA, was it, at lowers, and that thing was burned into my brain in a contest, in a jersey at, you know, this girl, like, probably, what, 12 years of age, and that thing went all around the world. That's when we had dial-up internet, basically. Still back there, it's like, hey, this was a while ago, and she's been a part of that conversation for a long time and pushing progression. And yeah, to have her, you know, when she first started to come onto the tour, to have a runner-up finish to, you know, Stephanie Gilmore, I mean, what an incredible run, and still so young back then.
That era was phenomenal because it hadn't been done in an amateur event for the women in the Open Women's Final. The first time she did it was the NSSA Open Women's National title. And I remember Pete Mel was on the call. He screamed so loud, he blew out all of our eardrums because it was so exciting and unexpected. And it was something she was really proud of that she was working on. Was able to throw that punt, got the victory. Then at the USA Championships later, she did that more reverse type rotation. And then it became kind of tagged as she was going to be the most progressive surfer in the world. Won the US Open, which was a CT event at the time. She was still a teenager. It was just kind of rapid fire because she played a lot of different sports growing up with her siblings, you know, she being the youngest, but there's all these old clips of her playing basketball, tennis, and I guess when you compare it to other pro surfers' journey, she was relatively late as far as starting her surfing career at the age of 12. When you compare that to Tyler, Tyler's the youngest CT winner at 14, you know, so at that time, Lakey was only surfing for 2 years, and they're the exact same age. Let's now catch up with the semifinalist on the glass. Leo Fioravanti is with Strider.
Thank you, Joe. On finals day, hitting the glass feels good.
Yeah, you know, it's a beautiful finals day. A little bit of swell left over. The winds are clean, and that first heat went great. I'm enjoying it.
Well, you're no stranger to the reef out here. You've had an injury.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was definitely one of those days that reminded me a little bit of my injury. What was it, 7, 8 years ago? But you know, pipeline gives you so much. It can also take from you. That's why we're so grateful when we get good barrels out there. And we all know that, you know, things can happen out there. So stay safe, watch over each other. Luckily, we have an amazing, you know, lifeguards, jet ski safety guys that are there always, you know, watching over us. So I think that's a huge part of the North Shore is those guys.
And you're also no stranger to the final out here. Ready to go.
Yeah, you know, semifinals first. Ian is an amazing competitor, and I've known him for a long time, so it's going to be fun. Hopefully we get some fun barrels, and we'll see what happens.
Looking good. Thank you very much for your time. Can't wait to see your next heat.
Thank you. Ciao a tutti. Vi voglio bene.
Back to you guys.
Good man, Waz, with a focus of Leo Fioravanti, but also always professional on the glass. He was like that when he was a little kid. I remember when he won a pro junior event at Super Tubos in Peniche, where the tour goes for stop 3. He was so young, took the mic, spoke in different languages, engaged with everybody that asked him a question. He's always had that professional act and great media training, representing Italy, the first ever to do that on the championship tour. Waving the flag well. He's looking for a first pipe victory, though, coming close. Runner-up to Jack Robinson back in 2023.
I think on a day like today, and just the performance I saw in that last heat, and I've heard Jesse talk about it too, you know, today seems like a Leo day, and it's hard to not get him out of your brain when you're seeing these backdoor waves come through, you know, heat after heat.
I agree. Yeah, it's a great day to be a regular footer as we look at two of the greats here, Lakey Peterson and Tyler Wright. Look at all of that history, and it's almost even. Tyler with 8 wins, Lakey with 7 wins, now with their 16th matchup on the championship tour, getting started here at Pipe. They've had one heated Pipe. It was a semifinal. It was a very close decision. Tyler won 13.43 to Lakey's 13.33 total. They've had some winning streaks off each other. Tyler had the first. When we go back to 2013-2014 era, where Tyler went 4 in a row on Lakey, and then right after that, Lakey went 4 in a row from 2017 to that runner-up in the world season in 2018. So a ton of experience with each other in the lineup. It's not favored in either direction. In the more recent matchups, they've just been ping-ponging back and forth, trading wins. Fun to see these two vets here on finals day with still a chance to win the whole event.
Yeah, I think, you know, I'm trying to cut this and trying to see, you know, who would I think has the upper hand right now. I mean, it's an interest because I feel like they're evenly matched. I mean, we just saw the stats, right? But when you think about the waves that are coming through and maybe the experience, I mean, I know Tyler's put a ton of experience, put a ton of work in waves of consequence over the years, right? And sort of been in that conversation of someone who's always ready to have a dig. However, you know, there's also that conversation that Lakey has put in that time too, really evidently over the last few years. You mentioned it earlier this morning, you know, Margaret River, where she got knocked out, she made a big point of, hey, I want to improve at wave of consequence, got the win there.
As we'll see, Tyler just controlled opening ride, big wall stretching out, a little bit out in front now, pulling in. And she's got a wide open pit to fly out of. Sets the rail for the redirect of the Paizel surfboard. And kicks out of her first wave in a great way. Had the speed, timed that section well to completely disappear. And now Lakey's got an answer on the very next wave. Trying to slow down, pulls in, comes out. And the California veteran will just punch free. So Tyler getting the turn off, having a little bit of a bigger section to pull into. And we saw how aggressive Tyler was in the heat with Caroline Marks earlier. Looks like she was really demanding that opening wave over Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, she's definitely taking that intensity through to this semi-final for sure. I'm looking forward to breaking down both these waves. Let's go. So Tyler here, this one, she positioning right. She just sees this barrel. She eyes it up, coming up ahead, dragging there, trying to stall, and then the thing stays open for her. It's just this big section, bit of warble there. She does well to stick it. Now, this angle here, let's have a look what she gets done. The barrel was a bit further down the line, right? Instantly, that's where my brain goes when I compare her wave to Lakey's wave. And then she does get the finish there, which is the point of difference against Lakey. So let's look at Lakey. This wave here, to me, a little bit bigger. It's so, you know what, maybe splitting hairs. Initially when I watched Lakey's, I got a better feeling because it seemed like she could stand up a bit straighter, maybe a little bit of a bigger barrel. But then maybe not quite getting that depth that she probably wanted and not the finish. So let's have a look here, super slow-mo. And I just like that it was straight off the takeoff. Almost like the positioning initially was a bit better, whereas Tyler took off, had to weave down the line a little bit to get into her section. She did get the finish, but maybe Lakey's barrel alone was a little bit better. What are your thoughts, Joe?
Yeah, that angle that we just saw is the angle that the judges use, and that is so important, you know, in pro surfing. You know, where the angle is in the judging tower, if you're watching from behind it, it's always going to look like they're deeper, or if you're looking into it, it could be hard to read. But yeah, straight out front, you could see Lakey's board the whole time, but I like what you're talking about. She was able to kind of show off her barrel skills in the beginning part of the wave. I think Tyler earned a bigger section, but she did have to wait for it. And with the turn, I think Tyler will be favored on the exchange.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you. I think it's just that angle that's it's a bit deceiving. You think, oh wow, they got really deep, but when I compare now, I think you're right. I think you're on the money that Tyler might just get the jump here. With her full board was covered, you know, at some point during her barrel.
As we look at these two in the lineup, so much to celebrate as far as huge performances. Tyler, the world champion, back-to-back seasons. She did that alongside John when John went back-to-back those same years, 2016 to 2017. And then Tyler went through some illnesses. It was hard to surf in a complete season. Things started changing with the formatting. She was able to feature in the WSL Final 5, but it's been a bit tougher to chase that third world title, but she's had some positives. I mean, her last win, we go back to Bells in 2023, so she's coming off a winless season, and that's a big one for someone who's won 16 times in at the CT level. But she did go back-to-back at Bells Beach, had a stranglehold at that event, which was so important to her. That was big motivation. You know, some people put the Pipe Trophy right next to a world title. For Tyler, is that bell.
Well, longest running event in history, right, is Bells Beach. And I think we've heard Barron talk about it in a few pieces that WSL have put together. There's certain events on tour that as a professional surfer, they have a certain history with them and legacy once you win. And Bells is right up there for me too. I think, like, especially Tyler, you know, her major sponsor Rip Curl is like born and bred there, you know, as well. And the pressure and expectation that comes with that, and then finally sealing a win back to back too. And it's really special.
And especially when you look back on the history of like the junior series and what Australian pro surfers grow up in, traveling down to Bells Beach when you're a young kid. She do that with all of her brothers and sisters and head down there to compete. She's got such a great family. The famous ones, Owen Wright, Mikey Wright, her younger brother Mikey. We got to see them all on tour together, which has got to be a record for sibling representation. And then you got Kirby and Tim. They all surf, love it, and give her a ton of support. So she was kind of born into this life and not showing any signs of burning out, just redefining herself, really. Tyler, 6'5" over Lakey 6.0. So just 0.5 difference in Tyler's favor.
Yeah, I thought it would be close, and it's a different one. It was just, right now Tyler's ever so slightly got the jump. I mean, I like already that both women have a decent score in the beginning of this heat. It just sets it up for an exciting, rest of the heat, obviously. But looks like Lakey's having a look now. She's got priority, so is she going to pull the trigger on this one? Ooh.
Lakey ended up holding him back there. She still wants to hunt for the world title this year. The WSL wild card after falling off the cut for the first time last season. So really wanting to make a move towards that final 5 in this point of her career. She's been able to meet a lot of world champs in the past. And I guess when you think about California history with world titles, you go to Debbie Beecham for winning a world title back in '82. Debbie, originally from Corpus Christi, Texas, moved over to La Jolla at the age of 13 and found an instant connection with surfing really, really well. Even traveled over here, started surfing Sunset. There's some classic old shots of Debbie on some great rides out here on the North Shore, even off the wall. Ended up winning bells, actually, in that '82 season and went all the way to win a world title. As we look at that up and under from Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, so, I mean, that angle right there, you can really fully see that Lakey's board was never really fully covered by the barrel. Let's have a look at what Tyler gets done here. So, as she pulls in, Tyler does disappear there. See, for that split second, the nose of the board is fully covered, which really obvious, and obviously she gets the turn, so that 0.5 is definitely coming from your pickup, Joe.
Yeah, it was a nice turn to finish on. Tyler loves that grab rail cutty, and I think it was not just stylistic, but functional. As you noticed, that big warble in the wave. There's a bit of a speed bump that could have thrown her off, so a little bit of an extra hold on it. Ends up getting the nod by 0.5 on that decision. For Australian world champs, I guess the first one we go to would be Wendy Botha, originally from East London, South Africa. So her first world title was for South Africa. But then she won 3 more with her Australian citizenship. And Wendy was on fire, taking 4 world titles. Her '89 season, she won 7 of 12 events, so it was a real dominating performance. It was kind of similar, with on the men's side. Potts won the world title on a record margin, so at the time Wendy and Potts just kind of blitzed the world, be able to take that world title. So Tyler adding a couple more titles for Australia. You've got Lane with 7, Steph with 8, which is still the record, and that might stand for a long time.
That record, I think, is not going anywhere anytime soon. It's pretty incredible.
Lakey having a dig, and she will start setting up her first turn potentially. No barrel there, so punches out the roof. Full wrap on the second effort. And now she will be stepping off, so switching to turns on her second wave. Clean wrapping turn has helped her win a lot of events. She's even maxed out the score line at events like Snapper Rocks with some power hooks in the pocket. Don't see her go to the air like she used to in those junior years and those first couple years on tour. She really knew she had to adapt to overall performance with great rail work and better performances in bigger waves. So she focused on that. Now those 2 things are her strength.
Yeah, so this wave here from Lakey, obviously you can see she was looking for the barrel in the beginning. Didn't give it to her, opted to go for turns here. This is going to be a smallest backup score, but I think, you've got to be thinking that she's going to have to probably replace that. There's more than half of this heat left remaining. I think there's going to be a big pulse. I think we're going to see some bigger scores. This is a semi-final, and you really need to be positioning yourself on the best waves. I noticed Tyler out the back, you know, she kind of had a little sniff and a little look at that wave, and I thought it was quite smart she didn't go, and sort of that conversation of if you have priority and your opponent is, you know, isn't out the back, do you just let that wave go because you're not actually taking it off your opponent? You know, it's an here we go, we see Tyler.
Tyler Wright locking in.
Oh.
Nice clean rail work on the takeoff. So much speed, really deep on this racetrack, and look at that feeling from Tyler Wright. She just looks at the panel and enjoys her job today. Well-read wave. I just love the connection she had to the open face. Those Paizo boards look magic. Fired up to provide some serious backup to her 6.5. But probably the 6.5 will turn into the backup score with 14:50 to go.
100%. Just back to that point before, it's like you're not taking off unless you know it's going to be a seriously good wave, and this was a seriously good wave. I mean, beautiful bowled out backdoor wave. She's so deep here. She pumps through that barrel. She had to change her line a few times. She knows. The body language is right there. And that is going to be a really big score. Just look how oily and glassy this is right now. The conditions are absolutely beautiful. You can see she starts to pump on the gas here. Shifts that weight up to the front of her board. Fully covered right now. I'd say, wow, I mean, this is going to be a really good score. It's going to make things really difficult for Lakey.
Really enjoyed that read from Tyler Wright, how composed she looked, how comfortable. She identified a great wave right away, and it cupped out for her, but she didn't try to stall and do too much. She knew she had to race it, so all in all, just a great read from a two-time world champ. Scores in at an 8.67. Backups now the 6.5. Peterson now needs a 9.17 to make a comeback.
Oh, wow. I mean, what an amazing score for today. Highest one of the women so far, 8.67. And one of the best shaped waves we've seen come through in one of the women's heats as well. I think Tyler just surfed that perfectly, and sign of good things to come. Those conditions are looking very nice out there right now.
Great pace and tempo from Tyler Wright, setting the bar here. The highest single score for the women here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI this year in 2025. We're going to take a just look at that sign right there, teriyaki mochiko chicken. That is just a staple around these parts. You can find it at the Lexus House, which is a great spot to hang out. You have top chefs, culinary masters like Chef Shota Nakajima, hooking up all the people upstairs, enjoying this view of Tyler Wright getting barreled and coming out into the sunshine on the North Shore of Oahu. She is not free surfing. This is business right here for Tyler, as he's trying to put this thing away early over a longtime rival of Lakey Peterson. Stoked to have the Lexus House at a lot of stops this year, like the U.S. Open, like finals here at Pipe to kick off the season. Surfing all day and a good meal, that's gone together since day one.
So there's nothing better than being surfed out and coming in and having food cooked for you, eating, watching you surf. Isn't it? Doesn't get better than that.
Perfect day. This is what Tyler just did.
So Tyler just is running away with this momentum. Honestly, I think she's just sort of tapping into one of those, you know, a heat turns sort of into a free surf. You lock in an excellent score like that and you're just like, wow, I just want to keep surfing. It feels like that for me right now. She just clicked into this sort of different gear and looking like she can't put a foot wrong at the moment.
Doing such a great job, so much support. Her siblings are always cheering her on in competition. They're so proud of what she's accomplished. Owen Wright was on the call for the Olympics as he was rooting her on. He has a medal himself, getting the bronze medal in surfing's first edition to the Olympic Games. Lakey's got a supportive family as well. She's the youngest sibling. Her brother Parker's in the Air Force. And sister Whitney, a nutritionist and also a mother of 3, living in Ojai, California these days. No doubt they're watching on, throwing their support to Lakey, who has priority. Seeing Tyler paddle back out. She's hearing the announcers say that nothing changed. So Tyler running after that wave. 5.67 didn't factor in.
It's not going to factor in, and she's so smart. And we're talking about this in, you know, her first quarterfinal today. I think right now she's going to wrap that up, that wave business up. She's only taking off, or if it's going to better her 6.5 from now on. She's just one of the. We were talking about it with John. She has a rule book with all the different situations, and depending on what is playing out in front of her, she's like, okay, this is the scenario, this is what I do. Right now, you want to be the ABC, you know? You know what that is, don't you, Joe?
Exactly. Yeah, you've got to know your ABCs and know how to adapt and change gears. You have to really be able to move on the fly. And adaptability is a word you could use at every event on the CT, every contest from the grommet hood to the pro level. To be able to read the lineup that's always changing. You could read forecasts all day, but you have to be able to respond to what Mother Ocean gives you. As we look at the best waves so far this season, at stop number 1, Tyler Wright, 8.67 we just saw, is equal there with Isabella Nichols. Isabella getting the 8.67 the other day, her best number she's had at pipe. Packed a beautiful right-hand tube. So Tyler Wright in the mix. Remember last year we got our 10s early from Barron and Molly. Already had 2 10s on the men's side, Jack Robinson and Barron. Eerily similar from last year in that rematch with John. Sometimes when you have heats like that that are so similar and you just feel this mystique and spirit of pipeline kind of setting the tone for you. Talk about these relationships that you have with the ocean that develop, and the world champs to see to have a sixth sense when it comes to being in the right spot at the right time.
You spend so much time in this thing called the ocean, and we are 70% water ourselves. Right? Aren't we made up of 70% water?
I've heard that, yeah.
I feel like over time, there's sort of this feeling and intuition that you just know, right? And when you can tap into those moments, that's when those special, beautiful things happen. And yesterday, we got to witness that between 2 of the absolute greats out here, you know, John and Barron, arguably right now in this very current time and age, like the best, right? Obviously, you've got your Jamie O'Briens, you've got Mason Ho, you've got all those other older guys, the generation before, but in this current period, they're the 2 of the best. And to see it all play out and just them, they're not thinking, they're just reacting, you know, to what's going on and how quickly they respond like that. It's insane that we got to watch that again yesterday in those sort of waves.
Oh, so true. It's, we're so lucky to have witnessed that, witnessing a wave just cup out and spit multiple times. And how perfect is that? That's not a wave pool. That's real life. Mother Nature showing off there underneath. Lakey's priority just rolled through. So Lakey looking for something special for a 917. Might like the angle on this one. Peterson going for it. Has to take a step on the drop, and it limits her from pulling up and under. So that's going to be a throwaway of priority. Big mistake for Lakey. Tyler's going to try to make her pay for it now. Pulls up and under. Nice clean read on the first section. Looks at Lakey getting hit by that wave on the head, and we're like, you know what? I'm going to kick out and get first priority to shut this down.
So smart, you know, that quick little 2-second glance, you know, where's Lakey in the lineup? Let's just quickly respond to that. Okay, she's on the inside. This wave isn't going to better my situation. I'm paddling back out. I'm regaining priority. 5 minutes left on the heat by the time Lakey gets out there, and she's going to try and close this one out.
Just world champ type stuff there. Even had the ability to look, seeing Lakey's position. She didn't need to go to turns, already has her lead. And look where she's sitting now, waiting for a score that might be able to improve her situation, approaching the 5-minute mark. Fun finals day. See what Lakey did here. What happened?
Yeah, I think just a little bit late, honestly, and then a tiny bit of hesitation. And then when we see Tyler here straight up underneath, that was a very, very short barrel. I'm not sure if it's going to improve. It was a bit of a bigger wave when I reflect back to her first wave, the 6.5. But the barrel was more open and it was more at the takeoff of the wave. So I'm interested to see where they're going to go with the score. I don't think it's going to be as big, but just still a nice drop. And just showing, you know, different sort of technique and different sort of skills that Tyler has in these sort of waves. She had 3 very different barrels out here today.
And it's a cool point that you're making. I remember you liked how Lakey pulled up and under on the takeoff of her 6. And for me, that section was bigger for Tyler, kind of doing the same thing where her last couple barrels, she's been chasing big sections, where this time she showed the panel that she can go up and under. And I'm almost liking that better than Lakey's 6.0. Just with her read, the section kind of flaring out. And you can see Tyler kind of showing different ways to get barreled up here today.
Yeah, I like it. It just shows the range that she's got and the skills, you know. But obviously those big points coming from those ones where you're chasing it down the line. It's a heavy drop, you're chasing it. And when you have to chase something, you have to change your line, right? And you have to change your line multiple times. And there's a degree of difficulty that comes with that. So obviously judges really rewarding that today.
3:45 on the clock. It is finals day. The world's best are moving quickly. Some are already off and running, getting their flights across the planet for the first time ever having a championship tour event at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. It kicks off February 14th through the 16th. We can do some wave pool jokes. We don't have to wait for waves. It's on, you know, it's going to be pumping. We can guarantee that, but it'll be new and refreshing. It's saltwater basin. The tempo has a nice pace to it. You have time to do a full roundhouse cutback with a rebound. You can come from behind on it, which is really going to push the progression compared to the events we've seen in Lemoore. So looking forward to that. It's a big jump across the world. A lot of people going from LA to like Dubai, talking 16 hours on an airplane. First the 5 hour before that to LAX. So world's best will have to shake off that jet lag quickly and get right into practice mode.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. I mean, obviously I've seen all the clips online, and from when it first opened, and you know, to Steph riding it, to Ramsey, to Kelly, to, you know, the greats. And it's, as a surfer, to be able to surf something like that, I feel like it reminds you of when you're a Grumman, you know, like you're so stoked just to surf this perfect wave. And I'm excited to see the progression that we're going to see from, you know, your aerialists, because a wave like that sort of begs for, you know, that sort of differentiation between airs. And yeah, it's going to be really good. It's such a difference too, such a contrast to where we've just come from.
Yeah, it's a place where you could actually like plan out like a run, like a skateboarder or a snowboarder, think about the sections ahead of time. These surfers are so used to reacting on the fly and being spontaneous in the moment. So all of a sudden they can call up their favorite skateboarders and go, how do you plan your run? What can I do on this wave system? So that'll be fun. Next stop of the season. Minute 44 on the clock. So last wave for Tyler Wright, the throwaway. Love how she's just changing gears with her barrel rides. Still liking the 867 speed she gathered to come from behind it and make it from ultra deep. The depth of her tube riding on that excellent score definitely deserves the highest score of the season so far.
For sure. And right now, I mean, Tyler's just so smart with that last, you know, move. She took off on the 4. Lakey looks like she's having a look here. But Tyler took off on that wave, got the barrel, eyeballed where Lakey was like, no way, I'm going to regain this priority. And it's working out in favour. It looks like there is a few little lines, but maybe they're going to punch down towards off the wall. But Tyler's not silly right now. She's going to try and close this one out. She's going to stick to Lakey. And I mean, Lakey right now chasing the best wave of the heat, 917, and it'll be the best wave of the event for the women so far. So it's going to be something really special.
Definitely. Just Lakey's so impressed with her consistency at this venue. 3 semifinals in 4 starts, just finding so much consistency at this wave. Last year it was a knockout in the elimination round, but that's her only stumble at this event. And so if the wave doesn't come for Lakey, she's looking at a start equal third heading into Abu Dhabi, and she's won the freshwater pro in the past, so she'll be feeling comfortable in that format.
Yeah, she's going to be feeling so comfortable, and this is a great start to the semi-final finish on the women's side of the tour. It's incredible, and the confidence you sort of take from that at the beginning of the year, it's so different, obviously, to starting the year off with an elimination round or something like that. It's just the snowball effect of that.
Right. We saw her actually fall off the cut after that elimination round loss eventually last year, and she got the wild card call-up for this season. Now starting with an equal third as Tyler Wright will move into the final. Semi 2 coming up next. Caity Simmers, Molly Picklum, and a rematch from last year.
This is kind of the day, I reckon, where the next generation is going to be like, yeah, this is our tour now.
Caitlin Simmers at back door. Ho ho! Simmering, boiling on the stove and coming out. Wow.
I was terrified out there, but I'm glad I got some.
Here goes Betty Lou.
Dropping in, pipeline barrel, pulls in, under the hook, spat out.
Molly putting her head down, grabs the rail of the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
Best day of the women's semi came 100% crazy.
The rematch of last year's final begins now. This year's semifinal. Picklum is able to get inside position to get things started. Quickly in the pocket, then to an open face turn. Caity Simmers has a bigger wave behind it, pulls in. Bright yellow, shining bright through the lip line. World number 1 ends up doing well on her opening ride, even without getting the first wave. What a way to kick things off in the rematch.
Wow, picking up right where we left off, just that intensity, that rivalry between these two women, and wow, just going 1-2. And what was interesting to me was obviously Molly getting second, well, runner-up to Caity last year. She wanted that inside position. She's like, hang on a second, you know, last year I had that momentum. I want to have this inside, but you know, she always got the little barrel, but then straight behind her, I mean, Caity, that drop. Let's look here. So Molly being super assertive, and then Caity just really making like, you're going this one. Molly goes, she gets a little tube, and then carving maneuver, a bit of a layback there. But then behind her, I mean, this drop, that was just seamless, right? It was beautiful to watch. And then just the awareness to be like, I know where you are, Molly, and I'm going to scoot straight on out the back. Like, so stylish, but so competitive at the same time.
What a move. And do you think Caity was actually wanting Molly to go that first one? Was she enticing her to pretend she was interested? Was it that savvy of a start?
I think Caity, oh man, look at that score.
8.17. Excellent numbers for world number 1, the reigning world champ, the 19-year-old that's changing everything. There's a lot to love about that barrel ride.
Oh.
The way she takes off, under the lip as well is phenomenal. She likes surfing slabs a lot. You know, when we go to your town in Margaret River, she'll go over to the box and get drained all day in between heats. One more look.
So seamless, so beautiful, and so stylish to watch. Just a real different take on them surfing different lines. And I mean, the scores are coming. The drop for me was where it was at. And, you know, the judges this event has just sort of been a takeaway for me. They're really loving those critical drops. And when that was everything, it was so well done. And, you know, what's interesting is she's very cool, calm, collected, and cruisy. And it can be easy to mistake, like, oh, that care factor might not be there. She seems a bit cool and whatever. But I tell you, if you're world champ, you have to be competitive, right? Like, there's no beating around that bush. It kind of reminds me a bit of John, you know? Like, he keeps his cards close to his chest, but he is super competitive.
Oh, you have to be, right?
Yeah.
To survive at this level and to become a world champion. I think people just have different ways of expressing their competitive nature. Some people, it's so obvious. You know, it's like every sentence, you know, that they want to beat everybody at all times, and some kind of keep you guessing a little bit. But yeah, you can't qualify for this tour in general without having a crazy competitive energy about you.
What do you mean, a 29.45?
Tyler Wright awaits the winner of this seed right now. Caity Simmers in control, but Molly Picklum, we've seen her pull off some amazing scores here. You mentioned that 9-point ride.
Thank you.
Last year.
Fun way to check in right there with Ray Shito, Riley Snyder, the beach marshals for the event. They've done it for several years. And you hear the voice of Rocky Cannon and Joe DeMarco up there on the tower announcing responsibilities, giving everyone the score updates, keeping everybody entertained. Rocky has so many jokes. It's incredible. Like, so fun to hear their voices every year at the big events on the North Shore. And the beach marshal, gosh, there's some classic stories. And Rabbit K. Kai was the beach marshal for several years through the Triple Crown era. One of the best ever. Lived to 95 years of age. Just a lifetime of ripping and memories, teaching thousands of people how to surf. Rabbit was mentored by the great Duke Kahanamoku. And gosh, was talented with hot dog surfing, with longboarding, and teaching Donald Takayama how to surf, then getting boards from Takayama for many years, and teaching the next generation. Guys like Guy Perry, who is so well-rounded, and now Guy's son, Toa, North Shore local boy, is good at everything in the ocean, surfing, paddling. It's cool seeing that tradition get passed on. Let's hear from our finalist. Tyler Wright is with the Waz.
Thank you very much, Joe. Tyler, that looked like a really good time out there.
It was. You know, it's hard to get waves. Oh. Yes. Honestly, it's so fun. This is like a full shootout this heat as well. So, it was fun out there.
Have you ever had a surf at backdoor and got that many good barrels in a row?
No, like I don't really catch waves out there. So like this is just such an opportunity to feel out the lineup. But like over the years, Bam's taken me out there like every condition, and it's funny. Like if it was perfect, I'd be like to start out here. Like it's so funny. My introduction is always has to be like messy. Like the wind has to be up, cross shore, like all different swells to really like tune into the zones. And then when it cleans up, like I'm like, all right, that's my zone. So. Yeah, years of Bam just taking us out there, and then just, you know, it's pretty nice out there.
It's paying off. I have to make a comment and wonder what your thought train was when you came out of the barrel and you look back at the judges or the beach, however you want to put it. What was going through your mind?
Honestly, just sheer excitement. Like, I had a few big pumps in that thing, and I was like, you know when something just feels like a 10? And like, it was an 8.67, and I probably should have done a turn or two at the end, but I was just so excited. That was just pure joy. There's not really a lot of thoughts, it's just joy.
Well, thank you for the joy. We love sharing it. Can't wait to see you on the next round.
Have a good one, thanks.
Right.
Pure joy, that's what we're looking for in life, daily. That's why we surf so much. And Tyler getting to do it in competition, loving her job as a veteran on tour, and a chance to win this event. You know, when she won back in 2021, it was a continuation event from Maui. So now starting this one from round 1 into the final as we look at Molly's wave.
Oh, she had to answer back, and she did in a big way. This thing was an absolute traveller, and I just can't wait to see where this goes. I mean, she had to pump a few times. She drags there at the start to get pretty deep, and then you can see the double arm drag, and then here, I mean, fully slotted, right? That board is completely covered. You don't see the nose, lays it on the rail there. I mean, this is a great answer back to Caity's wave, and this is the kind of showdown you want between these two rivals. I mean, wow, such good positioning from Molly, just from the takeoff, really. I mean, she feels it too, but we've got a really good heat on our hands now.
Love the frame up of that slashing turn, but it was all about the tube ride, the speed and the finesse from Molly Picklum, able to answer to Caity Simmers, and now that's the new high score of the heat by a touch. 8.33 for Molly, 8.17 for Caity's start. This is why you love these two in the water at Pipeline. It was the final last year, and Caity won. And we all heard the quote sent around the world in the final in the water next to Strider. And it was actually kind of planned. Caity was looking at Molly when the final started and was like, hey, whoever wins has to say Pipeline's for, you know, the girls. And Molly kind of looked at her and was like, oh, that might be your thing. You know, we'll see. Caity just paddled back. She's like, you're not going to do it, are you? I'm going to do it. And paddled away and the final started. And we all know what happened.
Oh, it's such a good story. I have no doubt if Molly won, she would have ripped that one out, but I might have heard her say it a few times. But no, it was such an iconic moment, and an iconic moment for women in sport. I mean, that whole day, just the level, how far that bar was raised, even Betty Lou as well. I mean, the heat that she had with Molly in that semi-final was absolutely incredible. Like, you know, we've seen the women push it at backdoor, but to really see that technique on their backhand at pipe, that was something else.
Well, everyone's seen a lot of this matchup, especially the final last year. Went to the Pacifico fan pits, 79% going with the defending event champ. Molly's just taking the lead quietly with that 8.33. Caity with priority has so much time to back it up, so very close matchup at the moment. But Caity obviously gaining a lot of fans. You tend to do that when you're as good as she is in the water. Even without a world title, I think everyone would just want to watch her film clips all day, and it seems like she's really managing putting out signature parts in movies, because you can tell she really loves that, traveling and getting really barreled with her brother Timo, and then competing on tour. It doesn't seem like she's exhausted by doing both. It's exactly what she'd be wanting to do anyway.
Yeah, it seems like for someone so young that she's figured out that balance, and I'd say that that's probably a tip of the hat to the people that are around her, really, and supporting her and her family and managers and coaches, and just really helping her, because I mean both these women are so young, right? And they've got years ahead of them in their career. But yeah, it's really awesome to see that, and I've loved seeing all the different clips come from Caity's, all her clips that she's put out over the last few years. It's been inspiring to watch.
So when we have a close score with these two athletes, we got to go to the split. What'd you see, Flick?
Caity's drop, super critical. Obviously, shorter barrel, but look at the length of the barrel that Molly had. That her whole board completely covered. And then, I mean, one more time here, super slow-mo. Caity's drop, really critical. Molly's, though, up under there. And let's just see how long Molly's slotted for. I mean, Caity's out of the barrel now. Molly's board, fully covered. Can't see the nose whatsoever. It just really comes down to that travel time. And then Molly obviously lays it on the rail here, but all those points coming from that barrel. But really, I mean, splitting hairs.
Yeah, you could talk to certain judges where they had it flipped, you know, but on the average, you have 5 judges on. You average the middle 3 scores to get the number. So for Judge 2 up in the tower, Judge 2 liked Caity's better by half a point, but just on the average, it comes out really close. Very fun start to this semifinal, especially with the paddle battle. Caity answered with a better wave, even though Molly demanded the first, which was the 3.67. But Molly's such a smart competitor, was able to pick off her 8.33 to take the lead now. We're talking about Molly against Betty Lou. where it's just really in favor of Molly, 6-0. And then you go to Caity versus Molly, and it's kind of the opposite as well. Caity's 4-0 against Molly Picklum, including that final. They've also had a heat at the WSL finals in the past. So Molly, on the other end of that, is ready to break that streak that Caity has against her.
Yeah, she obviously wants to break the streak, but when I think of Hawaii, Molly's name comes to mind. I mean, you just think about the performance she had. Obviously got the runner-up here last year, went straight over to Sunset, where she won back-to-back. I mean, that's pretty incredible, right? And then you can't forget about that single one-turn maneuver that she did at Sunset. She's had these iconic moments here, and I think just a bit of her, you know, inside of her, it'd be tugging at her, being like, oh man, like, I feel like I haven't got my flowers yet here. Like, she has, to some extent, obviously, we've been talking about it, but even you mentioned it, Joe. You add up all the heat totals from last year here, and what did you say? She had 70 points total. What did Molly have? I mean, sorry, Caity?
It was about 50-ish,
yeah.
You know, with the top 2 scores counted from round 1. And so Molly was adapting to all the conditions last year, was owning the highlight reel and the post-show scenarios each and every day, no matter what it looked like. And I always think she's so balanced backhand and forehand out here. I mean, just like Caity, but she really put a lot in for the judges to give her a ton of excellent scores. And then going to Sunset, yeah, going back to back. It's amazing when a surfer has one single turn that just cements herself with her legacy as one of the best turns completed in Sunset history. And we'll see how that changes her year, you know, with that movement now to Abu Dhabi, because she's been able to show up wearing the leader's jersey in Australia for a couple of seasons now.
Yeah, I think we'll wait on that point. Caity looks like she's going to take off here.
Caity, nice takeoff, pulls in, controls it. It's stretching out for Simmers on the reef and makes it. Lays down the rail, aggressive carve with the grab rail. How cool was that? Caity Simmers, wave number 2. Gets the lead back from Molly Picklum.
She needed an answer back, and that was well and truly it. I can't wait to have a second look at this one. She's just so good at those late drops underneath the lip. And she makes it look really effortless, I think, which is really beautiful to watch. Sometimes you can tell. Let's have a look here. She's just so late, straight up underneath. And then just the ability to be like, okay, this wave's going to, she had the late drop, super critical, and backs it up with that beautiful down carve, grabs the rail from the channel now. I mean, she's deep here. She had to change that line, really pumping down the line. For me, I personally love the way she finished it off. That's the best, probably big down rail carve we've seen. She grabs the rail, absolutely buries it, complete control. This is going to be a really, really big score. I mean, look at that line from above. It's just super beautiful to watch. And then, once again, I mean, you can see here she has to weave at least a couple of times, really shifts that weight forward. But for me, this is my favourite part. The barrel was good, but I don't know what it is. Something about a grab rail carve that the sort of traditional surfers, you know, really love. And I just, thing about it, it really gets me going, Joe.
Oh, it's fantastic. Her roundhouse is insane. Here goes Molly. Airdrop, pulls up. Nice section to come out of. Pick them quickly to answer back. Lays it down with a healthy open face hook, and she will ride away from it. I would love to give this heat another couple of hours. In conditions like this, it's a little shootout on their forehand. Numbers starting to come in already for Caity Simmers as Molly's on the hustle out the back. Caity had the 817 early. Judges didn't have to really look at the replay too long for that performance. It comes in at a 9.5, 17.67 combined total out front. Caity's best score, you know, at this event was a 917 before, so 9.5, that's her personal best right now against Molly Picklum.
Yeah, that wave was so beautiful to watch. It had everything that we'd sort of been asking for. You know, you wanted we were talking about at the beginning of the day. Let's break down Molly's first. So nice stall on the takeoff there, maximizes that tube time, comes out, absolutely buries the rail right here. It's ever so slightly caught up there on the rebound. Instant thoughts, it's probably going to come in a bit less than what Caity's is, sorry, but I mean, just when surfers like this who have this rivalry, we've been talking it up, been sort of casting into the future. Imagine if they had this rematch, and this is the sort of waves you greeted with, and then the surfers get the opportunity, and it's 1-2, 1-2. It's just so exciting. As a commentator, as a surf fan, as surfers, this is what you want to see.
Gosh, what a read, and had the airdrop as well for it.
Yeah, airdrop here. You can really see her having to stall for this section, and she maximizes the tube time. She stands up quite straight at the end of that barrel here. But when I think about it compared to Caity's, I don't think it's going to be quite as big a heftier score. I mean, Caity's really was nearing perfection, obviously, the 9.5.
What an exchange. Caity's 9.5, Molly Picklum turns in a 7.8. So now Molly, without priority, needs a 9.35. Giant numbers on both ends with 15:20 to go. Strider loving this rematch from last year's final.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Actually, just down here on the beach, there's zero parking down here on the dance floor. There's people all over the place. It's a Saturday, and everybody's come down here to enjoy the vibe. I mean, this is what we're talking about: free beach parking. Come on down, sit on the beach, check out the best surfing in the world, and you know what? Go for a little swim over here in the swimming pool. We got an epic little aqua blue swimming pool over there for you to go hang out. And, well, you just got to step around everybody to get over to the camera right now because there's nowhere else to step. Come on down if you want. I haven't gone that way yet, but I think there might be a little bit of beach left over there to sit on. But this heat has been insane. I'm loving it, and they're going crazy every time these ladies catch waves.
Strider, crazy. How much do those people pay for those front row seats?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. You can pull up out it off the wall right now and be sitting on the floor seats for $0. It's free 33 over there. It's just crazy. And then you come on down here to the beach, and basically you just got to find a parking spot. You might have to walk a little bit, but then look at where you end up. Paradise, watching live action, beautiful waves of pipeline, backdoor firing, and an epic grudge match right now going on between Caity and Molly.
Gosh, we love it, Strider. We love the vibe here on finals day here at Pipeline. The tradition is the winners typically head right to Lele's for a big celebration, a huge meal, and you talk about the big moments, and oftentimes some opponents come by and shake your hand. It's a cool tradition here on the North Shore for Caity and Molly. They want that to be in their favor. The rematch and this rivalry is so exciting, and what a fun tube shootout. Both on their forehand, both pushing each other. Caity's got the lead in priority and an opportunity here. Surfer from Oceanside, California, glides in, sets the rail, pulls up into a sweet cave. And that one's gonna take her down. Just the pure surfer in her just had to make a move on that one. Clamped on top of her and seeing her first wipeout of this semifinal.
Yeah, Molly also made her sort of make that decision to go. I think by Molly having a little look like, hey, are you going this or not? Smart move by Molly because she obviously needs priority if she's going to drop the second highest score of this heat. I mean, Caity had a good dig at that wave, but, you know, it kind of ran into that deeper water that sort of filled up that barrel a bit more, you know, a bit more foam on the end section, not an open cavern. So let's have a look here. See, she pulls up into this one, but it just doesn't let her out. You can see a little bit fluffy on the face there. That tube sort of actually hit her in the head a little bit. Just popped. Foam fall to the head.
Yeah, tough wipeout for Caitlin as she was hoping to improve on her 817 with that wave. Still has her lead, but now Molly Picklum has priority in the rematch from the final last year. Molly chasing a 9.35 for a spot in the final.
Hey guys, it's Soleil. Devastating wildfires have and continue to spread through Southern California, displacing families, destroying homes, and impacting entire communities. With so much destruction, pain, and loss, I'm using this platform to be a voice on behalf of those who've been affected. As a member of the Malibu community and resident of Los Angeles, we want to say thank you from the bottom of our hearts to all the amazing first responders who constantly risk their lives to fight these fires and save our homes, including mine. This has been a difficult few weeks, and there is a long road ahead. But together, we can make a difference. By donating to the relief efforts, you're helping provide shelter, food, and resources to those in need. Every contribution, no matter the size, brings hope and healing to those who've lost so much. To learn more about how you can help, scan the QR code on your screen or visit worldsurfleague.com. Thank you.
Great message from a longboard champ, Soleil Erico, talking about her community. Our hearts are with everyone that's lost so much. As you can support by going up to that QR code. If you don't have a smartphone, you can just go to worldsurfleague.com and support the relief efforts. No matter what the size of your donation, it will help people forget shelter, food, and resources that they need to get through this devastating time. Thank you so much for all the support. As finals day continues here, 9 minutes on the clock, gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in Paradise on Oahu, which has the biggest population. You got downtown Honolulu, you got Waikiki on the other side where all the Beach Boys were taking people surfing like the great Duke Kahanamoku. Is the Duke Kahanamoku Champions Trophy that Caity won last year at the Lexus WSL Finals, and looking to go back-to-back. Still in the lead in this one as we come off the break. Molly Picklum still holds priority and is still waiting for a 9.35 to take the lead. The 9.5 is now the single high score on the women's side of the draw for Pipe and for the season. And coming up next, it will be the men's semifinals. Italo Ferreira looking for a second Pipe title, but he's got to deal with defending event champ Erin Mamiya. And focusing more on the rivalry with these two in the lineup. We talked about the Pipe final, talked about the finals match number 1 in 2023, Tahiti and Rio de Janeiro, all for Caity being undefeated over the Australian.
Totally. I mean, and then you factor in the 9.5 that Caity just dropped. I mean, I was going to say, oh, yep, Molly gets the nod on the max wave score, but not anymore. Caity's just totally owned this show right now. And, I mean, look, this is a rivalry that's going to go on for at least, I'm calling at least another 5 to 10 years. These women are going to be on tour for a long time. And it's really cool to see them sort of in their early infancy stages, right? I mean, and it's something that was sort of birthed. I think it really happened here last year. I mean, they obviously grew up together and, you know, ride for Red Bull together, but really, you know, that sort of storyline and narrative was, I reckon, birthed at Pipe here last year.
I like it. Yeah, it definitely was. It just made the tour just even more exciting, you know, knowing that they're changing the bar, their barrel riding skills are pushing the boundaries of what we've never seen before. So we're always on the edge of our seats and how can they outdo themselves? And this size of backdoor and off the wall, they've just been enjoying these spinning little funneling barrels. 9.5, 8.17, 8.33, 7.8. I mean, these are dream numbers for a matchup with these two all-stars. Molly, though, is very competitive. She's moving on with her heat strategy and looking at trying to turn the heat with his wave. Stalling on the takeoff, getting really deep. It's staying open, and the wave spits without Picklum. Knew she had to get a lot of the barrel there. She couldn't afford to come out early when you're chasing a 9.35. She'll wear the next one on the head. Hitching the board wisely and taking a big breath and now popping up. She'll know right away that she didn't accomplish the score and she won't have priority. What happened, Flip?
Yeah, you said it, Joe. She's trying to maximize the barrel time because she knows she needs the second highest wave, the score of the heat, at 9.35. I mean, she just got absolutely gobbled up inside that thing, a little bit too deep probably, but I mean, you have to go big in this circumstance. It's the semi-final. She's on her way to the final. She's having a look at her board here. Seems to be okay, but and she's coming up against the best right now in the world, Caity, obviously. Yellow jersey, world champ.
You're also stressed if there is a ding on your board, or you might, there she goes, she's got to jump off again. So shallow. She can't afford to duck dive, just has to try to punch free, make sure her board stays in one piece. And another one on the head. Right now, with the time ticking away, this is just a stressful scenario for Picklum. She's like, let me get back out there.
It's stressful, and also it's going to get the heart rate up. You know, this is going to gas her a little bit. It's four waves on the head, and she's going to get back out there. I mean, on the flip side of that, Katie's like, okay, wow, all right, Molly's getting detonated on the inside here.
Molly finally with a little bit of time to catch her breath. 4:45 on the clock, and let's enjoy this tube shootout. Caity versus Molly, final from last year, rematch. Katie's first, 8.17.
Yeah, this wave, absolutely beautifully done. It was all about that takeoff, and then Molly came through, answered back, 8.33 with this thing, absolute funnel, and she knew it. Backed it up with this little turn here, but it was all about the barrel. But this wave right here, the 9.5, this was the turning moment in the heat. Absolute brilliance by Caity. Comes out, and this grab rail carve, as good as it gets. The combo of those two, highest wave of the heat. Molly tries to answer back. She comes in with this 7.8 here, does her best work, but not quite enough. And she's still chasing a 9.35. But I mean, what a battle between these two rivals, going wave for wave. It's sort of like that, you know, it's like the heat yesterday when you have Barron and John matching up against each other and people are talking about it. It lives up to the expectation. It's so exciting.
So thrilling, and seeing waves funneling. We're just scoring. Immaculate conditions. I showed up here for the waiting period. It was crazy north winds and shredded lineups. And finally waiting to the last day of the waiting period, just like last year with these two. To crown the champs, we've got a nice takeoff from Molly, getting that board moving. And ends up not making it again after all those waves on the head. Had to turn around to see what she could do on that racetrack right. Still trying to keep herself in the fight. 3 on the clock for Picklum. 2 really good efforts on her last 2 attempts to try to chase down the 9.35.
Yeah, she's giving it a good crack, and you can still see she's fired up. Doesn't matter how many waves she's worn on the head. 3, 4, 5. I mean, she's had 2 attempts now back to back, and she's got the right idea. She's trying to maximize that tube time. She's getting as deep as possible. Just those, I mean, she got pretty close then. You could just see a glimmer of her right towards the end of that barrel. I mean, she had a lot of travel time there. Obviously, it's not the score, but she's got the right idea.
Molly Picklum, such a smart competitor, falling off at the cut in her first try on tour, learned so much, and now grateful that she got sent to the minors in the Challenger Series. Came back stronger, is now featured back-to-back seasons in the Lexus WSL Finals, and trying to change things around with this rivalry. She does not want it to go 5-0 in Caitie's favor. 2 minutes, needs a 9.35. Caity holds on to her lead. It'll be against Tyler Wright in the final this year. Italo coming up next against Barron Mamiya. Both those guys pipe champions. Italo also a world champ, and he's, you know, probably going to get pretty active, but Barron can too, just knowing this reef so well. Then we'll have Leo Fioravanti trying to gun for his second final appearance in his career at pipe, and taking on Ian Gouveia, who's just matched his personal best at this event.
Yeah, those 2 semis are pretty red hot, I'd say. I'm really looking forward to semi 1. I mean, just seeing how fired up Italo was in that quarter was pretty amazing. I mean, even when he was not doing much out the back, just sitting on his board, he couldn't sit still. He was standing up, he was eyeballing people, he was wanting the scores to be read out as he was running across the beach, jumped back in the channel on the way out. And then, I don't know, I mean, I know Barron can get fired up about where he's sitting on the reef, but to me, just from an outsider looking in, it looks like he's a bit more calm and a bit more cool. So just to see those 2 contrasts is going to be pretty exciting.
Looking forward to it. Down to 52 seconds. Molly starting to chat with Caity Simmers. She's often a bit chatty, especially with her friends who are all rivals of herself. She's had some funny combos with Tyler Wright, especially in the Bells final a couple years back. But, I mean, what's not to enjoy? Tough way to, you know, it's always tough to lose, but at least you're getting barreled on the way. And Picklum looking at kicking off the season equal third before heading to Abu Dhabi. And Caity trying to go back-to-back with her pipe titles, but also not giving up that leader's jersey.
Yeah, that was a great battle. And look, it's going to be a great final, right? I mean, between, it's going to be the vet versus the new gen, and Tyler with her last score and her last heat. I mean, both Tyler and Caity both dropped 9s in their semis. They're on fire.
Loving that. We've got the final set for the women. The reigning world champ, Caity Simmers, takes on the veteran, a 2-time world champ, Tyler Wright, in the final. The first men's.
Molly Pittar up into the lip. Snaps it up in the lip, looks down the line, locks it up in the air. That's right, stop number 2 on the World Surf League Championship Tour coming to the UAE. We're talking about the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. In the basin there, it's going to be an incredible time. Kuiper Grow, along with a couple of former C-tiers, Jesse Mendez and Ross Williams. Ross, we got the semifinals. We're getting to the pointy end right now. Goofy versus Regular, both pipe champions. We're talking about Italo Ferreira coming up against Barron Mamiya in this semifinal number 1.
Yeah, very cool. Barron, obviously, local boy. He's got that little extra boost there with having all that intimate knowledge of the reef. But Italo's, as we always talk about, is the everlasting energizer bunny. So we'll see if Italo can find a ramp here and take off for us.
Well, Jesse, coming off that women's semifinal number 2, some giant scores. But, gosh, it's kind of sometimes, that was an on heat. Does that mean this is going to be off heat?
I mean, it really depends on the situations, obviously, but we've seen a lot of that throughout the day of today, like some 15 minutes of lows or rips going through the lineup. But hopefully we're all wrong, and we just keep seeing this, the ocean providing us some amazing waves.
Open priority here, and 35 minutes on the clock is what we start with in these semifinals. A chance for Barron Mamiya, our 2024 Lexus Pipe Pro champion, to go back-to-back. There's Barron right there. And if he was to go back-to-back, he would join a great list of surfers who have done that here at Pipeline. Of course, there's Kelly Slater, Tom Carroll, Larry Blair, and Rory the Dog Russell in the 70s.
Oh.
And Andy Irons also.
I like that. Try again.
You only can do, when you do the dog call, you only do it once there, Ross. You don't. Then they start circling in a pack right there. But Rory the Dog Russell is an incredible pipeline surfer.
Guy, boys, kind of cat-mousing a little bit, but more or less cooperating. And Kaipo, we talked about it earlier today. I'm glad that there's no convection wind. It's still nice and clean this afternoon. I think we're in the clear. Should be smooth all day.
Nice. Getting a message right now, Jesse, from the Channel Islands crew. Barron Mamiya out there. He is on a 6'1" CI Pro step up with a 6'2" backup. Does that sound like pretty good equipment choice?
Yes, it does. I'm actually a little bit surprised the fact that he has a 6'1". Like, I feel like he rides a 6'1" when it's 10 foot out there. So I'm surprised he's riding that big of a board for a guy like him, so comfortable underneath.
Speaking of Channel Islands, there is in the 2 box, you can see Britt Merrick, the shaper over at Channel Islands, and Brent Powers, the team manager. So that's the Channel Islands crew along with manager Sean Ward. That's the support squad, Ross, for Barron Mamiya.
I really like Britt too. He's such a calm guy. You know, he's the lead shaper for Channel Islands, and him and Brent have been doing a great job on the road the last several years, really taking care of their team. So that's a great support network there.
Yeah, and one-man show, actually support squad for Italo Ferreira. I saw Timmy Patterson wandering around here, super low-key. But Italo's shaper is also here on the North Shore.
Oh, very cool. I didn't know he was over here. That's pretty rad. I haven't seen Timmy in a long time.
Yeah, he was very undercover.
Right.
Which is kind of cool.
Yeah, I saw him kind of cruising around, walking around with his board in hand, so it looks like he's having some fun surfs. Not a bad day to get in the water, by the way.
Yes, this is the size, right, Jesse, that almost all the spots on the North Shore open up at this size.
Yeah, size and also wind helping and swell combination, and it fits everyone. And it's anyone's game, and everyone can get fun waves throughout the whole stretch of the lineup today.
It's inviting, Kaipo. It's the kind of size where anyone at home can picture themselves on the wave. Yesterday was the real deal. It was scary, but today it looks really nice out there.
This is
approachable.
Friendly North Shore.
Right.
Scary North Shore is when Ross Williams says it's 8 foot, which actually means it's 10 foot.
Probably like 12.
Or maybe
more
bigger.
likely.
Yeah.
I pull back in 4-footers every day. Getting good at it.
You do not. You're the cat. You always land on your feet, Ross Williams. Here we go, waiting for the opening exchange between these two. As you can see, the positioning and a hustle for this one. Barron's going to take the right behind. Italo pulls up, pulls in, pulls through. No problem. Barron Mamiya, and that's what he does so well. Flexing initial. Ross, that's the initial flex right there.
Yeah, he got his cake and got to eat it too. So he held the inside position and got the wave just by, Italo did a really good job of holding him all the way over and in a place that's too deep. But Barron did a really good job scratching just enough to get in.
Now priority switches to Italo Ferreira, and we wait for the score, Jesse, for this ride.
And what's important about this, just the position in which those guys are amazing at doing that. Mostly a guy like Barron. He was just behind A-frame. As you can see, he's backdooring that section. One big pump, second one, and he's already know he's coming out of it. But the positioning made everything dramatic and put himself deep enough under the lip. And yeah, that was perfect executed for Barron.
Barron on the backup in the barrel again. Barrel in Barron with no exit there. But I like the thought process there for Barron Mamiya. Just get some scores on the board, put some pressure on. 17.67 was the heat total for Caity Simmers. That's up in the excellent range. Let's hear from Caity Simmers coming out of the water after an impressive performance. She's on her way to the final, AJ.
And keeping that dream alive, Kaipo, of going back-to-back here at Pipeline. Caity, what is it about going up against Molly Picklum that you two just bring out the best in each other, but somehow you always get the edge? 5-0 against Molly in WSL competitions.
I know. I don't know. That's just not something I think about because I know Molly's like someone I guess got a good one. Things are happening. But I was going to say something, but I kind of forgot. Oh, I was going to say because Molly's like one of my favorite surfers like to watch. Like I really enjoy watching her. So that's just not even something I think about. Like the record of how much I've beaten her. And it's, oh my God. Sorry, I cannot even think. But anyways, Molly's the best. I don't know.
And you are still in the running to be the best here at the 2025 Lexus Pipe Pro. Let's talk about that 9.5 because it was a thing of beauty, Caity.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I kind of just had my, like, I still am just sticking to my place, and I wanted to just not even pay attention to what Molly was doing. I knew she was going to, like, she always is kind of the master of sitting on the wide right and getting, like she got her 8-3 on, like, sitting on the wide inside waves. And so I was just, like, not trying to, like, pay attention, because that's her strong point, and I feel like my strong point is sitting where I know where to be. So I was just, like, not trying to worry about what she was doing, just only try to get, like, the best waves, and it worked for sure. And then, like, the 9-5 was just, like, it was just, like, a no-brainer wave. Like, I saw it coming in, and I was like, oh, this is, like, it's just a wave. It was, like, pretty easy decision to go on it. And that makes the heat easy when you're, like, a perfect wave comes to you and you have priority. That's just, like, simple, nothing complicated about it.
Simple heat strategy. Keep on going. We'll see you in the next one, Caity.
Yes, ma'am.
Good stuff, Caity Simmers. And it was hard to keep your focus right there on the interview, because while that interview was happening, a great exchange occurred between Italo Ferreira and Barron Mamiya. And here it is, Jesse. This is Italo.
I mean, this is a dreamy scenario for Italo. That's as good as a backside wave you can ask for out here at backdoor. The whole time the wave had the same pace throughout the whole wave, and all he was doing is keeping a straight line and slowing himself down and letting the legs go from the water. So that was a beautiful ride for him. But even better wave selection. As you're gonna see right here, the wave just stretches out, stays wide and open, and with the same pace. If he puts his leg on the wall, slows himself down, lets it go once again, and then puts it back once again, see it right there, and then he's gonna let it go once again just to come out very clean. So beautiful execution for Italo.
Yeah, he did a really good job at even shuffling his feet up towards the nose of his surfboard. So very relaxed Italo. He got sort of a narrow stance. We know how Italo likes to do airs. He's pretty wide. Right there, he's wide. And watch his knees. They come together. He shuffles forward, leans the knee down and slow down, then shuffles forward again. It gets real narrow. So looking loose out there. Have you guys ever seen Italo kick out of a wave early? Like that guy will squeeze blood out of a rock. He is so fun.
Yeah, he doesn't need to do this at the end, but he does it. That's just for fun.
One last move.
Yeah.
And he lends it usually. I don't think I've ever seen him fall in that turn right
And then Barron here, Ross.
Yeah, that was a little more gutter balled out right there. That's a classic backdoor cave for Barron. He's in such a good flow right now. We talk about that a lot. And, you know, he's in a good rhythm. He fought for the inside position, got a nugget, and then this one's just a bigger version of it. So judges love that when there's a wave of consequences, especially on a day like today where a lot of the waves are fluffy and fun. That one had some drama.
I love it. You called it a gutter ball. You can see it bedazzled with the gleaming sun coming off of there, disappearing out for Barron Mamiya, reappears through the white curtain, and that is excellent surfing from Mamiya.
And that's the element of surprise, right? Because like the judges are surfers as well, and that whole wave from Italo, as much as it was excellent surfing,
watch this.
It after.
Alley-oop, alley down.
You could tell that he was coming out of that barrel because the wave was so perfect. And Barron's wave was like kind of a surprise. You don't know if he was going to stick the takeoff or not. It was just dramatic.
And it's reflected in the scores. You can see on the scorebug, 8.5 for Italo Ferreira for the backhand barrel. And here's the breakdown for a 9.33 for Barron Mamiya.
Yeah, it's insane. And there is a little bit of luck factor. I mean, Barron did a good job of wrangling that drop. The drop was kind of gnarly. He did it well. He got the one big pump, but then he just stood there. We heard Caity Simmers just in her post-heat interview say the same thing. She's like, I had priority, a perfect wave came my way. All I had to do was just stand there. So they make it, you know, look easier than it really is. It is tough, but again, Barron in really good rhythm right now with the waves.
9.33, top score, of course, here in this competition, already scored a 10. The top two scores so far for Barron Mamiya. Got the 88 on his back, representing the area code of the 808.
I like the Richard Nixon claim too, double peace signs.
Wow, I didn't catch on to that. That is Nixon.
Dating myself.
That is, yeah.
He's a president. Look it up, kids. Long time ago.
That's
what he used to do. He used to stand on the stump and throw the big double peace signs out.
There's a little controversy with some tapes that he acquired, but you can read about it in history class. Hopefully they're teaching that in school. 20 minutes, 55 seconds, and again, we look at an excellent heat total for Barron Mamiya, 16.5. Italo Ferreira needs an 8.01. Mamiya with heat control. He's got lead. He's got priority. Things are looking good for the prodigy from the North Shore of Oahu.
Can I ask you guys a question? If Italo lands a giant error like that on a 3-foot left, where are the judges going to go? Because there's some pretty good barrels out there.
Take that one, Jesse.
I don't think it's going up like to the excellent range that they already got in this heat. I don't think it's worth it even trying, in my opinion.
Barron pulls in pipe, spits out. This guy, and why not an air?
I was just gonna say, if it's a combo, that's a different story. But like just the air itself, we've seen some massive airs go through 5.5 rides in worse conditions.
The only reason I ask is because Italo is capable of doing like a massive backflip or something really wild, and I don't know what the judges would do with it.
Well, there was that one year in the semifinals where
Gabriel?
I think it was Gabe, yeah. It was Gabe against McFanning, and Gabe won with an air.
And but that's what
that
I'm
was
saying.
surprising.
The conditions were way worse than this, and he still got a 5.5 for that wave.
Yeah.
Just a small score in heat, and he ended up winning. But yeah, with the conditions we have on hand right now.
What do you think this is worth, Jesse?
I mean, that was this. I mean, it's a way smaller version of the barrel he had yesterday, right? Like just very late on the takeoff. As you're gonna see it, the wave's already tapering in front of him, and he's still paddling for the wave. Just as deep as you can get, and if you landed that, it would have been the best combo of the event so far.
I mean, for a 4-foot wave at pipe, that thing was gnarly. It really dropped out. The bottom dropped out. He actually had a technical grab rail drop.
It got Slater out of his seat. Did you see the Red Bull athletes though? You know you're doing good when you get Kelly Slater to stand up.
Would you guess that left would be out there available today?
No.
That was kind of a technical drop.
You could kind of expect Ian Gouvea's left, like that deeper one, you know, like that random bigger set that kind of rolls in deep, but gets all weird in the end. But this nice and wide open throughout the whole time, that was...
He's got the magic pipe.
The judges are digesting that wave just like a big plate lunch that we just had, and has not kicked in the score as of yet. Hopefully they don't have a little Kanak attack happening, but yeah, they're reviewing it a couple of times before signing a number. Oh my goodness, it's a big number. A 9.574 Barron Mamiya. Okay. Judges going as high as a 9.7, low 9.3. Throw those out, average out the others. Wow.
So that wasn't about the length of barrel, not even really so much the size. It was a real, the bottom dropped out. That drop was really gnarly and technical. I loved it.
One more time.
Watch the bottom drop out. And he is all the way committed, all the way over his front knee. So that alone just showed how committed he was. And then he was super deep. Again, it was only like a 3-second barrel maybe, but he was all the way behind that peak. Had to go over the foam for sure. So a very technical, exciting 3-second ride there for Barron.
So with the 18.9, Barron Mamiya has the 2 highest heat totals in this competition so far. So if that's not signaling, you know, a potential another pipe championship for Barron Mamiya, I mean, when we break down the numbers, I don't know if anything else is.
I mean, even when you get like to the quarterfinals on a day like today, and the situation of the career that both guys were in it, I feel like he was the guy to beat, even on top of Kelly, you know, because obviously he's a little bit, he's in his prime right now. Kelly's obviously not in his prime anymore, and like he's just proven to us that by numbers that he's as critical as he gets out here.
So good. And he put Italo Ferreira, who was holding on to an 8.5, into a 2-wave combination. So you would think it'd be a close heat after the first exchange. 9.33, 8.5. Okay, we're going to have a close heat. It's going to be back and forth, but now it's really one-sided because of what Barron's able to do. And Barron on the back door tucks in. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? There he is. It's like a machine.
That wave itself, if it was in any other heat, people would be pretty frothed on it. But he just has that big of a score. Wow, that was a beautiful wave from Italo. It just kind of got a little rattle there on the takeoff, like lost balance and went over. But that was a big scoring potential wave. And he still went pretty far. Look, he passed Barron.
Yeah, so Ferreira is going to speed back, paddle back out. And he will be sitting underneath the priority of Barron Mamiya, and he will still be in a 2-wave combination.
What's weird is Italo's ripping. Like, he surfs so good on that 8.5. He's got to be tripping.
And like, if you think about it, 717, and he answered back with an even better score. So it was like, okay, I'm in the game. I'm actually in a better spot right now. But all of a sudden, a 9.33 and a 9.57 back-to-back. Just in good rhythm there right now.
Here's the last, Jesse. Barron Mamiya, is he going to top his scoreline with this one? Nice too.
I mean, compared to the other ones, this is, like I mentioned, any other day it would be nice. But this a big pump right there without the hands, he would have gotten a massive score if it came out. If we compare to Barron's 9.57 backhand, this would be even higher than that because he was deeper, that wave stretched out even more. And he's going to do that pump right there without the hands. He tries to grab the rail, but he can't find it. He can't reach enough low, and he just ended up adapting to, and the wave just keeps screaming, but he wasn't able to get back in balance.
That's the difference between being goofy and regular out here. It's a massive advantage to be on your forehand. Forehand, I'm not saying that's an easy barrel, but you're definitely commanding your control. You're pumping in the barrel, whereas on your heel side edge, it's really tough to get that rail to stay, keep its edge. It's easy to slip out.
And if you're going backside at pipe, mostly on a day like today, most likely the waves are not going to stretch out and be that long and fast, right? They're going to be short like what we had for Barron. So as long as you time it right and you knife that wave properly and paddle into the wave well, you're going to come out of the barrel. I mean, that's all sitting here.
Two different waves, right? Like pipe is short and nuggety, and backdoor is long and runs.
Yep.
Requires more skill.
Flying over here, and you can see Barron Mamiya in a defensive position outside of Italo Ferreira, where Barron's likely going to be looking right. But when Barron went left for that 9.57, that was the highest single wave of this heat. Let's take a look and have you break it down, Ross.
Okay, so there's just a couple cool things to look at as we run into this drop. That was what got me excited. So as we pause it right about here, okay, give it a pause. Look how shallow it is down here. That wave is drawing off the reef. There's tons of water going up the face, and that's what makes this 4-foot wave have so much impact. Now, as you go forward, I want you to focus on all the commitment on his front foot. Pause there. Now look at that. He is completely tucked over his front knee. I mean, there's so much commitment. That's like dropping into a half pipe. You can't lean back or you're going to fly off the heels. So that's all commitment. Pause one more time. And then look at that. He is so deep. He is back there. So he is way behind the foam ball. The floor of the barrel right there is for sure exploding up, and Barron shoots over it. So again, it's not a long barrel, but that was a lot of action for such a compact wave.
Yeah, great breakdown, Ross, of that 9.57 Barron Mamiya with the lead as we come back to live with 13 minutes counting down on the clock.
The air would have made it a 10.
Yeah. Oh, you can combo it up, right?
Yeah. That would have been chicken and Kahlua pork, which Thomas gave us, by the way.
Yeah.
I am trying not to fall asleep right now. I need Red Bull. Bring it in here.
Panac attacks, a local term that we use, is when you have a big lunch and you feel sleepy, then the panaction is attacking your system, making you want to go sleep. I just had to.
I'm learning so much with you guys.
Did you not know that, Jesse?
I did not know that.
I was breaking it down. He knows Hawaiian and Pigeon.
It's the
He's
west
bilingual.
side, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the west side of him.
We're going to take a break. We're having a lot of fun, but there's some great surfing happening right now. We'll be back with conclusion with the clash between Barron Mamiya and Italo Ferreira. Bonsoir, Blue Break. Kahuku Point, where with WSL 1 Ocean and YETI and Open Water, we did some planting of native plant species. The Ilima, the Avail Veil, the Ma'u'u Aki Aki, and the A Kuli Kuli, all native plant species. We're trying to take away the invasive plants and putting our native plants back where they belong. Thank you, WSL 1 Ocean. Thank you, Lexus. Thank you, Open Water. Thank you, YETI. And that's why we're trying to preserve this pristine, beautiful shoreline that we have here on the North Shore. Kuiper Guerrero, Jesse Mendez, Ross Williams, and Ross, there's your little wading pool that we're flying over there.
Looks sweet. I'm gonna jump in that thing after this.
Your kids must be probably there, huh?
They're down there. They're frothing. They've been down there for hours.
What a day. And thank you for joining us for finals day here at the Lexus Pipe Pro. You know where to go. And YETI's been keeping our drinks cold, and we're just having a good time over here. We've seen excellent surfing in this heat. One excellent score from Italo Ferreira, 8.5, and then two giant numbers from Barron Mamiya, 9.33 and a 9.57. If you've missed any of this, remember you can always go to worldsurfleague.com after the conclusion of the competition. Hit the replay button and enjoy all of these magic moments all over again.
Absolutely. No, don't worry about it. If you're doing some yard work, still see some replays. Barron holding court with Pryo.
Is he going to use it? He's going to let Italo go. Italo going pipe left. Ferreira pulls in, and there's no way he's going to come out of that one.
Barron knew that. Smart, smart move there from Barron. Smart non-move from Barron.
Yeah, sometimes a non-move is a move, Jesse. That's art of war.
I mean, that's what he needs to do right now. Like, he doesn't need to surf anymore. He just needs to kind of block him on the next 9.5.
Oh yeah, just hold court, right? Yeah. It is difficult to hold court with 8.5 minutes, though. However, Jess, right?
In situation, man, it gets on the easier side. It feels like a tighter heat. As much as, like, obviously Italo has 8.5, he's doing a huge combination.
Right.
18.9, like, it's a very specific wave that Italo needs to be looking for. And Barron, knowing this lineup better than anyone, it's going to be probably easy for him to figure out the time to pull the trigger.
So Coach Ross Williams, it's going to be interesting to see if Barron actually even surfs another wave in this heat.
He does, like Jesse said, he doesn't have to. I mean, that's an incredible total. So the weird thing is Italo's got that energy, and he's capable of doing something psycho out there. So, I mean, you can't totally get comfortable. You know, he needs to stay in the water, but geez, he's put together a number there.
Hey, let's go down to the beach to Strider Wazalewski.
Yeah, down here on the beach, Ian just ran by. The fans are going crazy, all the Brazilians. They got a whole camp over here that's just psyching up on the beach, waiting for Italo to come back in this heat. And then we've got, you know, Barron Mamiya's camp right next to it. So it's pretty fun to watch everybody hanging out down here at the beach. You know, you look out at the ocean, and it's just absolute serenity, beautiful blue. Two people in the water, and that's it. And then you turn around, and you see what's behind me. It's just like the juxtaposition of that sheer moment out in the water and then the wildness on the beach. I guess you got to mentally kind of contain that as an athlete.
Yeah. What camp is right behind you, Strider?
Right here we got Brazil. They love it. You know, it's the passion from them has been amazing this whole event, and we love to see that. We had, you know, there's no shame in that game. They love it. They're going to be like that always. And when you go to Brazil, you really get a good sense of who they are. And then right over here we got Team Barron over here on the beach, so that's pretty solid. Oh my gosh, back door. Are you kidding me? That's a runner. Wow. Dang, it's on.
Strider Wazalewski right up in the middle of it. You can hear the audio from the beach.
Someone had Waz some Neutrogena sunscreen.
Leo Fioravanti coming up in semifinal number 2 up against Ian Govea. It's going to be a great match. Leo on a sharp eye, and Ian Govea is going to be on the sharp eye. So friendly fire when we talk about the Vissla Shaper rankings by sharp eye, but also when we talk about the Vissla Shaper rankings, Mauricio Zuvi, you're pretty much guaranteed a finalist.
That's not bad, huh?
Yeah.
That's a good way to start the year.
So, yeah, so Sharp Eye is guaranteed 8,000 to 10,000 points.
Mostly because of our lost friends, Mayhem, they don't have anyone on the men's side on the draw right now.
No, slow start for...
They're the past winners. So.
Yeah. This is what happened. Last of Italo, Jesse.
That's just beautiful technique. It's so nice. Like I think Nathan Florence mentioned, when you have a little bit more room in your backhand, you can let that rail go and just really free up and try to do big pumps without the rail because it gives you more leverage. You're not so compacted, having to grab your outside rail. So that was beautiful right for him. Just unfortunately, that wave just ran a little bit too much, and he tried to doggy door squeeze through, muscle through that lip, but it's just usually stronger than you.
Yeah, that was bittersweet.
Barron letting waves go too. He's clutch so far. He's got nerves of steel.
That almost felt like for a second it was kind of a mistake. Yeah, it looks like Italo was going to come out clean, but...
when you're looking at that wave, you're letting Italo go. I mean, geez, he'd be holding his breath for sure.
Yeah.
I think I made the right call. And then he sees his board come up. Like, he knows it's a wipeout. He's like, oh my God, sigh of relief.
For him, the only leverage that he has, that even if Italo gets a good wave, he still needs to get another one. So even if he commits some mistakes, he has to commit another one in order for Italo to choose.
Yeah, good call, Jesse.
But still, you're kind of like, I could have maybe took that out of him, because that's another few extra minutes that Italo has to probably sit down and wait for another set.
He identified the length, right? Typo. It was a really long ball, and he's like, it's a really good chance he's not going to make it, and he made the right call.
Yeah. And it's all those decisions that you make in a heat which equals success, but sometimes having incredible talent helps a lot. 9.33, 9.57 for the prodigy Barron Mamiya. He's on his way to back-to-back pipe finals.
Usually it's a combination, like you mentioned, like, you know, heat IQ and talent. Like, you can't really have one or the other and do well.
Well, I mean, the ultimate in that, I think, is Gabe Medina. When you talk about heat IQ and just outrageous talent, and then you combine the two. And then there's guys like, you know, John Florence, who like knows how to surf heats, but I feel like Ross, he doesn't take it as, it's not as seriously would be the wrong word, but just as tactically, I think.
What one guy is stronger at, they're polar opposite on the other side. So John and Medina are really fun to look at there, because Gabriel's way more keen to compete.
Yeah.
And then his talent will drip in there.
Yeah.
You flip that, that's John. John's way more keen to do the best carve of the day, the best air of the day. And by the way, have some pretty solid heat strategy too and win the heat. Gabriel's real grindy. He's not afraid to get a double interference and, you know, think about the tactics and be a computer, whereas John's just more of a natural surfer. But they both equate into 3 world titles.
Yeah, and I think John's yesterday, that 9.63 that John got, was one of the, you don't see him claim a lot, and that was like,
that felt good.
That showed how good that was, right?
And
he doesn't claim for scores.
I think the best strategy is the best strategy what works for you, right? Like, so that's what that's what's going to make you perform the best, because in the end of the day, that's what you're trying to put yourself out there, mostly on tour, which the waves are usually pretty good and you're going to have opportunities. So you don't want to get in Leo's game if you're not keen to fight for 10 minutes of the heat, because that's going to mess you up.
It's really interesting just talking about Gabriel and John, because if I were to coach those guys, obviously I've coached John, and I always tried to get him to be consistent. I didn't have to worry about his talent. But with Gabriel, if I were to coach him, I would do the opposite. I would try him to be more natural. Try to show your talent a little more, compete less, because he does the opposite.
Right. So again, a speedy recovery to Gabriel Medina, who's healing from a torn pectoral muscle. Hopefully we see him by the end of the year. And then also enjoy life. John Florence, who's taking a year off to spend, time with his brother looking for slabs, time with Darwin, his young son, and his wife, Lauren. I mean, I take my hat off to John Florence to recognize that. And even though you're probably one of the best surfers in the world or of all time, it's more than just surfing. There's family to take care to, and there's just life, right?
Oh, John, dude, he loves life. He's got that sailboat. He wants to explore. He's a bit of a beatnik. Like, he likes to just get away from everybody, read books. Like, he's a bit of a hippie, so I think he likes to unplug.
Ferreira will take an equal third from Pipeline. So that's a nice start to the season for the 2019 World Champ, as we head into stop number 2 after this in quick succession. So nice start, Jesse.
I think not even just the third place, but just the fact that the usual suspects that are in the top 5 the last few years, they didn't even make quarterfinals. Griffin Colapinto,
Ethan Ewing,
and then Jack Robinson.
Yeah.
You have John Florence out, Gabriel Medina's out. So this is a massive start for Italo.
Great for pointing that out. Yeah. But right now, Mom and her crew of Barron and Mamiya. There's the Mamiya squad on the beach, and there's Barron barreling to shore and preparing for another pipe final. Italo Ferreira giving thanks at shoreside, taking a moment, but get ready, Barron, hydrate. We're gonna see you in the final. Who's he gonna meet? We're gonna find out. Semifinal number 2 comes up. Ian Gouveia, Leonardo Fioravanti after these breaks. Looking back to 2023 here at Pipeline, tough conditions. Leo Fioravanti found a couple funnels in tiny back door. He was matched up in the final with Jack Robinson. Best finish at Pipeline for Leo Fioravanti, this runner-up finish, Ross.
Yeah, Leo's, again, his home away from home, so Leo's really smart out here at Pipe and Backdoor. Great competitor, and it's no surprise that he puts together some good results at Pipe and Backdoor.
Yeah, that was the semifinal where he beat Kyle Belli to move on to the final. He's back in the semifinals again. Leo Fioravanti, Jesse, up against Ian Gouveia. And Gouveia has made the semifinals here as well. 2017, Ian Gouveia, as a rookie, made the semifinals here.
And one thing is similar for both of these surfers. They've been coming to this place since they're, what, 10, 11, 12, you know? Like, and I like to say that in order for you to do good in Hawaii, you have to love Hawaii. Like, it's not just the type of place you're going to show up and do well. Like, you really need to know the crowd. You need to spend time here with the local community, and then you kind of get blessed by it.
Yeah, Barron win that last semifinal. He's on to the final. That's incredible surfing, AJ. Big numbers.
Incredible is one way to describe it, Kaipo. I'm honestly running out of words, Barron, to describe how impressive it is to keep seeing you find waves here in your backyard. What did you see today that you were able to just combo Italo so early, get an 18.9 heat total?
Yeah, there's fun backdoor waves. My best wave was the left, which was kind of surprising, honestly. I kind of just went, I took off and I was pretty late. I knew I was like really behind it, and then I like kind of like bounced over the foam ball, and then I came out and I was like, oh wow, I made it. That should be a pretty good score. And then the right was good. I was like, it was kind of chandelier. It wasn't like a square hollow barrel, but I was pretty deep, and I took off kind of late. And there's a lot of chandeliers, and I made it. But yeah, it's super fun. It's just there's a lot of really good waves, so it's fun.
Last year, you said winning this event would be the pinnacle. You have a chance to go back to back and join an exclusive list of men who have won this event back to back. What would that mean?
Yeah, that would be great. Be super stoked on that. But yeah, you know, I'm just focused one more heat, 2 more waves, and see what happens.
1 heat, 2 waves at a time. See you then.
Thank you.
Good job.
I like that slowing down of the heartbeat for Barron Mamiya, not get overexcited, and then Coach Ross Williams put it into perspective where it's actually just, he needs to focus on one more heat and 2 more good waves.
Fun fact, Barron was taught by my wife in 2nd grade.
Really? No way.
She's taught 3 surfers on tour, Barron, Lulu, and Sakura.
Unreal.
Isn't that cool? But I remember Barron because I used to go and help her during recess and help with some reading and stuff like that. And I remember reading with Barron just as a little baby Grom. And he was, even back then, just like that, real mellow.
I also remember Barron as a Grom working the amateur events here, as in the boys division or whatever. And Barron, already at a very young age, if he got 3rd in the final, he wouldn't take his 3rd place trophy home. He only wanted the 1st place trophies.
Spicy.
That's good stuff right there.
So that's why he's so calm. He's like, it's first or nothing, lady.
Yeah.
Get out of my way.
Yes. Get your questions off him. I'm first.
It's ready to go. Terminator mode. I love it. Where's Britt? Get him to calm down a little bit.
And also the fact what helps him so much, like most of the surfers, these were pretty decent barrels. And for him, it's just another barrel. Like he's gotten probably 2,000 better barrels than what he had in this heat. And that's just how good of a surfer he is out here.
Yeah, we were talking, even with Tom Carroll here the other day, and I was telling Tommy about Barron, growing up here on the North Shore, surfing pipeline at a very young age, 9 years old, and Derek Ho, because Derek and Barron's dad, Barry, were really close friends, right? And Derek called Barron in or pushed Barron into his first waves out here at pipeline.
Yeah, I remember that. And Barry surfed his Barron Mamiya's dad, Barry, surfed a lot like Derek Ho.
Yeah, yeah, totally.
Very similar body type, and he shredded. He also got good backdoor barrels too, Barry. So
well, both Barry and Derek Ho came from the school of Sandy Beach, right there, where that style was developed. The Ho's originally from Waimanalo,
right?
Then they moved out here to the
I didn't know Barry was from Waimanalo as well.
Yeah, well, he was surfing Sandy. I think he was on that side, but yeah, those guys would surf Sandy Beach a lot.
All time.
It's pretty interesting to see right here. Kind of on the beginning of the heat, I took a look over our shoulders, and I noticed that Ian was actually deeper for backdoor, so trying to keep that priority. But as usual, we've been talking about Leo really doesn't let that inside go.
Right.
Like never whatsoever.
Right here, so is Ian going to get caught up in the Leo scramble? Because it is a scramble happening right now. Ian looking left, he's going to get the first wave. Here we go, Govea pops in the barrel, gets there, and just a quick in and out for Ian Govea to get on the board.
And that's how out of position they were. Did you see how much they pedaled toward the backdoor? And Ian was still wide for the left. Like, it was pretty incredible.
That was by default. He went left. He didn't want to go left.
Yeah, he didn't want to, yeah.
Thanks for pointing that out also, Ross, is that they took themselves, because of how aggressive starts that Leo Fioravanti typically does in the heat, they took themselves
way out,
completely out of the lineup.
That's why I still think it's not a bad idea to start every heat with either whoever has the higher seed gets priority.
Yeah.
Maybe a coin flip. As we see, just a nice little quick barrel is going to be a small score for Ian. And I was talking to Brent Bielman in the water too, and we were talking about, every heat starts like this. Everyone plays the game, and it usually pulls both the surfers out of the lineup. You see a couple great waves get wasted. So it'd be nice to have that coin flip or have the priority go to the top seed. Also, Brent brought up a good idea. Maybe you give the first 2 minutes or 3 minutes no priority, so you can see some hassling. Some people like it old school. And then if they don't behave, it clicks into the top seed gets priority.
Because I guess the more time they get stuck there, the more aggressive they get, and it puts them into a worse position in the lineup.
Oh, and we're all sitting here like, why is backdoor empty again?
Yeah, well, let's hear from Leo Fioravanti and some of his goals going into this season.
My biggest goal for 2025 is winning an event. I'd love to get on that podium and hold the trophy up. Wherever that is, we'll find out, but I will give it my all to make that happen. To accomplish that goal, all the goals that I have, it's just putting in the work, putting in the time in the gym, in the water, but also not overthinking it. Trying to really realize, think about last year, study what happened last year, and start to see where I can improve on the mental side, on the physical side, on the, in the water. And hopefully, with all that work I've been doing with my team, I can bring it into this year, and all those little changes, those better changes, will help me achieve that goal.
There you go. A calculated approach, setting goals, Leo Fioravanti, and he's getting really close to achieving that goal that he set at the beginning of the year. Leo Fioravanti, 4 good waves, and you're the guy.
He put it out there in the atmosphere, so there it is, you know, and it's nice to play that right now. It's nice to see that insight right now because that is in his mind. The key is to not let it get in the way. Just compete still. Don't let that dream of getting a big victory and holding up the trophy get in the way of good strategy and good surfing right now.
Yeah. Leo Fioravanti working this year with Richard Dog Marsh, so he's part of that Dog Pound. Brian Calnan, Con O'Leary, Gabriel O'Brien, all part of that Dog Pound. Let's take a look at our Pacifico bracket. One more spot left. We're on the pointy end. Ian Govea, Leo Fioravanti. Who's going to meet Barron Mamiya in the final?
We lost one goofy already. That's a bummer for all the goofy footers out there.
Come on. You know how it is. Regular footers rule. What are we talking about?
Yes. Come on, Ross. You're from the North Shore. You know how to say it. You know the rules.
Leo's in. He's in. Regular footers.
Wow, look at this lineup. It looks like a dream scenario.
Look at a postcard,
sand right there, and it's still perfect conditions because just where it doesn't need to have sand, it doesn't have right now. It's like perfect.
Yeah, they just need some juice. And we did mention earlier today, we're talking about Surfline, talking about forecasts, and there is meant to be just a little boost this afternoon. So
we're hoping
that comes in now.
Have you checked any of the buoys? Have you checked Waimea buoy? Because I hear it's back up.
Yeah, I haven't. We should call Moana.
Yeah.
I didn't know she was a buoy hound. I love that.
She was really good. She could be a weather person.
I heard her.
That was like
on her game.
Paced. It was factual. It was concise. Moana Jones Wong, you got a big future in broadcast if you ever get tired of getting barreled at pipe. But
yeah, that'll be hard, I think.
If I were you, I would just keep on getting barreled at pipe.
It's much better. More refreshing in the water.
Good lunches here, though. Thank you, Kainui Kitchen. Kainui. It means the big. Kainui Kitchen, big kitchen. And that's Kainui Road, right behind these houses, to the beach, Ehukai, which means the salt spray coming off the wave, to Kukalanalu Oka o Pulu Pulu, which is the Hawaiian word for pipeline.
I love it. And right now they're feeling good in this nice Pacific Ocean water. It's probably about 76 degrees, perfect wintertime action.
A little chilly at 76.
Ian scrambled over there towards Gums. They're looking, they're waiting for something to compete on. It's been a little slow so far.
Here we go. Here comes a bit of a peak here, and Govea, though, that just hit the, well, you can tell me, Ross, you know this week better than me. That was not the spot.
Yeah, he's just at the top. He's got second priority, so he's trying to create some space between him and Leo, and every now and then there is a drainer up there with that lingering northeast swell. Some of those waves hit there. But the best waves we've seen today are in the middle where Leo is. Leo's not there by mistake.
Yeah, well, Leo Fioravanti with priority. He just needs to overcome a 2.67. So really the heat hasn't even started yet for either of these surfers because there hasn't been a meaningful score put down. And it's nearing we're at the 22-minute mark.
Just the advantage of priority, which sometimes could play a huge factor, mostly when no one has scores. You know, like if no one had priority right there, could be a good set coming in, and either of those surfers could push themselves too deep and someone will lose the opportunity. But now Leo has it right away, and he can actually position himself for the first set in the perfect spot. And it's a big advantage sometimes. It could be that first set that dictates the whole heat.
I think it's time to check our Pacifico fan picks, and there they are. Pretty even split. Ross, 52% Ian Govea, 48% Leonardo Fioravanti.
Yeah, the public didn't know what to do with this heat. It's a coin flip. And I'm going to stick with my regular footers. I think Leo's going to get through. But I'm a big fan of Ian. He is so fun. He's got such good energy. He's very positive, friendly, humble, great surfer.
Yeah, and he's a fun guy. You probably caught it, Jesse. And Ian's a good friend of yours. He won that event, a Challenger Series, to get on tour in Bolido. His dad won that event long time ago, and he did a replica of the dance and the speech that his dad gave on the podium there in South Africa.
I mean, we've been watching that from Fabio for 20 years. Not kidding you, because that's on tape. Like, Fabio has everything on tape.
Nice.
On his house. He used to bring a camera on tour, which I didn't know, but you probably saw him with the camera everywhere, and he would film everything. So we watched that so many times growing up, and we always laughed so much about it. And
why was it so funny? Because what was Fabio doing that was so funny?
Well,
that speech.
That was actually in Japan, the speech he had, and he didn't speak Japanese.
Okay.
And he just created words. That's all he did. So that's exactly what Ian said right there. And it took him 15 years on tour to actually pull that off. It's like, this is the moment I got to pull it off.
And so he just made up words in the speech?
Fabio made up words. Ian just copied the words.
Yeah, copied his dad's same words.
Today, twari, hari, whatever
Really?
it is, yeah.
Yes, that's so good. You got to Google that, bring that up.
He didn't have much English as well, and not, obviously, zero Japanese. So he was like, here we go.
That's good stuff. Also, when he goes into like his stinkbug stance as a celebration, riding a wave in, he's sneaky funny. This Ian Govea.
Yeah, he is.
And I'm liking that we got a full season to reacquaint ourselves with Ian Govea and get to know him a little bit more. Here he is, and Leo's going to let him go, but that one got way lined up. Now under 20 minutes, Ross.
Well, he had a good look at it, and I like what he's doing. He's sharking the lineup. He's going back and forth all the way up by the sandbar, back down towards off the wall. So Ian's doing what he's supposed to do under priority, but right now the Ocean is taking a little bit of a breather. I think the Ocean has connect time.
Yeah.
Yep. It's time, right? Like, what time is it? For, like,
It
1
is.
PM?
Yeah, 2:11 local time in Hawaii, and the Ocean is taking a little bit of a nap.
But sometimes that's a good thing about having the freedom of not having priority when the heat's that low, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe not right now, just because I said a good set's coming.
There you
Leo
go,
has
perfect.
priority,
Thank
like-
you for doing that.
Ron.
Jesse just summoned the set coming through. Let's see if Leo's going to use it. Oh, yeah, he's going to use priority right now. Looking back door, Leo Fioravanti, little airdrop there, double arm bar in the barrel, second section, and that's what Fioravanti was waiting for. Nice carve after that. Fioravanti looking down the line, bangs it on the lip there, and that will be a lead change in a big way towards the Italian.
Really well served. Man, that was clutch. He saw that wave, he jetted over to it. Again, we talked about earlier in this event how the best surfers position themselves before they take off. That way they can get deep. Really well done there from Leo.
Yeah, and you can see he's excited. Sprint paddle back out for Leonardo Fioravanti. Here's a replay, Jesse.
What catches my attention on this, like, so many surfers could, because of how much energy and how late he was for that takeoff, so many surfers let the board go too far, and they kind of do a long extended bottom turn and get a little bit ahead of the barrel, and he was able to stomp on the brakes. As soon as he lands it right there, he puts both of his hands on the water, slows himself down, gets as deep as you can on that section right there, goes over the fumble, stalls once again, and comes out clean. That was as good as you could read that wave.
Wow, really well done too. And I like these last two maneuvers too. This one right here is a pure zap, that second turn. Again, just like Barron's left, this wave dropped out, and that's gonna really make the judges happy because that wave has some consequence, right? It's shallow. That wave had really a square shape to it. But I love these two turns, nice little carve there. Sharp eye surfboard looking really spicy. This is a Krakatoa East of Java right there. A lot of zap on that turn. Little head flick, but I liked it. Big score.
Is that B-52's reference there, Ross? And up and down for Ian Govea, and Govea who temporarily had priority, so that's a priority error for Ian Govea, taking off on that wave, handing it over to Leo Fioravanti. And he broke the stick. Broken stick, busted board, whatever you want to call it, and he's going to have to get a new sharp eye. Meanwhile, Leo Fioravanti was rewarded with an excellent number, just 8.17.
Expected that, because that was an excellent wave with excellent surfing. Very critical, perfect, and just even a better prize, just Ian going on that left. It was kind of a straight closeout and getting priority.
Let's get the board caddy to run. Thank you. Go.
Pretty cash.
That's pretty cash.
They might have a little bit of a plan.
I hope. Just strolling.
Maybe 2 cash.
The clock's ticking. Let's go. There you go, kid. Run.
Groms these days, I tell you.
He's the wrong one.
Oh, boy. He's still happy, though.
He's still smiling. He's, oh, no, not that one.
A little lip.
Oh, he's just
Look at
shaking
him.
his head. Oh.
That's the first time I think that ever
I
happened.
don't think I've ever seen this before.
Laughing.
Oh, I'll go with this one, whatever.
Meanwhile, Leo Fioravanti tucks in, comes through, and there is the exit for Fioravanti.
He maximized that too. But
That was a small two, but he was there forever.
The kick, the motorboat.
Yeah, we're going to go into combo situation right now.
And the heat IQ right there for Leo, right? Like the fact that he took off on a smaller wave, he could put anchor and waited for a bigger one, but he knows Ian is on the inside. He can get a good backup score and come back still with priority, so it's a win-win for him.
Really fun backdoor, just real surfable. You know, like he said, Leo felt so comfortable in that wave because it wasn't that crazy and stalled like as good as you could.
Oh, he had the lazy boy in there. Took a little nap. He was gone. Turned the lights out. Came back on. Watch this.
Yeah, stalling with that right hand as hard as he could. I mean, he's shoving all his arm in the wall there. Then the whole ride he stalled. So he just camped out in there for sure. Lovely angle right here. Stall, look at that right hand grabbing the wall the entire ride.
Yeah.
So staying behind the curtain, adding those precious points. Gonna be probably close to another excellent score.
Oh.
Even though the wave's 4 feet.
Yeah.
That's a great barrel.
And the barrel's so long, he should pay rent. He's just squatting in there.
Right there, you know for a fact, like a little bit before that he was coming out, but then all of a sudden he almost makes you ask the question because he got there for so long. You're like, did he kind of overstall that wave and kind of got caught on a fumble or something? But
that's the comfort zone when it's this size. You start surfing inside the barrel. You're not holding on for dear life. You're not worried about hitting the bottom. You're just surfing in there.
Yeah. So we're waiting for the score for Leonardo Fioravanti. It's going to be another excellent one. An 8.4 for that long threaded barrel. There's all the judges. One judge, Jesse, gave it a 9.
that was impressive from him. Just perfect heat so far. Both last heat, right? Like he was just in the comfort zone the whole time. And unfortunately for Ian, because if Ian would have not been on that left-hander, he would have had priority for this 8.4. And that was a great wave for backhand surfers. The pace of the wave was with the same speed throughout the whole time. And it almost would have reminded of that wave Italo got the 8.5
That's the goofy foot-itis.
Yeah. Could have been. Could have been. Let's go down to the beach right now to find out a little bit about the broken board with AJ McCord.
Thanks, Kaipo. I just touched base with Ian's team. They tried to give him a 6-0. He didn't want that one. Instead, he wanted a 5-11, the exact same board that he broke. So he did not want the extra length. Instead, wanted to go with what has been working for him so far today.
Yeah. Ian said, not that one, that one. This is what broke the board.
I wonder if it still has the shark skin, though.
Oh.
He's got the shark skin decal on the bottom of his board. He's loving it. He's got that.
Really?
You know about that, Kaipo?
No, I do not.
Yeah, no. So he made a point of coming up to me yesterday in a channel. He's like, here, feel my board. I have this stuff. Jesse probably knows more about it than I do. But what is it called, that shark skin?
It's the shark coat.
Shark coat.
Basically simulates the shark skin and how directional and how much generates speed, because obviously on water they're one of the best speeds.
So when we look at the history of there's the board change. At the history of board building, check this out. Boards used to be glossed and polished. And then, because people want to cut the cost, they went to sanded finish. But what shapers, designers, and surfers discovered is that the sanded finish, a little bit of grit, rather than an ultra smooth bottom, you have a layer of water that sticks on the bottom of your board, and then it's water against water. So sanded finish boards actually go faster than polished, glossed boards. You can think about that in this break, and we'll come back. And we're going to discuss hydrodynamics and figure out who's going to meet Barron Mamiya in the final.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing.
In the 80s, there's this crew of surfers. Yeah, these surfers. They decided to draw a line in the sand to protect the waves they loved. From that first wave save, the Surfrider Foundation has grown into a coastal protection powerhouse. We take on the big guys, the major polluters, the powerful corporations. You name it, we've been there. Become a Surfrider member today because the ocean needs more friends.
Semifinal number 2 in the water here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. Kaipo Burrow along with Jesse Mendes and Ross Williams on the call. Leonardo Fioravanti's gone excellent, not once but twice, an 8.17 and 8.4 for Fioravanti. During the break, Ian Gouveia got a left, Jesse.
That was a beautiful wave. Like, I mean, as perfect as it gets, felt like a wave pool right there, but just, you know, the depthness of the barrel wasn't as much as Leo. That's why that kept the score a little bit short. Shorter wave for him, stalled it as much as you could right there in the takeoff, but you see it was kind of short and came out just in front of the spit right there, different than Leo that came out kind of after the spit. So judges taking notes of that and keeping the score a little bit lower.
Yeah, 6.67, but Gouveia does break the 2-wave combo, has it down to a 1-wave need of a 9.9. Ross, 8 minutes on the clock.
I am a little surprised that Ian didn't go for a big old gaff. That there was just a little bit of wave left there, and maybe he could have added another half point or something, but he just was psyched on the barrel and kicked out. That happens sometimes, right? You get a barrel, or you're just like psyching and you kick out. Italo's the only guy I've never seen kick out. That guy never leaves meat on the bone. So funny.
Fly by right from Ehukai Beach Park out through the lineup here. You can see the sand as it turns into reef and pipeline and back doors. A lot of that sand got cleared off the reef overnight because we had thunderous surf all day yesterday. Incredible day of surfing. And actually, we've had an incredible finals day, too. A lot of excellent scores today, Jesse.
A lot of excellent scores. And that's just also because, like Ross mentioned, it's a much more playful environment. So it puts the boys and the girls to kind of have themselves a little bit more comfortable and play more with the wave, like be a little bit more aggressive, which yesterday was more survivor mode, and a very handful of guys were actually so comfortable to put themselves every time on the deepest part of the wave.
Yeah, and radical. I mean, for these men, they all had to get through those survivor mode heats to make it here to finals day. So it was a long road, and both Ian Gouveia and Leo Fioravanti had to surf 2 rounds yesterday. So we think about keeping your body in shape, keeping your boards in shape, Ross. There's so many things that you have to survive when it is that survivor mode.
That's why it's so absolutely necessary to have these guys prove themselves here in Hawaii on the North Shore of Oahu, because you have to do everything. I mean, today we're looking at airs, carves. Yesterday you're holding on to your skin of your teeth, these crazy, death-defying waves. And I love that. I love that you got to use your whole quiver here. You got to fight your fear, and all of a sudden you got to look at a big air section. Like it shows your range here in Oahu.
Yeah, still the Mecca, still the proving grounds. That hasn't changed in all of these years, and every year we see some type of breakthrough happening on these shores. There's a reason they call it the 7-mile miracle. There's actually 4 miles of surf, but if you guys want to just keep it to 7, that's great. That's the 7-mile focus right there.
Keep it clean. Thin ice right there.
It's just, the 7 miles got plenty of waves, Ross. What are you talking about? Oh, man. Here we go with Fioravanti. He's going to let Ian go, and Ian wisely pulls back from that one, as that's, you got a left-hander sometimes, you have a right-hander. That one happened to be a straight-hander.
You got to love the east wind. It is so groomed. Beautiful. Our trade winds are northeast, which is still nice, but this is really buttery.
It's so nice.
Yeah, all kinds of people coming out today to check out finals day here at the Lexus Pipe Pro. There you go. Christian Hosoi and Pops Hosoi right there. That's some legendary stuff. You talk about Dogtown. You talk about Hosoi. You talk about the Christ Air, the Judo Air. That's the guy right there. And Pops Hosoi used to run Marina Del Rey Skate Park. He's a legend. He's an artist. Christian, one of the best skateboarders of all time.
Kaipo, I know you're skating. His forte half pipe?
Yeah, he was a vert skater. He did some street skating, but Christian Hosoi invented a plethora of different skateboard airs. He had the rocket air. He had the Christ air. He had the judo air. You take one foot off and you do the judo kick.
Right.
Yeah,
He created all of those?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is legend.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
It's nuts. And you know what? He's still skating. He's still ripping.
Christian Hosoi would be how old now, you think?
Yeah.
Close to 60, late 50s?
He'd be my age, yeah, in late 50s, whatever you want to call it. We don't talk
Whatever
about
you
numbers
want to
too
call
much.
it. sorry, my bad.
I got Peter Pan syndrome. I'm not giving up the number. There's Barron Mamiya finding a quiet place, Jesse, to concentrate for the final.
I'm surprised that he actually changed, his whole program. He was like kind of in the corner of the Red Bull athlete zone, and some surfers they just like to stick to what they're doing because it's working. And he completely changed it before the semifinals and didn't get rattled whatsoever because he looked better than any other time.
I mean, that's Derek Ho's old nest right there. He's just trying to pull some mana from that.
Pulling that porch right there has a lot of history.
Sir.
There was a time, and you probably remember, Ross, that certain people would hang towels and so forth off of that porch to give signals to the surfers out in the water of positioning.
Oh, yeah.
And not give up any of the secrets because they would be able to see sets coming from up there and giving a slight little signal.
Again, this is the original Jerry Lopez house that he owned in the 70s. And a lot of legendary surfers that lived in that house.
The walls could talk, but they can't. But we'll tell you some tales. Under 3 minutes, and it looks like it's going to be Fioravanti taking off here, pulls into another shallow one over a slabby section. Second section's going to get him, though. And a glimpse of hope for Ian Govea now, needing a 9.9 with priority in 2.5 minutes, Jesse.
Half the job done, but it seems like he's more than half away from getting to the lead right now because now he needs the ocean to cooperate and also his skills. Basically looking for a 10-point ride out there.
Yeah, 8.4 from Leo is set. That's the scale. So, maybe a 9.9 is out there, but it's going to have to be a big set wave, long, probably backdoor wave across the whole reef. That's a lot to hope for in 2 minutes.
Women's final is paddling out. It's going to be two different generations classing for a pipe title. It's going to be Tyler Wright paddling in the red jersey, and with the yellow leaders jersey, Caity Simmers, who wants to hang on to that color. She likes yellow.
That's cool. A couple different generations there clashing.
Yeah, I like it. And zooming in on Ian Govea, who can do nothing but do a wave. He's still smiling. Wave
how
chant.
could you not be, Like in the semifinals of the Pipe Pro, like this is as good as it gets. You know? Mostly for a guy that spent so much time here on the North Shore, like he's over the moon.
And he came in here not thinking he was going to be able to surf, Ian Govea did, because he hurt his knee, right? And then he gets stitches in his knee, and then he still gets an equal third out of it.
Everything lined up for him, like because he was very bad in the first round. Like he could barely, you saw, like I don't know if you guys watched his heat, but I was doing his heat, so he was like complaining, like he was putting his hands on the knees and he could barely bend so much. So he has to kind of force through it, that barrel that he got against John, made through that round, and then all of a sudden we're in perfect conditions, but about 8 days later. So it gave him a lot of time to heal.
So those lay days, everybody else was anxious to get going, but Ian Govea was saying, hey, bring on the onshore, bring on the rain, let me heal up.
And bring in pipeline. Like yesterday was as good as it gets. For a guy like him that is good on the barrel, like you can't ask for anything better.
I want to give him props though, but he just seems like such a nice guy, and for him to wear a smile right now under this kind of a tough situation is a testament to his character. What a nice guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
And competitive too. He's a beast. I mean, he could definitely finish in the top 10 this year, no worries.
Well, Leo Fioravanti is on his way to yet another final at Pipeline. He was in the final here in 2023. He's going to be a finalist here in 2025. Leo Fioravanti will be meeting up with Barron Mamiya in the final. And look at the excellent numbers for Leo Fioravanti. 8.4, 8.17. Great heat surf. Applause at the beach. Hey, get ready. After this break, it's going to be our women's final in the water. Tyler Wright up against Caity Simmers.
It is time for the finals. Tyler Wright, the two-time world champ, Aussie vet, has been threading so many pits at backdoor. Caity Simmers got off a rematch with Molly Picklum, getting her single high score of her career pipeline, a 9.5. And an absolute battle to earn her spot into the final. A chance to go back-to-back for the first time for the women in the short history here at the legendary Bonsai Pipeline. It'll be a 35-minute final. The veteran story of a two-time world champ and Caity, who's still world #1 at just 19 years of age. Are you seeing one of these athletes as a favorite heading to this final flick?
Well, both women have won out here before, right? They've had the experience. Look, obviously, momentum throughout this event in particular, I'd probably go, okay, yeah, Caity. But then when I look at a whole career and the span of a whole career, you know, you got Tyler Wright. She's a veteran. She's been on tour for so much longer than Caity. She's had so much more experience out here. She's charged her whole entire surfing career. Really, right now, I'd say, yeah, okay, maybe the fan picks are going to go towards Caity, but I think it's actually more evenly split, especially when we go off their last semifinals. Just that both surfers posting, you know, Caity the 9.5, Tyler that high 8. I think it's evenly matched, and we've got beautiful conditions to see it all play out.
Well said, Flick. Caity versus Tyler. Final already started. Now 32 minutes on the clock. Now a two-time finalist is with AJ on the glass, Leo Fioravanti.
Leo, heading back to another finals here at Pipeline. What is it going to take to become the champion?
Oh, wow, the waves are so fun, and just some deep, good barrels, good wave choice, get deep in there, wait till the end and come out with the spit, or after the spit, actually. Yeah, let's hope that the final keeps pumping.
Good luck. See you then.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Leo Fioravanti doesn't mind to chat. There's been a different vibe about him. He's still happy, smiling, great answers, but they're short, clean. You can still tell that he's in the go zone right now. One more heat, a final with one of the greats out here, Barron, just like Caity, trying to go back-to-back here at Pipeline.
Yeah, well, I personally think Leo knows just how hard a job he's got ahead of him. I mean, they've both put on great performances all event, but it's undeniable, the skill and the talent and the time put on this reef that, you know, that's Barron, and it's a hard task coming up. So I think he's just trying to keep it cool, collected. He knows the job's not done yet. Let's not celebrate too early.
So that final coming up next. Tyler and Caity will already have a priority rotation started there. So judges upstairs seeing that paddle battle and want to get things started. Sometimes some blocking and a little bit of a tactical move there by Tyler. She'll end up paying for it, and Caity will now get first priority.
It's interesting. Tyler's been putting on a lot of pressure on every opponent, you know, from the quarters to the semis and now in this heat as well. She's been quite assertive, you know, quite aggressive, really, just trying to really jostle for that, you know, trying to make someone go and add across here because she's, lost that priority, giving it up to Caity. And on a wave here, you know, even just as much of a look can sort of be justified to a priority switch there. So unfortunately, Caity's got that now.
Yeah, Caity's going to be happy now that she can sit out the back and pick the wave she wants. That's a big accomplishment before a wave is ridden. And now Tyler will have to regroup, sitting in the back of the line at the early stages of this final. Tyler's really been all over this event. You know, winning the Maui continuation event, that was in 2021. The first heat was a quarterfinal number 4 back then. Tyler's first heat out here was the semifinal with Sally Fitzgibbons. You know, that was the whole story of Sally had never surfed here before. It was a surprise for the tour that they'd be finishing the event out here, and Tyler got the win over Carissa Moore. Next year, Tyler came back, lost to eventual winner, the wild card story. The queen of Pipeline, Juana Jones-Wong, but that was a semifinal. And then was runner-up to wrist when Carissa won. She was in the final then, so Tyler's track record at Pipe is amazing.
Yeah, her track record is incredible. And even that year in the semi with Moana, she had one incredible wave at backdoor during that semi, right? Am I remembering correctly? And she just couldn't find that backup. But Tyler does not shy away from waves of consequence. She's always been one to put her head down, to charge, sort of to really give it a crack. And I mean, just speaking from the years that she's been on tour, I mean, just compared to Caity, I mean, for me, really, right now, even though Caity, she's won out here before too, I'm sort of swinging a little bit more towards Tyler just because she's the veteran. She's had a few more years on tour and just more time in the jersey at pipe and back door.
Well, Caity's trying to do a pretty incredible feat by going back-to-back. Any CT venue, that's a huge statement. You kind of own a spot on tour for a period of time, but to do it at pipe is something else. Winning last year over Molly Picklum in the final. Now a veteran Australian and two-time world champ Tyler Wright's going to try to change that run around. Caity already's done the whole back-to-back thing. She's done that in Brazil already, just in 2 seasons. And Tyler's done that multiple times. We mentioned the Bells series back-to-back recently. She's done that in France. She's also done that in Brazil. And I guess with that Maui continuation, she had won the Honolulu Bay event the year before, so kind of went back-to-back again. Those world champs know how to own certain eras and certain venues. Once they figure it out once, they tend to be really strong the following year.
Yeah, and I think you find your waves on tour that sort of suit your surfing too, and you feel comfortable there. And it's not an easy thing to do, though. I mean, you think of the caliber of surfers that are on tour and sort of the mindset that takes to keep coming back and showing up. And because once you've won an event, you're the buzz coming into it that next year. You're the talk. You're the person to beat. That's sort of the target for everyone. So to sort of shake all that and sort of zone in and focus and be like, nah, this is my spot. I feel comfortable here, and just not listen to all that chatter. Yeah, that's a pretty big feat.
A lot of questions coming in our social media about priority starting. If you open the WSL rulebook, you can all read that on worldsurfleague.com. There's a rule in chapter 11.11. It's a blocking rule in non-priority situations. For all events, especially on the CT, you have a priority judge. Surfer with the inside position will be allocated lowest priority applicable at the time if they make a committed paddle for a wave and block a surfer from catching that wave, or B, position themselves in the takeoff zone and block another surfer from catching a wave. Priority judge seeing Tyler doing that, so priority in favor of Caity Simmers. And it's such a important part of the heat, you know, for coaches, for surfers that really want to demand that quick start. A lot of them say, hey, if you get the big score on the opener, that rhythm can often take you to the victory.
Even when I think back over the years on tour, there's certain surfers that were obsessed with early starts or surfers that are obsessed with holding that inside position, and they won't give it up. You know, people that come to mind, I can think of over the years as Sally Fitzgibbons. I can sometimes think of a Carissa Moore, a Gabby Medina. They just fight for that till the death. You know, it doesn't matter. You know, for instance, I think of Bells Beach. Doesn't matter how far we're paddling up towards, you know, up the point there, they will always maintain that. And this event in particular, I mentioned it before, but Tyler has really been very assertive at the start of each heat. I mean, she's paying for it here. Let's have a look. So Tyler takes a few strokes, really considered paddle, and Caity was looking at it. So, you know what, fair enough. It's justified.
Straight from the tower, they saw surfer in yellow, which is Caity, stop paddling because surfer in red, Tyler, showed full commitment to catch the wave. We'll see how that affects the outcome of the first wave ridden. Caity with total control on a gorgeous afternoon, 2:40 local time in the afternoon here on the North Shore. Caity still world number 1. Now looks like she's thinking about it, but Tyler's going to commit further, but it's going to roll beneath both of them. Tyler didn't have a CT win last season, so she wants to start off in a solid way this year. Both these surfers will at least begin world number 2. It's fun hanging out with 5-time world champ Carissa Moore earlier in the waiting period, and just talked to her quickly before this final, just saying who's looking in rhythm, you know, Caity or Tyler. And she's like, gosh, they're both navigating the barrel at this size so well. They know what to look for on the reef. So she's kind of just leaning to Mother Pipeline to choose the victor, just to seeing how much momentum they have. She did go on to say, though, Caity has that momentum of confidence that you feel being the defending champ coming into this final. And I mean, Carissa knows that feeling maybe better than anyone on the planet. I think Caity holds that confidence well. So much experience, 5 CT victories already, along with that world title in just 2 seasons. Under priority, Tyler Wright will kick things off. Nice sweep into a hollow pit, and a section there just stopped the Australian. I just really love the speed she gets on her takeoffs. Her bottom turns are solid, but just an abrupt fall on her first wave. Now Caity Simmers sets up a tall section and body surfs into the closeout.
Wow. Got a body surf into a face slap.
Ooh.
That's not going to tickle.
That was a wipeout. She just had to take a look, didn't she? And as soon as that thing got moving, she went straight down to show Mark Cunningham she's got it too. Body surfing on the open face. But yeah, serious beating there for Caity, but she's out the back. What happened here?
Yeah, so let's break it down. It sort of looks like, yeah, her front foot slipped. She went to go do a pump to actually go forward in that barrel. I mean, this stayed relatively pretty open. I mean, it was a bigger set wave. You can see here, as she starts to drive down the line, that front, I don't know, that definitely doesn't look intentional to me. I think that was just a bit of a slip of the front foot. Would she have made it past that section? I mean, it was a big, long, stretched out wave, but yeah, I don't think that was intentional. So, slight little bit, just hit a little bit of a bump and whoopsies.
Yeah, both are coming off just momentum of picking right waves, getting really barreled in their heats earlier today on finals day from the quarters to the semifinals. Starting off with a block, Priority got started. Tyler falls, Caity on a bomb falls behind her. So both with wipeouts to kick things off. Simmers in a good position to regain first priority, as we were able to catch up with Caity to talk about how her life has changed since winning that world title last year.
A lot of people have asked me this, like what's different, and what I tell them is like everything around me has changed, but I have not changed at all. So that's like the weird part, is that I haven't changed, and then a lot of different things change. So then you're like feeling like you maybe should have changed, but I haven't changed, I don't think, at all since I've won the world title. But a lot of surrounding factors have changed, which are all good things that have changed. But just like more people know who I am, like more money, more fame, and kind of just those things. And then when those things are happening, you kind of are like thinking something should change in yourself. But I just am trying to still figure that out, I think. Just, yeah. But I don't think anything's changed about me.
You deserve all the money you get. Big raises, that comes with world titles. Well done. I loved hearing from Caity. Still figuring out how the rest of the life will change, but those are significant changes. But still the same personality, still in love with surfing, as she is still waiting for a good wave in this final. Let's catch up with Strider to see what Simmers has been up to in between heats.
Yeah, well, kind of just doing some poking around, found out obviously there's an O'Neill house, which is the first house next to the beach park over here. That's where, she's been camped out, sleeping. That's, her spot. But, in between heats and trying to get away from all this madness on the beach, she's been at the Coffin's house. So they have a house over here right on the beach, basically right at the 50-yard line. And that's where she sneaks away to, listens to the music, and just kind of hangs out and gets all the noise away from her. And it's kind of set back a little bit. It's in the shade. You can't really see up there. And it's perfect for her to have some headspace.
Gosh, that's awesome. Thank you, Oz. Yeah, Connor Coffin, saw him compete in the WSL finals in the first edition. And younger brother Parker, who was just here for quite a long time, charging in some events out here, getting some great free surf clips. Great brother Duro, and that benefited from having a house over here. And now Caity's benefiting from it. Good place to prepare in between heats, and you always got your eyes on the lineup. Those houses, gosh, if those walls could talk. Going back to the early events out here, and the sponsors just getting the front row seats for their athletes. Certain houses have like rooms with about 4 or 5 bunk beds in them, and when you get signed up on a team, you start there and you're hoping that you pull up the ranks so you can choose your room on the upper deck without any roommates with you. It's a fun process, and gosh, you're just staring at pipeline and back door during the winter months. It's like no wave goes unwatched. All eyes are on pipe throughout the winter. If anyone gets a good wave, you hear about it through the Coconut Wireless. Our favorite time of the year in pro surfing. head-to-head with these two. It's just 1-1 so far. This is their second final together. First final was in Rio. Caity got that win as she's gone back-to-back in Brazil. And now their first final together here at Pipeline. The win for Tyler came at Margaret River last year in the quarterfinals where she got past the young superstar.
Look, looking at those stats, I mean, right now, I mean, it's definitely swaying towards Caity. And I just kind of go back to that message, you know, that Carissa sent to you, Joe, is that you kind of can't argue against some of that momentum that Caity's come off. I think that stat we just heard was she hasn't lost a heat in over 5 months, right? Like, that is absolutely crazy. When you think back to what WSL finals, the one against Caroline, that was the last time she actually lost a heat. You can't deny that sort of momentum. You're coming off a world title, then, you know, throughout this event, just win. I mean, and then to back it up, I mean, you won out here last year too, as we see Tyler having a little sniff on the inside here.
Tyler Wright, second wave here in the final. Nice control this time, makes it out into daylight and lays down that classic grab rail carve. Tyler and Caity have been using that back arm to just connect with that rail of their surfboard. So Tyler will have the best score in the making so far, 17-10 on the clock in this final. Yeah, and you think about the season ending in September, a lot can happen in the off season, having the 5 months until you get here. And Tyler looked like she used the off season very well.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, she's sniffing around underneath priority. She's trying to make, you know, she's trying to get a score on the board, and time's ticking down. I mean, we're almost to the halfway point in this heat, and with no substantial scores on the board, Tyler didn't have priority. I mean, look at, you could see about half of the board right there when she grabbed that rail. So, I mean, that was a super dynamic grab rail carve there after the exit of that barrel, but I like it. She's sniffing around, she's getting active. Realised a couple of you know, maybe took off in a bit of a dodgy wave, and then obviously, you know, gave priority to Caity at the start of that heat. But I like this right now, like just trying to get that backup score on the board.
Smart surfing from Tyler Wright, a 6.0 for the effort. 7.5 combined total, just scored on your top two, no wave max in this 35-minute final, down to 16 on the clock. Caity's in that conversation where you start making comparisons to Steph Gilmore, to Carissa Moore, to Tyler, how they all started their careers in the spotlight. You know, for Tyler, you know, she actually had a couple of runner-ups in the world title race to Carissa before she built to going back-to-back in 2016 and 2017. And I think for Tyler's story, it was all about just surfing with her natural ability and almost kind of accidentally finishing in second in the title race. And she hadn't really feel like a loss that really stung. The respect she had for, or has for, Carissa Moore in those title showdowns, she kind of just would move on. And then there was one heat that she lost at lowers, you know, and it was a close decision between Tyler and Riss. And she said that was the first time that she was like, I never want to feel that bad again, you know, losing a heat, and everything just changed. It was the turning point where she's like, what do I need to do? You know, and she hired Glenn Micro Hall. She won 5 wins in 2016. It ended, you know, the world title race very early in France. They had to like rip the headphones off her because she was still ready to surf another heat. She threw her big brother's jersey on and surfed switch in that final just to celebrate her first world title.
Well, it kind of feels like, and I mean, I can say this just from growing up with her. I mean, she's a bit younger than me, but she was a prodigy from the very beginning, right? I mean, she won her first World Tour event at 14 years old as a wild card. You know, it was Lane Beachley's event at DY there. And it just felt like she just had all this momentum. She was winning everything. It's kind of like without any, look, obviously there's effort there, but it felt effortless. She's like, oh yeah, all right, next comp, okay, let's win this one, let's win this one. She won everything from state titles to Aussie titles. You know, she's getting wild cards into World Tour events. She was winning them then, and I guess like eventually that moment comes, right? Like you were speaking about the sliding doors moment, and you're like, hang on a second, I actually really want this, and what am I going to do to make it happen?
What a story for Tyler Wright, Rookie of the Year in 2011. Still gunning for a 3rd world title in 2025. Packed crowd on finals day. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break.
Molly Picklum up into the lip. Snaps it up in the lip, looks down the line, locks it up in the air.
Coming up quickly, the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, stop 2 of the season on the championship tour, is going to start very quickly. February 14th through the 16th for the first time in surfing history. It's going to be unbelievable to see what happens in the pool. It's salt water. It's going to be very user-friendly if you're the best surfers in the world, because they're going to go blow for blow, and we'll see who ends up in the leader's jersey. Will it be Caity Simmers or Tyler Wright? World number 1 pulls in and ends up being a little out front of it, so didn't quite get the cover-up she was hoping for. But showing off the backside approach. She's been running after a lot of rights throughout this event. Priority with Tyler Wright and the lead with a 6, so Caity's going to have to dig deep the next 11 minutes to try to get herself a solid wave off Tyler Wright's watch.
It's interesting, right? I mean, let's just have a look at this one first of Caity. Beautiful technique there. Probably not as deep as what she'd like, but she's got a sort of score on the board now. But it's interesting because that 6 that Tyler got, I mean, in the context of today, right, and the heats and the performances that these women have put on, you'd be thinking, okay, maybe a 6 isn't going to factor in right now, but that 6 is slowly becoming more and more valuable right now as this time ticks down. Tyler's already got that substantial score on the board. She did that under priority. She's now got priority, and she's in a very good position in this heat. I'm really hoping, I'm thinking that we might have a flurry of waves because they're quite slow. Ocean has rhythms, and I feel like the end of this heat might have just that.
Option for Caity potentially, just positioning herself under priority, up and under. A nice clean read for the Californian until she got stuck. You can see the floor of the wave just opening up, and she's underwater again. Riding surfboards from Chris Borst, a pro skater in the past and always loved shaping on the side. Then it became his main gig after featuring in big skate movies over the years. He also makes boards for legends like Taylor Knox, who had one of the longest successful careers on the championship tour, also representing North County, San Diego, just a little further south than Caity. So Simmers working her way back out, trying to go back-to-back for the first time for the women at Pipe. It's happened quite a few times in Pipe history. Rory Russell going back-to-back in the 70s. Then Sydney, Australia's Larry Blair did the same thing. Tommy Carroll, we've been hanging out with him all week. What a legend. He has 3 Pipe titles, but he also was able to go back-to-back in the early 90s. And Slater, the hot streak in the 90s era, 3 in a row from 94, 95, 96. And he went back-to-back 2 different times with his world titles in 2002 and 2003. Then did it again in 05-06 when he was runner-up in the world title race, and Kelly started taking control again. Barron trying to put his name on that story of back-to-back champions on his home break.
Such a hard thing to do, you know, when we had Tom in the booth, and I think you asked him the question, you know, like, how hard is that to do that? And he was just saying just how difficult, you know, at any wave on the tour schedule, but Pipe, you know, it has so many faces, and you've got to have such range and so much ability and adaptability, right? I mean, we've seen it here in the last 2 weeks almost that we've been here. I mean, how many different faces of these waves have we seen? I mean, we rocked up here, it was small, we had airs on offer, there was small backdoor waves, we went on hold for a week. You have to maintain your composure throughout that time. Then we rocked up yesterday, it was giant and death-defying and scary, and you're putting your body on the line, your heart on the line. And then today we've got this perfect picturesque day. I mean, you got to have range as a surfer if you want to go back-to-back here.
I think I say this all the time, but I think, like you're saying, that's why I think surfers are the greatest athletes in the world. You know, from just describing what they go through in a waiting period. You know, we had north-northeast swell, we had sand piling up on the reef, we had weather, and everyone's still trying to warm up. It's crowded. It's not like they're just getting their warm-ups in silence. It's like everyone can watch their waves, make critique on their waves, and they've got to always show up and perform and see what the ocean delivers. And always having to get better. You know, when you're a world champ, You can't just rely on the same system. You got to redefine the way you win the following year. And from what we've seen from Caity through the free surfs and the lead up to this event, featuring in the final again, she got so much better in the off season, which is scary for the rest of the tour.
Yeah, it is scary. I mean, even some of the clips I've seen her drop on socials, just around the North Shore, hanging at, like, I don't know if it's necessarily been all backdoor, if it's been some Cooper K actions, Beach Park. It's just, she has definitely improved. And I think back to that same sort of story, you know, it's interesting being a surfer because obviously you're playing with Mother Nature, right? No 2 days are ever the same. I honestly agree with you, Joe, that it is really up there with one of the hardest sports. Not only have you got the surfing skill itself, but the wave knowledge, and it doesn't matter how much time you spend in that ocean, it'll always humble you. I mean, yesterday was a prime example of that. I mean, we saw some real big humblings. I mean, how were some of those wipeouts that we saw? They were crazy.
Oh my goodness, yeah, it was wild to see all the beatings that went down and how heavy and dangerous they were, and then, you know, matched with the glory moments of getting a couple of 10s already in the season, some high 9s as well. Tyler will use priority, pulls right into the first section. It's a little messy, and she's wishing she could take that decision back.
That was a good sell by Caity. Caity was having a little sniff. She's like, come on, Tyler, use your priority. I mean, that's what Caity needs to do right now. That was pretty perfect. Tyler took the bait, really, said, I'll have a crack. And now Caity sitting out there, she's only chasing a small score. I mean, think about the heat total she's had in the last couple of heats. Well within the wheelhouse.
Most definitely. So you'd almost say advantage Caity with the amount of time on the clock, holding priority, only needing a 4.84 as we are getting a little bit closer to the men's final strider.
Erin is heading out. He was surrounded, but given space to take some time, get a breather in, say a little something to upstairs, and really just kind of settle in and get his focus and get his whole mind straight. I mean, the beach is obviously packed, but everybody coming down, kind of surrounding him, but giving him enough space to let himself feel the moment, which is what we want to see. And right now, he's just paddling out, just like he would when he was a little kid out here. When I see him on this beach, I just think of him and the youth and that vibe of him being such a young guy out here. But now he's just grown into this beautiful man, and he's going out there to take it down.
That's right, Waz. Well, what about his opponent? Any signs of the Italian walking around?
You know, the Italian's got a huge squad. They're up there under a 10, and they are just excited for him and ready to go. And you know what? There's a really amazing kind of athleticism behind Leo and his crew and everything that they do for him. So, you know, it's not going to be an easy walk for Barron at all. And obviously, Barron's a favorite, but Leo, he's in the final for a reason.
That's right. Maybe go get him, Waz. This heat's going to start.
You know what? Maybe he just wants to hear his name a few more times. The Art of War. Let's go.
Let's go. Thank you, Strider. What a place that he gets to sit for this final, right on the sand. His feet are wet here at the Bonsai Pipeline. Barron Mamiya versus Leonardo Fioravanti coming up next to kick off the world title race. We'll see who ends up wearing the yellow jersey. Yellow is worn by John Florence, the wild card in this event, going down to Barron earlier in the event yesterday with that 10-point ride, the 9.63 from John. So it'll be a new surfer wearing yellow heading into Abu Dhabi. 3:30 to go. Quiet heat. 3 looks for Caity, 3 looks for Tyler. Best score so far, the 6.0 from Wright. And Caity at this point, you'd think she's just got to drop anchor, sit with priority, identify a wave that's better than a 4.84, and try to make it maybe one last exchange and hold Tyler off anything that looks decent.
I want it to come down to the last exchange. I want it to come down to both surfers catching, I want it to come down to the last exchange. I want a set to roll through. I want each surface to go 1-2. I want to come to the beach, and I want it to be decided like that. It sounds pretty dramatic, doesn't it?
Oh, we deserve it, though.
They probably don't. If you're Tyler, she's like, no, thank you. I wouldn't like that. I'd like to seal the deal out here.
Run the clock out.
It's so funny, right? As a surfer, fan, they're the things you live for. But as a surfer, you just want that heat to be sealed and signed and delivered.
There's magic moments that you wait for when you got a buzzer beater. I mean, it's the ocean. It's unpredictable. It's not like any sporting event where you're into a buzzer beater moment. That is phenomenal. But in surfing, I think it's even more intense. Just hoping the right wave comes through. You still have to perform when you get it. I mean, for Tyler, the experience speaks for herself. She's been in 35 finals at the CT level. That's the most, currently on tour, with closing out 16 of those. So she's going for a 17th championship tour win. She's already on page 1 of the all-time win list. Minute 50, Tyler moving. Potential option, because she could ditch a 1.5 here. Small wave, and she will just have to get out of there. I was almost thinking she might even just try to hit the lip, but if she ditches a 1.5, that could change the whole feeling of the final.
Yeah, I thought so too. I was like, okay, she's going to go to turns here. This is why she's maybe going that wave. I mean, something's coming out the back though. It looks like maybe a couple of lines, and Caity's looking pretty interested. So, minute 20 on the clock.
Caity's not afraid of a buzzer beater. Remember what she did at Bells Beach to Joanne DeFay last year. Here she goes, minute 10 on the clock. Simmers locks in, first section shuts her down. She was hoping that it would stay open, and the pit at the back door has been clamping quite a bit in this final.
Yeah, it has. It's been really frothy and been filling up with foam, and unfortunately for Caity there, just didn't quite stay open, but yep, opposite feelings for Tyler. You could see her clocking as soon as she, Caity took off. She's like, hang on, how far she made it? Did she get a barrel? How loud's the crowd right now? What do I need to do? 30 seconds. I mean, Caity's just going to get out the back, but it's looking pretty good for Tyler right about now.
Tyler Wright looking for a 17th CT victory. And must be a feeling for her that she won the continuation event, but this one from the opening round. She's going to make a move with 15 seconds right in front of Simmers, driving through this one. That's staying open, and then just stretched out so quick on her. That was unfair. She had such a leap out of the gates, but she'll end up incomplete. And we're closing out this final. It is the veteran, a two-time world champ, Tyler Wright, taking out the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Australians are screaming on the beach. All the way from here at the Bonsai Pipeline to the south coast of New South Wales and all the way to Newcastle where she's living these days. Winless last season. And now how sweet this is, back in yellow to kick off the season.
This is exciting because exactly like you said, Joe, last year a bit more sleepy for Tyler, but what's this going to do for her confidence and where she takes this year? Because I mean, after last year not getting a win and starting the season with one, I mean, a fired-up Tyler is a deadly one. So this is going to be exciting.
And cool for the veteran, 30-year-old, to kind of tell the younger guard to simmer down. No pun intended there. But she's got the victory and back out in front, leading the charge. She was motivated by the youthful movement last year. And she's like, hey, I still feel young, and I've got my whole career ahead of me. So positive signs of working closely with Paisel, her training program looking really solid as she's coming up the beach.
Yeah, this is epic right now. I'm stoked for Tyler. I mean, maybe it's just a part of, I think, that older generation, sometimes the younger generation gets all that talk and all the hype, and of course, so they should, but you just can't forget about the vets and just the experience that they have and the knowledge, and that this is so cool. I mean, there's Molly as well. Wife Lil.
Well done to Tyler Wright. That 17th CT victory ties Frida Zamba for 7th on the all-time win list.
Thank you. That was unexpected, eh?
So sick. So good, Ty. Oh yeah, Tyler. So stoked. All the way. Oh my God. Good.
Look at the kid.
I was just like, you know what? The kid's gonna grab her.
Go get the kid. I got so good at.
No way.
Yeah.
Woo. Like jam. Let's go, guys. Woo, jam.
Yes. Thank you, yeah. Oh my God, you got bony shoulders.
Thank you, guys.
So that'll be,
Tyler Wright's been chaired up quite a few times, and when you have, you can help the boys navigate all the way up to the glass. Starting off the season, world #1 and a champion here at Pipeline. Let's now send it down to the glass with AJ McCord.
Joey, the congratulations still happening for Tyler Wright. What a way to kick off 2025, Ty. Your first event win since 2023. What does it mean after a winless 2024 to start off this strong?
I don't know yet. You know, it's it's just honestly, it's being here with my wife and the whole off season. You know, spending a lot of time just figuring out like how to get the joy back a little bit. And last year I was injured a lot more than I feel like people thought or thought I was. So to come back and have like a really nice off season with my wife, and it's so special. This is such a special win, and I was up against the kids who have been doing like backdoor shootout all day. It was really funky. We both got flogged on our first waves, and then like kind of rattled me a little bit. There was heaps of water backwashing it with this tide, and that spooked me on a couple, and then the last one I got absolutely smoked.
You talk about finding joy in your surfing again and having perspective for time outside of the heats. How much more meaning does that bring to these moments when your family and friends are around you cheering you up for a win at Pipeline?
Yeah, honestly, it's incredible. I think it means so much, and Paizel's here, and we roll pretty quietly. We drink tea, we read books, I think everyone got sick, and we had a couple quiet days during this week, but honestly, it was just a pleasure to be here. And it's like, I don't know, there's a few moments during this event where it's so calm, and it's so nice to just enjoy it, and to really have that ownership is something truly special to me, because and enjoy it and not just be here and constantly panicked about things, or I really enjoyed that. And so I'm always a little bit scared to love surfing, because I've been injured so many times, so it's just one of those ones where this has been really nice.
Congratulations, Tyler, the 2025 Lexus Pipe Pro Champ.
Epic.
Back to you, Joe.
Yeah, AJ, congratulations to Tyler Wright, the champion. Now let's prepare for the men's final. Great battle, just getting started. Local boy from the North Shore of Oahu, 96712, the NSB, taking on Leonardo Fioravanti from Rome, Italy, pulling up and under. Mamiya! Oh my goodness gracious. Let's go. Barron already starting off on a heater. At Pipeline, Joe Turpel with Ross Williams, Jesse Mendez for the call. Jesse, a Triple Crown champ. Ross, a finalist here at Pipeline in the past. To break it all down, just like I guess you'd expect, the theme of the last 2 years is Barron's just unstoppable on his home break.
It's insane. He has just been willing waves to come his way. He's been commanding the lineup. He's been hassling just the right amount. And again, he got the leg up on that first encounter. Insane.
Insane start, Jesse. I mean, the guy is just so reliable.
I mean, to wheel waves coming towards you today on a backdoor is one thing, but to find those pipe waves that he's finding, it's just shows how much in rhythm he is and how comfortable he is in the lineup right here, because that was impressive. Another beautiful pipe wave rhythm. Obviously, props to him. He was so underneath. It was so hard to do. There's only a very few guys that are capable of that, and he's one of them.
Happy to be sitting next to these brilliant surf minds and even better friends. Ross, first of all, putting you on the spot. I mean, Barron or Leo, is it too easy to call, or does Leo truly have a shot in this one?
Yeah, I mean, we're cheating, right? Obviously, you choose Barron right now after that start. But that being said, Leo is really feisty, super smart competitor. He's been surfing on the North Shore for many, many years, so I'm not going to count him out just yet, but Barron's on a roll.
Uh-oh, without priority now going right. Mamiya traveling, driving, looking comfortable. Backdoor Barron hops out of wave number 2. Hasn't even heard the score of the left, but I've been talking to Barron a bit lately, and it's like he kind of knows what the score feels like. You know, he almost doesn't need to sit and wait for the announcement. You can tell by his body language with the way he's been celebrating his barrels. He's in sync. You know, if he could surf one wave for the rest of his life, it's right here, and it honestly is big or small. He loves it that much.
And I like that he mentioned that, Joe, because it's one thing. Most surfers are very good at identifying what the score they got on turns, but on tube riding, it's a whole different story, because who's not comfortable at waves of consequences like this tend to think that they're deeper than they were. So sometimes you're going to see guys coming out of barrels, like obviously a beautiful barrel, but they weren't deep enough, and they'll get a smaller score, but that's not the case for Barron. He's so comfortable that he knows exactly what he's going to get.
Breaking down the paddle battle. What'd you see here, Ross?
Well, they're scrapping around, and Barron sort of gave way as far as the shoulder to the left, but I think Leo flinched first, and he said, okay, you go. And that's the advantage that Barron has. Barron has the ability to improvise, so he doesn't care if he's a little too deep or a little too late. He can still take off and handle the drop. He's got that extra gear out at pipe and backdoor where it really doesn't matter if he's steep and deep. He's like, I'm fine. Put me in a weird spot, I'll still get it.
Now Leo's turn to get involved in the final. Nice speed, slows himself down, puts him incredibly deep, ends up shutting down at the end. Started off looking like a smart idea to get nice and deep, and then it really ran off without him, Jesse.
I think it was a smart idea overall. Like, he had to put himself deep because Barron obviously got the 817 to start the heat, so it's a big task for him in front. And he maybe stalled just a little bit more than he was hoping for, but there was an exit on that wave. Like, he just maybe got a little bit too greedy, and he kind of has to. Like, first 5 minutes of the heat, the guy already has a 13.34 heat total. I'm not surprised he went that big on that wave.
And also for Leo just to be runner-up in this event already. I mean, Ross, you could speak to that. You finaled at every stop on the Triple Crown and hadn't had to walk away from, you know, taking that second place, which could mean a lot to a lot of people. But when you're that close to a win, you know, he's already felt that once.
Absolutely, it stings for sure. And he put it out there. He said, you know, I want to get a victory this year. Barron on to another one.
Barron now rolling in, wave number 3, super hollow. He's got the pace. Mamiya makes it again. Driving into a section off the top, and he will just end up going over the handlebars with excitement.
I mean, it's laughable how in connection he is right now, like throughout this whole event. Like, what can you do about it? How can you stop him if he keeps putting himself in those situations, in those waves?
Gosh, you gotta love it. I mean, he did tell us just the other day that he had a feeling moment where he got blown out of a pit before he won last year, and he said it was the weirdest thing where it was like, I know I'm gonna win, and he still tapped into that coming into his event title defense.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, the weird thing is for Barron, he's a double whammy, right? Because he's got the flow right now, and he's also got the ability. He surfs at backdoor and pipe as good as anyone out here, and he's in a really good rhythm. He's making smart decisions tactically. He got that paddle battle over Leo, which is really tough to do. And then set waves are coming right to him. But that was super deep, a couple of huge pumps over the racetrack right there, all the way through Aints. That maneuver didn't matter if he made it. The hard work was already done.
Gosh, you gotta love his style, and he loves being a showman as well. He wears a couple chains a lot, listen to hip-hop music, and he has his cool style and loves pushing his friends out here, piping backdoor. They always are trading clips, guys like Makana Pang, Kalani Rivera, and one of my favorite surfers right now, Noah Beshin, who's throwing down crazy movies these days. Look at this heat already. We still have almost a half an hour to go. 817, now a 9.8. Mamiya putting Leo in a severe combo early, Strider.
Man, are you kidding me? We got Team Mamiya right here. Look at these guys. They're so psyched. The 9.8 right now. There's another one going down. Are you kidding me? The waves are insane out here. It is so fun to watch. I mean, the vibes are high. The flags are flying. Let's go.
Gosh, let's go. How cool is that? That's the great hair of Nai, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet from the west side. All supporting Barron. There's a cool energy in this community when everyone's got someone to root for, and it's kind of been the theme of this winter season. going with the Eddie Aikau and Landon McNamara, Nathan Florence picking up the Vans Pipe Masters, and now Barron looking to keep everything at home.
Yeah, all the North Shore boys are representing really well right now and holding it down. And it feels like a little bit of a throwback back in the day, you know, like Johnny Boy used to hold court and Dane K. Aloha, and it was a huge advantage to be a local boy, and all the extra knowledge you had out here was a big home court advantage. And then all the tour guys have sort of done their homework over the last 10, 20 years and caught up, but Barron bringing it back big time.
Oh, some serious energy from Barron Mamiya, 9.8, 817, as Fioravanti sitting with priority, just going, what do I do now? Jesse, as a CT competitor and even competing with Leo and knowing his personality, you know, what are his strengths that could maybe pull himself out of this one?
It's pretty clear. Like, it sounds cliche because I've said that so many times, but there's sometimes in the heat that it's you have your hands cuffed. Like, there's nothing else to do besides drop in on a 9-point ride, and that's what he needs to do right now. I don't even think an 8-point ride would be something, you know, like, good for him, because I feel like Barron is probably going to step up even more. Like, we still have 20, almost just below 26 minutes left, and I wouldn't be surprised to get a 10 on this heat.
And needing 2 waves. You know, Leo's not looking for anything except for a wave where he's going to max out the score and really searching for 10s.
I mean, this is going to be a good gut check for Leo. You know, I've said this to John many times, sort of coaching him up, and just try not to get too emotional. Realize how easy it is for you to get an 8.5, get back in the heat, or a 9. It's not impossible. Don't get too emotional with the scores reacting to Barron and thinking you need to do some miracle. Leo is more than capable of throwing down a couple big scores, so just got to hold the emotions at bay.
And any way you look at it, what a brilliant start to the season for both of these athletes. One of them will be in yellow. It's already looking like Barron, but Leo, you know, wants to be a part of the Final 5 story. He'll be at least in number 2 in the world, but yeah, he does have plenty of time. We hope he makes some big strokes into some bombs in the back end of this final, but done some great things to be proud of. Got past Ian Gouveia in the semifinals, and just looking a little bit more calm with his energy, you know, than I think he has been. Sometimes he's just so ready to win, he's almost jumping out of his skin. It seems like he's found the right recipe to just have the really good demeanor inside, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's the problem of keeping too much expectations. Even when you're going just for a quick surf, you know, like you see the waves are good and you get so excited that you paddle out there and you can't find yourself in the lineup. Like you need to hope, you need to have like the will, but you got to keep yourself like in check all the time. It's like, hey, let this happen, let this flow. I'm going to do my best, and there's only so much I can do.
So many great stories of local boys winning this event. You mentioned Johnny Boy in that final he had. He's a wild card. Also with wild card Michael Ho at the time, as this one's just running through the inside reef. Barron Mamiya just shows off that travel time, backhand or forehand. And Ross, for you, I mean, with all the great barrel riders in pipeline history, does he remind you of anyone, or is he really kind of paving his own style and approach out here?
He kind of has his own style, but he does have a wider stance, and he's so gutsy. So he does remind me a little bit of Johnny Boy. Johnny Boy Gomes was super good backdoor barrel rider. Obviously, Johnny Boy was great at pipe too, but he reminds me of that. He's got that real good, solid pump through the barrel. He'll travel and bust through whitewash balls. He doesn't get knocked off too easily. So Barron is just like, he gets a lot of momentum through barrels at backdoor and usually punches through.
So many great Hawaiian champs back in the first edition. 71, Jeff Hackman winning. Jerry Lopez going back-to-back. Rory Russell went back-to-back. Michael Ho had that famous performance with the broken arm where he was just pig dogging and getting really barrel, getting the victory out here. Dane K. Aloha in 83, one of the best ever and former runner-up in the world. As we look at the top heats of this event, we're looking at a 17.97 total. That's for Barron. Well, he's outdone himself before, 18.9 points. And the third best heat total. I mean, talk about being the favorite and the guy to beat, not just being on the banner as a defending champ. Gosh, he's living up to the hype, Jesse.
It's incredible. Like, I mean, the scale that we have, that he set himself, is pretty high right now. And how can you overcome that? Like, Leo has a huge task in front of him.
Yeah, how do you even overcome that? The biggest total, 18.9 in the semifinal that he got through to make it to the final, which was impressive. And I'm just still loving the heats with John in the last 2 years. And talking to Nathan Florence earlier who joined us for the call, we're kind of tripping how eerily similar those heats were, you know, with 10s for Barron. And Nathan went further to say even the way they got their backups, just like you're watching a repeat scenario from last season.
Yeah, and Barron, he did the very important thing, which is really key against John, is he started first. He got the big score first, and that made John flinch. And so, yeah, he's just got the magic going. You know, there's a handful of guys that have equal ability, but Barron's, you know, he's been finding the really good waves and jockeying really well, good energy. He's just been giving himself the best shot in every heat.
And now moving forward, it's the story of Barron winning on the road. You know, he's proved that he can do that at home. And even when it comes to equipment, last season he spent a lot of time with Britt Merrick and Channel Island Surfboards, and he really needed to work on boards to help him in gutless surf and surf that's not giving him any power. He's so used to the power of home that he really spent some time to get a really balanced quiver that'll have something that'll help him really connect the dots in definitely small surf. That could happen even on the Dream Tour.
Yes, and it's funny that you mentioned gutless surf, but just because he's from Hawaii, because the Waves World Tour still has so much power, but here it's just that extraordinary speed that the swell comes in. That I remember for the first time that I've been here, like it seemed like the wave was approaching me much quicker than anything I've ever seen. So he's just so used to that heavy water that it's tricky for you to adapt when you go somewhere else around the world. And usually surfers from Hawaii, they have that problem going outside, and it takes them a few years, and that's what it's happening to him. He's improving, evolving, and the same way around. Like everyone that comes over to Hawaii, they have to figure it out. Boards, everything seems new because it's so different.
You'll have a magic board in California, and you feel like throwing it in the trash after your first surf. Yeah. In Hawaii, it feels so different. 2 big scores, Ross, for Barron in this final.
He's just insane. He's one of the best in the world at completely leaning over his front knee. He's just so committed. That pig dog stance works so well for him late. He gets underneath it as good as anyone on tour. And then here's the pumps. Watch these huge pumps. Just steamrolls through a really deep, tricky barrel. Also, he times that doggy door exit just right, so he has beautiful instincts. This is a man who's been surfing backdoor and pipe and log cabins and all these waves his whole life since he was 10 years old, and he is just sleepwalking out there. You can tell it's just automatic.
And the news for Barron has just been riding bigger boards than you'd expect, you know, for the final on a 6'1" CI Pro step up. If it wasn't this year, you'd be guessing pipe and backdoor this size. Like, oh, he might be on a 5'10". You know, he's just famous for riding small bores. And talking to the CI crew, they were like, you know what, he's actually very strong and he can push a big board. So it was a clear adjustment that they were making in the off season. And Brent Power from CI said, Joe, we don't really have days off. You know, in the off season, they were spending so much time just refining equipment and their quivers for their big team they have this year. And I think the extra length looks great for Mamiya.
It definitely does. He's a massive kid. Like, he grew up and built him some muscles as well, and that's kind of the age that he started doing that. So good for the team to identify that and put some volume under him. It's usually a friend, you know. Usually people are actually underboard, like they too thin of boards, too narrow of boards, and that was a problem that I feel like a lot of everyone that kind of gets in on tour have it, and as they get more experience, they realize how much foam is their friend.
There, Mamiya just looking out the back. He's got to be pitching himself again. He had tears coming out of his eyes when he won Sunset. Then he felt that magnified when he won Pipe, and then to go back to back. Who knows what's going through his veins at the moment, Ross?
It's incredible. It's actually, you know, Joe, you're a savant with all the stats, so I'm going to dig into you a little bit.
Ooh.
But it's incredible. The shortcut, the back door that he took to qualify for the CT Tour. He did not have to do the CS Tour. He did it for a few years. That doesn't, as you guys know, quite fit his surfing. He's not a grindy little small wave surfer. This is where he flourishes, and he did that shortcut by doing so well at Pipe and Sunset.
Yeah, and you can't do that anymore. That rule has been changed, you know, for wild cards. And I called Barron before this event started, and he was saying, yeah, it was a wild year. You know, he had the heat with Kelly at Pipe. Kelly, you know, upset him in 16 seconds. And then they're like, hey, you're in Sunset. And then he wins it and almost took him by surprise. And they're like, you're the replacement for the next event. All of a sudden, he made the cut. That whole year, he was going Challenger Series, events around the world. His whole year changed suddenly. And then he was showing up at Waves going, okay, what do you do here? You know, from quiver to even performance. And he kept reflecting on that Sunset win, going, okay, I beat guys not at pipe. That's what I'm famous for. And that's kind of been his good luck charm, remembering Sunset winning for him, because it's kind of pipe is even obvious for him. So he kind of reminded himself through the grindy events, he's like, I can win at different spots. And I think through these last few years, he's grown a lot. And I think he's going to surprise the world on what he does at events on the road this season.
No doubt. There's a lot of expectation for him, and he adapts it very well, and that's what he did. Like, he was expecting to surf the Challenger Series, and all of a sudden he gets a call for 1 or 2 events, win of them, gets the yellow jersey, and goes into the road and just starts smashing big names. So he's not scared to put in a good fight and adapt into the situation that is ahead of him.
And here's the story from Barron himself about the vision he had when he knew he was going to win pipe last year.
It's actually pretty funny. Like, I haven't told this story to anyone, but there was a free surf session that I had. It was at pipe. The waves were really good. It wasn't super crowded, but I got a bunch of fun waves. And I remember my last wave I got, and I kind of bottom turned, and I just like stood in the barrel. It was just perfect barrel. And I just remember looking out, and then this like feeling came on me in the barrel. Like, I don't, it's like gonna sound really weird, but like I was in the barrel and I was looking, and like I was just standing there. Like, I wasn't grabbing my rail, I was just standing, like just looking at the view. And I remember it spit, and like right when it spit, like I had this like feeling of like, whoa, like I'm gonna win this year at the contest. Like it's like the craziest, it was like the craziest feeling. Like, it was so defined, and I was like, whoa, like it almost felt like someone was there or something was going on, and I just like felt it like instantly. And then everything that happened in the contest till when I won, I was like, holy shit, like it came true. Like, that was it. Like, I remember that, like it was just a crazy moment, you know? And when it all came to like fruition, it all happened, and I was just like, I kind of sat back, and like that's the moment that I remember so vividly. It wasn't even in the contest, it was before it happened. And I was just like, how did that like happen? You know, it was like almost like something like came down and was like, yeah, this is your year. And like and I felt it in that moment. It was crazy.
Barron Mamiya, before he won pipe last season, and now look where he is, very close to maybe going back to back, but things just got interesting. Listening to that story from Barron Mamiya, we got some action, Ross.
Yeah, Leo, this is, again, one wave at a time. We need to get, you know, at least into excellent range. 8.5 would be nice. That gives him something to really work on there. So let's take a deep look at it here. Nice and stalled there, a couple pumps, so he's very deep a couple times. He's going to need to break through, again, that 8-point ride. What do you think, Jesse?
A longer barrel for sure than the 8.1 ride, 1.7, just maybe lacked a little bit of the criticalness that Barron had on that way 8.117. But I think the length and the depth of that Barron, how much he had to drive through, it's going to come into, I mean, I got to say it's an excellent wave.
Right here, scores are locking in for Leo Fioravanti, and look how sharp he's looking now. An 8.87, so better than Mamiya's low score, and chasing a 9.11.
And again, that's the momentum shift. That's what helps you upstairs between the ears. That gives you hope. That makes you look a little, like, think of things more optimistically. You start paddling with your chin up a little bit, so this heat is not over.
Well, if you're ever gonna make someone nervous in the lead, it's someone crawling back into a momentum shift of energy. Leo now taking this wave up and under. Still traveling, he's holding his line well. The Italian needs to make this thing, and he does it. What a turnaround we're seeing from Leo Fioravanti after a severe combination against him. He's letting out the passion now.
That's all he needed.
Insane. Again, that was what, 90 seconds or less?
That might be less than 90 seconds, actually. That's
you gotta love
crazy.
backdoor and pipe for the contest. It's the best place in the world. I mean, we were wrapping this thing up.
Look how fired up he is right now.
I was, Ross. Yeah, this turnaround is phenomenal.
Some energy.
Look at that run.
He is flying. He doesn't even feel that sand.
That's some of the hardest sand to run in the world. So deep, and look at his composure. fell in love with his fitness program. He doesn't mind people getting behind him. He's done this before.
I'll put myself out on a limb. I think it's the best wave of the heat.
Yeah.
And there's nowhere to go, 9.8. So interesting. Let's see what the judges do. I mean, will they go 10? I personally think it's the best wave of the heat.
One more look here. Jesse, your thoughts?
I think what was so impressive on this wave started very slow, and there's kind of a gap in between that section and the first one, and most of the people would have came out of that and popped up in front of the wave and read into the second one. But he kept himself covered the whole time, and actually his whole board was covered as well, and he finished it up very strong with 2 massive turns.
Yeah, looking into the barrel is very cool because you get to see Leo's technique while he touched the foam ball there. That's always a good sign. But I really want to see an angle from the beach and from the judge's angle, like from in front, because that's going to show the height of the wave. The one word we always like to say is how critical was the wave. And right here, he did have to slow down. That doesn't make the judges always super happy, but he got really deep. So that's where the criticalness comes from. He touched the foam ball not once, but I think twice in his barrel. So, ooh, yeah, this is going to be really close to Barron's 9.8.
Massive comeback for Leo Fioravanti, just chasing a 9.11.
Here's something cool to think about, Joe. I think it's way better than his 8.8, right? So it's very interesting for the judges.
That's what I'm thinking. Like if you're comparing like the situation that he already has in hand right now, I feel like the same way. Like I feel like that's a better score than his 8.87 by half a point or so, you know, like, or at least maybe even more.
This is what the judges are thinking. Already 4 writing down numbers, and 8.8 wouldn't put him in the lead. The moment that would be a score to get tossed when you get rid of the high and the low score and average the middle 3. Those 3 right there put him out in front, just needing a 9.11 now to the 10-minute mark. Talk about an energy shift.
Judge 5 is a big number to hit here. If it's
all
low or
on him.
high, it's going to really affect this score. If it's in the middle, it's going to turn to heat.
They tied.
Oh, not enough.
Wow. Last score is locking in. It's another 8.8.
Wow.
There's the frustration from Fioravanti. So with 2 8.8s thrown, it ends up bringing it down to a 9.10, a tie-break situation. And with the high single score for Barron Mamiya, he breaks the tie in his favor. Unbelievable.
Wow, that's so close. And Leo, you know, okay, just to break it down for the judges to try and put you in their mind, I for sure think they gave the edge to Barron because of how critical his drop was. It was a much more edgy, difficult drop, and they gave him the extra juice for that. But Leo's surfing on that right was phenomenal. It was a really nice barrel ride.
Crazy. And I did talk to the judges yesterday after the 10s. He's like, oh, the 10s were all about how critical and hard the takeoffs were, and they've been really sticking with that for the last couple days.
Yeah, they do, and it counts. It really is hard for you to do technical late drops, and it looks like he's going to have a look right here.
Tie-break situation. Leo in second, so still needs an 8.88. Strider, what a final we have underway.
Wow, you can't say that Leo didn't give it everything he had on that wave. And I honestly, you know, you got to come into the scope of it, and the depth of the barrel was there. I feel like the drop and the entry into the wave was maybe a little bit less dramatic than what we've seen from Barron, so maybe that's where the score difference was. But for it to just be a straight tie across the board there, I feel like, you know, Leo has still got the energy to take this thing over. I mean, I was down the beach looking into the barrel, and he was just riding the foam ball, coming into the second section, really executed everything he needed to do in the barrel. So if anything, maybe it was the entry into the wave. You guys saw it in there. You guys probably saw it in slow-mo. Maybe that made the difference.
Yeah, great report from the Sand Strider. What a situation there. As we broke it down, just such a lengthy tube ride. And as we saw looking into the pit, he got lifted up by the foam ball way before. Got him into contention with the 887. And kind of a split decision on the panel, obviously, with a few judges saying he did enough to take the lead. Gosh, thinking about a tie-break decision at the CT final level, I only can think of one final in history where that's happened before, and that was Adriano de Souza and Mick Fanning at Bells Beach, where Mick won on a tie-break. But still some time. Hopefully these guys get another chance to separate this tie-break.
What will be cool is to see all 4 rides in sequence. That'll be cool to see. Then it kind of gives you an edge. Sometimes the judges actually do that. They'll see where their scale's set and they'll tip the heat in a certain direction just because, you know, this guy, I think we're giving him the nod so far. Leo's 8.8 earlier I thought was maybe a touch high, so maybe the judges tempered it a little bit on the second score. Tough to know, but however you slice it, you know, this is apples and oranges. It's a virtual tie. So Barron gets the nod with the bigger wave.
And when we're asking the question as well, like we're indecisive, the judges would also be in a split situation. So some of them obviously thinking he got the score and some didn't. It's just the math in the end that kind of went on the wrong side for Leo, and that happens quite often, you know, like it happens quite a few times.
Energies with Barron at the moment, able to hang on to his lead with a tiebreak decision. Let's focus on the best scores for each. 9-8 for Barron, 9-1-0 for Leo, Ross.
Okay, so again, Barron, big pumps to start, meaning he's deep. Leo had to stall, but they both equally got deep, but you can see Leo was in a barrel for maybe 2 more seconds. So, and that was why I initially gave him the nod. I said, okay, I think Leo, that's the best wave of the heat, because he's in a barrel for a long, long time. And again, Barron's other wave, he had the more technical drop, but this right, Barron was really deep, and he had to really steamroll his way through the barrel, whereas Leo was stalling and stepping on the brakes the whole time. So I guess the judges didn't like that as much. In my eyes, though, that extra couple seconds in the barrel, I thought he was going to get the nod, but it's really close.
And also he comboed it up with two pretty big turns. Maybe the last one, he didn't come out clean, like right there. As soon as he was going to come out, like he was already claiming and he wasn't out in front of the whitewash. But also one thing that comes out to my eyes as well that plays a big factor is that wave from Barron was prettier. Like he had that wall stretched out in front, and the judges love seeing that. It was like a second wave of the set. You see it bottomed out a little bit more. It was cleaner in the face, so that also makes it a little bit more pleasing to the eyes.
Barron's?
Yeah, Barron's wave. Like he had that big stretch in front of him as he take off, and he had to drive through.
Right.
Pleasing to the eyes sometimes helps as well.
Yeah, it also looked like it had a serious bowl on it, and I mean, we had the size of Leo on the takeoff and bucking on the foam ball. Jeez, what a final tiebreak decision at the moment in Barron's favor. 4:45 to go as Mamiya is looking to go back-to-back here at Pipeline on his home break, fighting for the leader's jersey, which he's worn in the past. And the two surfers starting to paddle into position. Seen a couple of little lines pop up on the horizon.
The weird part about this heat for me as far as scores is Barron's left. That was the one that was real drama. It was real late drop. That's the juicy one where it's like, okay, that was so technical. And that gave him a beautiful backup score as we have it, you know, the 8.17. Gave Barron that edge. Again, he's so talented taking off upside down.
And that's the only wave that obviously it's a left and also a much shorter wave compared to the other ones, like intense but short. But just how late he was, that's actually the only takeoff on this guy's level that you actually thinking, is he going to be able to make it or not? The other ones, you already obviously know those guys are so talented, they're so good at doing that. But that one is kind of a point of difference. So good thing you mentioned, Ross, because that could have been, you know, I'm sure the judges looked at all 4 waves before they scored.
And that's why, Joe, I thought the 8.8 from Leo would have been a little lower, because compared to Barron's left, I was like, okay, you know, so again, maybe the judges are looking at the holistic view here. I'm not sure, but whatever you have here, we got 3.5 minutes. Leo's got a fighting chance here. He's in under priority, though, so that's a tough one.
And you wonder what'll happen after the fire he let out. You know, clear frustration when he heard the score, when he thought he definitely turned the heat. Ended up in that tie break as we check out the recap of the final so far. Barron locks in under the hood. That was that left you're talking about, Ross.
Yeah, to me, that's the difference maker. Really good backup score, 8.17. And then Barron doing what Barron does. Really big pump, super deep. Nice wave there at backdoor, but pretty gnarly wave there. That little extra power in the wave has given him the edge in this final.
And then Leo, the one on the foam ball, Jesse.
Yeah, that was beautiful technique from him, and just talk about kind of trying to steal the show in like a minute and a half. Getting that first wave, paddling back out, and he scratched back just in time for this one here, which I thought was very technical. How he was able to slow himself down. He never popped up in front of the wave from a front angle, and the whole stretch of that backdoor ride. And not to mention, you got to add a good point to that carve right there. And finish it off, that was the question. Did he land that or not, you know?
Yeah, I think that last turn's incomplete, but he did land the first turn where Barron fell on his maneuver. Wild.
Yeah. And the crazy thing about it, if he didn't land that, which that would have cost his wave, that's all because he started to claim halfway through the turn, because he claims that he forgets about riding the wave out and he starts to lose like just the balance on it.
I wonder if they even looked at it. Like, to me, they're like, the score comes from the barrel mostly, right? Unless he would have went for a big power layback snap, like a real, there's something that gives you some feeling, right? That was just a pin turn. That was a little float hit, like a, you know, like a comp mode turn. If he would have went for a layback snap, that could have pushed him up into that 9.
To get the attention to that last end bit instead, obviously because everything was on the barrel ride and everyone was expecting that. If you went for a big turn, you would have kind of give him something else to think about.
Only Italo does that though, Joe. He's the only guy that just can't stop. He's just squeezing blood out of a rock. So give credit to Leo. Like, he just got barreled off of his head. So it's tough to go, oh, I need to do a gnarly layback snap.
Yeah. Or a shove it after. Ito would have finished with a shove it even.
So many fans for the local boy, Barron Mamiya. We see a lot of familiar faces from last year. Megan, Barry, his brother Bryson, all of his friends here in the North Shore community. And I'm probably still holding their breath, seeing a fired-up Italian come back into a tie-break decision here. Avanti stayed calm. You know, we started moving to topics for later in the season. I just love how calm he was, and he had to let out a little frustration when he heard he didn't get the switch in the lead. Never say it's over till it's over, because he needs an 8.88. Working closely with Richard Dog Marsh. Barron's doing this event all on his own before joining with Luke Egan for the rest of the season. And now 22 seconds. Leo thinking about it, but he knows that won't be able to turn the final. 15 seconds. And for Barron Mamiya, from winning Sunset as a wild card, winning Pipe last year, his favorite wave in the entire world, getting the wave of his life in the offseason on December 26th, and then turning it into a back-to-back effort, officially getting it done for Hawaii. Lexus Pipe Pro champion, presented by YETI. Barron Mamiya, now your world #1, heading into Abu Dhabi.
Unreal. I mean, right now, he's Mr. Pipeline, dude. He owns this place. Insane. To take down John earlier in the event, he's had a really tough run through this event. Italo today, he's just been smashing it.
Crazy, and he can say that in 2 consecutive years. You know, beating John in a final with the 10, getting John this year, and John was wearing bright yellow, being a 3-time world champion, both local boys, and to be able to win both his titles, getting past John when it's firing, these are the moments we'll never forget in pipe history.
And one point of difference that happened in both of these events in a bunch of heats, that takeoff to pipeline, that late takeoff. It happens in the final against John, completely late. This one here as well. He had one in the semifinals. He had against John as well in the the round of 16 yesterday. So that just shows this is the point of difference that he has on top of everyone.
He's a sicko, Joe. He's gnarly. He's not afraid. And you think about the finals in Fiji, if it's 10 to 12 feet, or Fiji and Tahiti, that bang bang finish, that's right up his alley.
Big hugs from Kalani Rivera, Noah Beshin, Makana Pang. Those are his best friends in the world. His filmer Parker, 2-time pipe champ. Barron Mamiya, current world #1. And the high fives will continue until his flight to Abu Dhabi. And now let's hear from the champion with AJ.
Joey, the champagne is still flinging off of Barron Mamiya, chaired up for the 2nd year in a row. You are the back-to-back pipe champion. The last person to do that, Andy Irons, back in 05 and 06, joining a hallowed list of men. What does that mean?
That's crazy. I honestly can't even believe it. Like, coming into this comp, I was like, I won it last year, obviously, and I was just like, okay, like, if I want it, like, you know, winning it, you know, cool, right on. Like, you did it, you know, it's a big deal. But like trying to do back-to-back is like, I feel like that cements you as, you know, one of the best ever out here, and that was my goal going into this comp, and I did it.
You told me when we talked about that stat before this final, I have 1 heat and 2 good waves before I can think about it. What about those 2 good waves, Barron?
Yeah, I mean, I made some mistakes, kind of let Leo like go on those waves, but my waves in the beginning, my one long backdoor right, I was just flying through the barrel. I was like, oh no, like hopefully it like lets me out, and I just like squeezed out, and I was like, oh, I made it. And then I made a few like, I made a few mistakes with priority with Leo. I went on some bad waves, and he got waves and went back out and whatever. But yeah, I mean, it worked out. It was crazy heat.
It worked out indeed, and I'm looking out at this crowd, Barron, so many of them rooting for you, carrying that Hawaiian flag. Try to describe what it means to win in your backyard yet again.
I don't even know. I mean, last time I think it felt like it went by so fast, you know? And then I was just like, shit, I wish I like felt that again. And now I'm feeling it again, and it still feels like it's going by pretty fast.
Soak in every moment of it, Barron. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you, Joe.
Thank you, AJ. Great words from a back-to-back champion, building his legacy on his favorite wave in the world, and I think the whole surfing world saw it coming. And remember him receiving an Andy Irons Award at the Surfer Pole Awards when they had that over at the Turtle Bay, and Bruce gave him the award. They're like, you're the next guy out here. He was such a grom at the time. It was just, his talent was there from day one.
Yeah, he just doesn't show any signs of fear. He backs up with gnarly abilities, really talented. And we keep talking about it, but that kid upside down on any steep, slabby left, look out. He's just, will steamroll through it. The test for Barron this year, now that he's got the lead and all that, will be his flow, his rail game, coming up with guys like Felipe and Ethan at the pool coming up. You know, that's going to be the test for Barron.
What an exciting event here at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Let's go through all the great memories coming up next on the 805 Post Show.
That's right, it's the 8:05 post-show for the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI Finals Day, and it was an incredible start to the World Surf League's championship tour here on the North Shore of Oahu. What a time. Welcome to the set, Kaipo Guerrero, along with Flick Palmentier and Ross Williams. We waited a long time, Flick, but we've had 2 incredible days of surfing here.
Oh, it was well and truly worth the wait. I think Surfline nailed it, WSL nailed it. It was a memorable last couple of days.
It was a memorable finals day, Ross.
Yeah, it was insane. And classic North Shore. We saw everything. We saw a week of rain. Everyone was at home watching movies. We saw a giant, emotional, gnarly, scary day yesterday. And then today, fun backdoor. A little bit of everything on the North Shore.
A little bit of everything and some epic pipeline. We saw the women push it once again. We saw the triumphant return of Tyler Wright to the winner's circle. And we saw back-to-back Barron. I'm talking about Barron Mamiya going back-to-back here at Pipeline. He's going to join a list of some great surfers: Jerry Lopez, Rory Russell, Larry Blair, Tom Carroll, of course, Kelly Slater, Andy Irons, and now you can put Barron Mamiya on that list. Here's the bracket, and here was his road to this victory, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have an easy road. I mean, he's obviously standout surfer, and on paper, yeah, favourite, but he came up against hard opponents. I mean, Jake Marshall, Italo in the semi. I mean, Italo just had so much energy. He felt like he had a sort of momentum and a role as well. And then in the final, I mean, can you ask for anything more?
And Ross, don't forget the superheat. Barron Mamiya up against John Florence yesterday in Pump and Pipe.
Yeah, insane. He's done it against everyone. Everyone that's really spooky in his draw, he nailed it. And Barron is insane. Like, he's just so comfortable out here. But on top of that, he's feeling the vibe. A little tribute to Kelly Slater. He's kind of emotional. He's just trying to draw these feelings from, he talked about that story of getting that barrel and knowing he was going to win this event. So he's got a good mix of that sort of spiritual element that Kelly Slater has. And on top of that, he's just a brute.
Yeah. Here's his semifinal up against Italo Ferreira, Flick.
Yeah, this one really impressed me because I could see both these guys gaining momentum, and we saw what Italo did at WSL Finals with momentum. He was just feeding off that and, getting so excited, and these guys just sort of going blow for blow. And you know what was crazy to me? It just seemed like, and to talk about the spiritual side of it and being like the emotional side, when Barron was out there, it seemed like the biggest sets of the day would always just come through. And it's like, he's obviously putting himself in that position, but I don't know, there's some sort of weird juju going on there, I think. It just was incredible to watch.
That was cool too, Kaipo, right there. He kind of really won that paddle battle there, so that's the competitive side of things. And then, of course, he did the Barron late drop backside. That gave him that 8.17. That gave him the better backup score that just gave him the edge over Leo. Really close heat here.
Yeah, this was 9.8. Leo Fioravanti, however, Flick, answered back in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, he did. He had a big job ahead of him. You got the 8.87 and then, really went large. And when I watch this back, I'm like, wow, this is splitting hairs. I mean, it doesn't get closer than this. I mean, it was a draw in the end, and it went down to the highest single wave score. I mean, for me, it's right there.
We were thinking layback snap right there and maybe would have gave him the edge. He definitely won as far as tube time. He had a few more seconds in the barrel, but the drama helped Barron. Little gnarlier waves.
Yeah, the intensity and the celebration on the beach, like I said, back to back. Barron Mamiya, and he's going to shed that red jersey. He'll be in yellow at stop 2 on the championship tour. Taking a look at the numbers, and like you said, Flick, look at the heat totals. They're tied. So what we do in that instance, we go to the single highest wave, and that's when that 9.8 came into play, and a W for the North Shore boy, Barron Mamiya.
That was insane. I mean, the 9.8, he said he was surprised. And Barron, I really like Barron. He's a good kid. I've known him since he was his little baby here on the North Shore, and he's humble. But he's not afraid to express himself when he's stoked. Like, for him to be stoked on that 9.8, that means he was nice and deep. So that gave him the edge in that final.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Flick, talking about on the women's side, we've been talking so much about the new guard, the new generation, the new chapter of professional women's surfing, but Tyler Wright came to Pipeline and said, not so fast. Tyler Wright taking out a win here, her 17th of her career. Here's her road to that victory.
Yeah, I mean, also not an easy one. Caroline Marks, you know, recent world champion the last couple of years. Then to Lakey into the semis, and then obviously current world number 1, Caity in the final. But Tyler sort of surfed her way into momentum today, I think. She just got sort of better and better, and what I saw from her is just really good positioning and a really good read, and smart decisions under priority a couple of times, just trying to make it work. Just really drawing on all that veteran knowledge, I feel, just because, especially the final, when I think about that, that wasn't the kind of textbook final you'd think, you know, with all the sets coming her way. She really had to draw on some of that ability and just that veteran knowledge that you spoke to.
Yeah. Semi-final up against Lakey Peterson here for Tyler Ross.
Yeah, I think she's just a veteran. She surfs like a vet. She got some good barrels today. She's obviously surfs well in the barrel. But when you compare her to Caity and Molly and some of these younger girls, you know, they have that edge over her because they take off later. They're a little crazier with the air moves and all that stuff. They have that magic, that edge. But Tyler is very smart. She's wily. She's not going to give you the heat. And she surfed well on top of that. So she's like the heat check. She's going to make sure you outperform her.
Yeah, Tyler Wright with the victory in a grindy final. Let's be honest with you. It was a grindy final. It was hard to find. Pipe and backdoor were coming through cycles, right? And it was a grindy final, but it's who plays the game the best that ends up being the winner. And we'll take a look at the numbers so you can see what I'm talking about, a grindy final. 6 on 1.7 to a victory. Caity Simmers just couldn't find it out there. I do want to mention about Caity Simmers. In my book, in my opinion, she was still really the best surfer in the overall presentation of this event, but just did not make it happen in the final.
Yeah, you think about performances, the numbers that have been put down the whole event, of course, Caity, but the final was hard. There was hardly any sets that came through. There was lackluster opportunity, and Tyler capitalized just underneath pressure.
She had a chance. Caity had a chance. The 4.9, she had the buzzer beater, and I love her.
Yeah.
You know, she's such a purist. She paddled super deep, and she pulled in late, got deep, but it was just a little too deep. And
yeah.
The purist got the best of her in that one.
Yeah, because she could have safety surfed for that one, right?
I think she would have got the 4.9, but that's why we love her.
Yeah,
it's not like she's not going to win like a million more events in LA. So.
She's got a big, big future, and looking towards the future of women's professional surfing. A lot of it begins with the WSL Rising Tides. Let's look at the activation that we did here on the North Shore.
You guys said you have questions? Oh, me. Who's your biggest inspiration?
I'm really inspired by my mom, my parents, my brothers.
I'm inspired by my mom.
My mom, my sister, my grandma, all of you guys, like all of these guys. So we're here for the first stop of the 2025 Championship Tour at WSL Rising Tides. We're here with Body Glove and Neutrogena, and we're here to take over Turtle Bay.
Oh my gosh, my heart is like racing. Oh, I'm so sweet.
It's so cool to have Erin here now in this full circle moment. She was there at the very first Rising Tides that we ever did, and now she's here as one of the icons of the sport.
The first Rising Tides I did was kind of around when I first started surfing, and I was able to hang out with girls like Carissa and Stephanie. They were so nice to me and so encouraging. Since I was a beginner, I didn't know too much, and they're even giving me tips and stuff. What advice do you have for a young competitive surfer like us?
I wanted to be able to compete with them one day, so that definitely motivated me to work hard. And now I'm here, so it's kind of crazy.
There's so many women who have participated in Rising Tides that are now on tour that I really think it shows you how much this program is doing for women surfing. I know for sure it's really inspiring many women, but other than that, it's really creating and breeding these world champions for the future.
It's a great activation, Flick, and I'm sure we're going to see some of those young ladies on tour in some time.
Oh, I have no doubt. It's become a real movement, you know, and it's become a real moment. And at each event. It's so cool to have these opportunities for these young girls and women to surf with their idols.
Yeah, and Ross, one thing that we saw in that Rising Tide, we saw Erin Brooks in there. It was a surprise to me not seeing Erin here on finals day. And so it just shows how tough a rookie season can be.
Yeah, I mean, she was one of everyone's favorite. She's so young. She's got so much ahead of her. That was so cute to see her at, what, like 6 years old asking that question. What is she now? She's 7.5. I feel like she's such a baby girl. I'm still on tour. Man, there's a lot of years ahead of her. But yeah, it's nice that the WSL has open arms to show like, hey, there's a pathway to this career.
Yeah, there sure is. Well, now it's time to make things official. Let's go to the official awards presentation with Joe Turpel. Take it away, Joe.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here on Finals Day. Give yourself a round of applause. You guys are definitely a part of surfing history. Stop number 1 of the season here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. What a story it was. From the waves we had yesterday, the 10-point rides from Jack Robinson, the performance from Al Cleland Jr. to answer back. The battle once again with Barron and John Florence. Unbelievable to see that. Always Moana Jones-Wong coming from deep in this event, representing the queen of pipeline herself and our wild card GOAT. Let's hear it for Kelly Slater, man. Still giving us memories. 33 appearances at this event. So important to be here in Hawaii, the birthplace of surfing, and here on the North Shore of Oahu. So special for the championship tour to start right here at Pipeline. I mean, going back to 71, Fred Hemmings put a table on the beach, invite-only final, and look where we're standing today, from the legends like Jeff Hackman, Jerry Lopez, Rory Russell, Larry Blair, to Johnny Boy Gomes, Michael Ho, Jamie O'Brien, Andy Irons, the Kelly dynasty, the Ho brothers. Man, it's so much to talk about in the most important event of the season. We'd like to really focus on being here in Hawaii, the birthplace of He'inalu as a cultural practice and a competitive sport. We'd like to mahalo first and foremost Kanaka Maoli as well as Kama'aina, who for generations have embodied true aloha and sharing and perpetuating surfing while stewarding these oceans and coastlines that we all enjoy. So mahalo to Hawaii, the North Shore community, and all those who have come before us and are here today, bringing us all together through riding waves and surfing. Thank you so much. Big special thanks to Laiana Kanoa Wong from Na Kamakai and Kumau Productions for leading a beautiful opening ceremony and blessing, not just here at Pipe, but also at the Lexus WSL Awards. And of course, want to thank the city and county of Honolulu and the state of Hawaii for all the support. This community, the Pipe community, the surfers that give us the lineup for the event as well. Also the Hawaiian Water Patrol, those ocean guardians, the lifeguards that are keeping everybody safe. Let's give it up for them, man. It's impossible to do the event without them. Big thanks to Kimo, Kanaka Solutions, making sure everybody's safe from the ground up, doing a great job every year and always greeting us with that spirit of aloha. Thanks so much, you guys. Big thanks to our title sponsor, Lexus. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, YETI, our event partners, 805 Beer, Florence Marine X, Visla, Bonsoy, Pacifico, White Claw, Open Water, Hawaiian Tourism Association, Surfline, True Surf, Spectrum Hawaii, Amazon Eero, Body Glove, Neutrogena, Lulu Lei, and bouquets for the beautiful lei you're going to see on our finalists today. Let's give our supporters a round of applause. Always some great friends with me to give me support on stage. It can be scary up here. Thanks to Jesse Miley Dyer for all you do for pro surfing. Renato Hickel celebrating 35 years of being a part of Championship Tour surfing. Let's give it up for Renato. Yeah, he's still young, still a grommet. Now let's get to our champions. This finalist has been here before. He is so passionate and so fired up, and he's kicking off the season world number 2. Your runner-up in the final of the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI, Leo Fioravanti.
Let's go.
Leo Fioravanti, runner-up to Jack Robinson a couple of years ago. Always improving. He's been through a lot of pipe, including a broken back about 8 years ago, holding that trophy up. Leo, I know this must be tough. I mean, the way you turned around that final,
was one of the most brilliant comebacks I've seen, and I'm sure it stung when it ended in a tiebreak. I only remember one tiebreak final decision. It was at Bell's when Adriano lost to Mick. I mean, it's very rare. The way you came back in that heat, how were you keeping your head so strong when Barron got off and running on you?
You know, first of all, congratulations to Barron. He is one of the greatest pipe surfers of all time. I truly believe that. And I just believed in myself. I just tried to stick what I know. I think I surfed this wave pretty well. And there was still 20 minutes left. Barron had me in combo, but I just thought, you know what, 2 backdoor waves can do it. And needing a 9.11 and getting a 9.1, it's tough. It's tough, but I am very proud of myself for coming back and giving myself that chance. You know, I could have just easily kind of taken the defeat after Barron had 18 points. So I'm proud of myself, and I'm stoked to be here. Thanks to my family right there. They're the best. So much support, and love you all.
It seemed like a different calm. I don't know if I'm making this up, but I felt it. In your interviews, you're always professional, but it felt like you were in the zone throughout this event. Did you feel it?
I did feel something was definitely happening from the first day, just getting into a good rhythm. I just tried not to overthink it. I tried to surf pipeline. I think pipe really picks a winner, and I think this time pipe wasn't too sure who was going to win. So you have to let the judges decide.
Well said, Leo. You've got a lot to be proud of. That was an impactful performance. I think it's going to mean more than pro surfing than you realize. Enjoy world number 2 heading into the second stop. Let's hear it for Leonardo Fioravanti. What a legend, total professional. And one of the wildest comebacks into that final, finishing in a tiebreak. Now let's introduce your runner-up. You've seen her before, 19 years of age now, the youngest world champ from last year. Runner-up in the final, Caity Simmers. Congratulations. Really fun to watch. Caity Simmers getting the win last year, showing up in the final for the 2nd consecutive season and coming very close to going back-to-back. There's so many great things sometimes we see from the beach. Is there one major highlight from this trip here at Pipeline that's really standing out to you for the memory book?
Honestly, just how beautiful this wave is. I think just like watching this wave from inside and out, whether you're in the barrel or just watching it from the beach, is like one of the most beautiful things ever. So just sitting there like last night and just seeing it happen was pretty cool.
I enjoy seeing the banter, especially with you and Molly when you're in the water, and how wild that heat started as she went around, started, but then you got the bomb behind it. How fun is that rivalry? And by the way, you're undefeated over Molly Picklum, 5-0 now. Isn't that wild?
Yeah, that heat was so fun. I kind of just wish the final was just like a barrel shootout, but kind of had just, sometimes she sleeps, and the ocean definitely slept during our heat. So, but Tyler is a very smart competitor, and she just got the waves, and congrats to her. Yeah.
Well done, Caity, and kicking off the year, world number 2. Best of luck throughout the season.
Yeah, thank you to everyone who supports me and all of my friends and family, and yeah.
Let's hear it for Caity Simmers, runner-up in the event, now world number 2, heading into the stop 2. Now this guy, born and raised on the North Shore of Oahu, winning the event last year for the first time after he saw a vision that he knew he could go all the way. Now he's gone back-to-back, building his legacy. Your champion of the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI, Barron Mamiya. Surfers have only gone back-to-back about 6 times. Last one to do it was Andy Irons. Jerry Lopez has done it. Roy Russell has done it. Barron Mamiya has done it from last year, knowing how huge that was. We were just talking about that moment in your career last season, but to build on your legacy and to hold court and protect your local lineup, how does that feel?
Yeah, first of all, Leo, that was an insane final. For you to come back like that was crazy. But yeah, like you know, just yesterday and the heat with John, everything was just pretty crazy, and yeah, I really can't believe it happened again, and I'm super grateful.
Yeah, pretty wild that you brought up the John heat, because that was the final last year, round of 16 this year. Nathan Florence was saying how crazy it was that it was eerily the same, just with the waves you guys got, your 10 to kick things off. Did you feel like you had done this before?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Like in the heat, when I went on that wave, like when it was coming in, it looked like the scariest possible pipe wave, and we weren't the heat with priority, and Joao was kind of looking at it for a second, and then he didn't go, so I was super late. And yeah, when I took off, I was like, oh, this is really scary. Hopefully I don't fall, because I might be getting seriously hurt. But yeah, I came out, and it was a pretty insane feeling just to, you know, come out and get a tan against John again. And then the rest of the heat was just crazy. I knew he was going to come back. And yeah, he got some crazy waves, and it was a good heat.
Yeah. So many of your peers, like Josh Moniz, calling it the best technical wave ever ridden here at Pipe, that 10-point ride against John. Back to Leo, though, quickly, because you were lights out in the start. And then to have him come back in and then be a tie break, were you kind of running away with it and starting to think about the second victory, or was it rattling when Leo started taking fire?
I don't know. I was trying to, like, keep cool, because there was, like, 22 minutes left, and Leo's obviously an insane competitor at Pipe. He's made the final before, and he's made finals day like the last 3 years, I think. But yeah, it was. I knew he was gonna come out like swinging no matter what was gonna happen, and there's like 22 minutes left, and I made a few bad decisions, and then he got a good wave, and then he paddled back out and had priority, and then got another good wave, and I was just like, oh, what am I doing? And I heard the beach going crazy, and I was just like, damn, what was I thinking? Like, why did I like go on these bad waves? But yeah, and then I kind of just was like, kind of regathered myself after his second score drop. I was like, okay, just sit here. If you see a wave that comes in that's over an 8, then you go. And I just kind of simplified it for myself. And yeah, another wave didn't come in, but yeah.
Congratulations, Barron. Early night tonight?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I got a flight to catch tomorrow, but yeah, we'll probably have fun.
Enjoy the moment. Barron Mamiya, your champion in back-to-back seasons, and now world number 1 heading into stop number 2. Now this surfer is a legend of the sport, a 2-time world champ, now winning her 17th championship tour victory on page 1 of the all-time win list. Your champion of the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI, Tyler Wright.
Thank you so much.
Tyler Wright's been so consistent, winning the Maui continuation event out here, losing to the Queen of Pipeline the following year in the semifinals, runner up to Riss, and how about this one? Taking the win over Caity Simmers. Wow, got some hardware there. That's a beautiful trophy. First of all, just holding a pipe trophy like this. You had one when the tour was took by surprise, and you finished the Maui event here. How does this one feel different?
I saw these earlier in the week, and I really wanted it. And I'm really stoked that I got it.
Well, obviously there was a system in place to be able to actually hold this. What was that system like? How did you pace yourself round by round?
You know, I think I really tried to bring in a lot more joy, and like I feel like after last year I was injured a lot, and that didn't help with the sort of love of it and the joy of it, and that's what I really felt here. And it was so cool to have a final with Simmers out there. She's like the queen of pipeline to me, and absolutely awesome seeing them have like a little backdoor shootout in the semi between Molly and Simmers as well. So that was really cool, and the boys did incredible, and yeah.
With this win for you, you do move up to equal 7th on the all-time win list, tied with legendary surfer Frida Zambo, 4-time world champ. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I think it's one of those ones where I'm like, I think about all the seconds that I've had, and I'm like, there's a lot of seconds. I'm pretty sure there's more seconds than wins, so hopefully trying to change that in the back end over the next few years. So yeah, but I'm happy. It's great.
Such a joy to see you doing your thing and taking another big title in your career and world #1 at the moment. Enjoy this, Tyler, and can't wait to see you do your thing again.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Tyler Wright, your champion, world #1, and also Barron, Mamiya, our great finalists, Caity Simmers and Leonardo Fioravanti on behalf of WSL. Thanks so much for watching and be a part of this historical event. Can't wait to see you next time. We'll send it back to the 805 post show with Kaipo. Thanks so much.
All right, well, there you go. It is official. Tyler Wright and Barron Mamiya out in the lead as we start the World Surf League Championship Tour season. And thank you to Lexus, the LX, the LS, the GX, all the Lexus models looking smooth. And thank you, Lexus, for all the support. Well, wow, Ross, the train's left the track. The tour is going right now, and we got back-to-back Barron Mamiya for the 3rd time in his young career wearing the yellow leaders jersey.
Yeah, it's insane. So he's going to have to take that momentum and carry it through to Abu Dhabi and that point break over there. But, man, what a start.
Let's take a look at our top 10 flick, and familiar names there, but the triumphant comeback, in my book, of Ian Govea and the rookie performing outstanding, George Pittar. What stands out to you?
I mean, of course, the rookie, George Pittar, 100%, but just moving into Abu Dhabi, obviously totally different wave system. I'm looking at Italo, I'm looking at Felipe there. I mean, people that are really going to maximize that time above the lip, all those different variations of the airs. Yeah, I think this is going to change potentially after we finish in Abu Dhabi, but great start to the year.
Nice shot of our champions again, all of our finalists here this year. And now, Flick, we're going to take a look at the women. You know, so Tyler Wright and the speech that she gave, coming back fresh after a difficult 2024. And we talked about the change of the guard, but Tyler, she's on top. She's in the yellow leaders jersey, and here's our top 10.
Yeah, it's super exciting, right? I mean, and then you got to think, Tyler mentioned it. She said, I don't think anyone really knew how injured I was last year, and I maybe didn't let it on so much, but what's that going to do for her confidence this year after a winless 2024? I think it's going to be exciting. I think she's going to be fired right up.
I am excited about that as well. Well, Ross, can't go surfing without a surfboard. And so we're celebrating with our Vissla Shaper rankings. This is the start of the season there. Let's see how the Shapers and the factories have done after the conclusion of the Lexus Pipe Pro with those Vissla Shaper rankings. Oh ho, all the homework by Channel Islands paying off there on the top of the heat, Ross.
Yeah, and Britt's been hanging out. Britt Merrick's been hanging out all a couple of weeks here in Hawaii with his team. So all that hard work from the guys at Channel Islands paying off, and of course Barron doing the hard work.
Our 2-time defending champ lost surfboards, got some ground to make up, Flick.
Yeah, he's definitely got ground to make up, but I mean, all hope is not lost. It's a long year, and he has got the most surfers on the tour in his wheelhouse. So he's heading into a wave where I think a lot of them might do quite well.
Well, the hot rods are coming out for Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. That starts February 14th, and this is what you're looking at for stop number 2. The basin is huge. The water is a saline-based water. It's a perfect wave, and now the surfers are also going to have to put together runs in this format.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun to watch. I can't wait to tune in. And guys like Felipe, who's going to bust like 10 air reverses in a row. You got Italo, who's just going to be jumping all over the place. Ethan doing his slicing and his carving. Such just a 180 from surfing pipe. It's going to be really fun to see all the high performance.
It's good to see the adjustment, and also it's going to be a really quick turnaround. People are hopping on planes right now. Remember, that starts February 14th for stop number 2, the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Well, let's celebrate this stop number 1 though, and for that, Flick, we're going to look at our Aero top 5 moments of this event. And at number 5, Aoi. Ouch, it's the wipeout.
Oh, we had a lot of people looking for lobsters, looking for crayfish. I mean, they were absolutely going down. Yesterday was packed full of them, and that's what happens when you come to a wave like Pipeline. It's super consequential, and I mean, the best of the best, it's just happening to everyone.
Number 4, Kelly Slater, Ross.
Insane. You know, he was just at home hanging out on the East Coast with his family. with his newborn baby, and he just shows up at pipe last minute and does this. It's so automatic for Kelly, and I hope he does it until he's 75 years old, because I think he can.
Number 3, perfect 10s. We're starting with this one with Jack Robinson.
Yeah, absolute wizardry. I don't expect any less from Jack. However, he didn't actually end up getting the win in this heat, and then this one. Wow, in my books, probably one of the most technically critical waves ever ridden at pipe.
Barron Mamiya and our women's champ. Let's celebrate Tyler Wright.
Yeah, Tyler is solid. You know, she just put heat to heat, back to back together. A very smart competitor. Surfs smooth, looking good on rail too, looking pretty solid on those Pizel boards. And she looked very relaxed over here. What a great start for Tyler. It's a long year, and to start with the win under your belt, that's how you do it.
Great surfing, and she's looking on point. The celebration began here on the beach. Her wife Lily in the background, and our men's champ back-to-back Barron Mamiya flick.
Yeah, this final was absolutely incredible, right? I mean, when you're drawing up the perfect final and for the most excitement, the best storyline, you couldn't have thought up something better. I mean, Barron got away with this in the first sort of 15 minutes, and I was like, okay, wow, he's definitely got the win here. But for Leo to actually fight back, and then for it to be a heat, like a draw, and then go back to the highest single wave being Barron, I mean, you just... It couldn't have been better. It really, like, for me, that was one of the most exciting finals I've ever watched here.
Your final thoughts, Flick?
You can go first, Ross.
We're going to go to Ross.
Okay. You know, we had a little bit of everything, weather-wise, wave-wise here on the North Shore, and that's what I like. It puts everyone to test it, makes them test their range. I'm really, really excited, though, for the whole year. Looking at the schedule with J-Bay back on the schedule, lowers back in normal rotation, finishing in Fiji. I'm just a Grom. I'm a psyched surf Grom. I can't wait to watch it all year, and this felt like a great, great start.
It was a great start, Flick. Final word?
Oh, incredible.
Incredible.
You said word.
That's right, and you did get that word in. And we got some flights to catch. Remember, the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro starts in less than a week, February 14th. Catch it on WorldSurfLeague.com and enjoy the end of event highlights. Aloha.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is on like popcorn.
Oh my, talk about the score.
And now lining up a big hollow pig, Bella Nichols, how you feeling?
It was an incredible day. I think when we rocked up this morning, everyone was sort of surprised at how much swell there was. It overperformed and just kept getting more and more groomed throughout the day. The performances were next level. Some of the matchups were insane. 2 10s, I mean, what more could you ask for?
Felipe Toledo, backdoor drainer, down the line speed. He's deep, he's covered. Felipe is coming out. Only Toledo. Oh, red, white, Allen Cleland Jr. Hola, senor. And backdoor. Still going. Coming out again.
Allen Cleland Jr.
Are you kidding me?
Firing back, Jack Robinson.
Oh my. Drops in. Bravo. Auto Magic in the barrel. And Jack Robinson is coming out. Mr. Auto Magic. Take that.
Check out this number, our first perfect 10 of the season.
What about this heat right now? John, and Barron.
Wow. Oh, look at this wave right here. Barron Mamiya.
Dropping in, pulling up. The ultimate thing you want to do is get a perfect ride, and Barron Mamiya just did that. Check that out. 10s all the way across the board.
see John out the back.
Big backdoor barrel. John in a cave.
He's driving through. John Flores finds the exit. Wow!
What an incredible heat. Like, absolutely incredible.
What a day. What a day, what a day, what a day.
What a morning here on the North Shore of Oahu. What more could you be thankful for coming into a Saturday morning like this?
Stroking into this one, finds the bottom, comes off the bottom, and then stalls. Gets the hand drag, gets the barrel still in there. Nicely done. Tyler Wright at backdoor on a right.
Cruise in, tuck in the barrel, looking so casual. Caity Simmers yanks on the rail of that horse design.
Here goes Italo. A lot of speed down the line. Boost! Oh, wow.
Wow, that was like a 720.
That was not a helicopter. That was Italo Ferreira.
Here we go, Ian Govea. He's going backdoor. He's grabbing rail. He's slotted. He's pitted. He's barreled, and he is coming out.
Wow. Ian Govea on a dream run here at the Lexus Pipe Pro.
Tyler Wright locking in. Nice clean rail work on the takeoff. So much speed, really deep on this racetrack, and look at that.
I mean, what a battle between these two rivals.
Oh, in the barrel, that is Caity Simmers, and she's coming out. Barron going left, grabbing the rail, Barron in the barrel. Barrel and Barron, my man Mamiya coming out.
Theo on the hunt for wave number 2, pulls straight in a back door. He's driving, still in there, and he comes flying out.
And we're closing out this final. It is the veteran, a 2-time world champ, Tyler Wright, taking out the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Australians are screaming on the beach. Leo now taking this wave up and under. Still traveling, he's holding his line well. The Italian needs to make this thing, and he does it. Erin now rolling in, wave number 3, super hollow. He's got the pace, Mamiya makes it again. Officially getting it done for Hawaii. Lexus Pipe Pro champion presented by YETI. Barron Mamiya, now your world number 1. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.